And Essex and their fans will be hoping that something similar happens today, but at the moment they're not into the middle order, they're just into numbers 1 and 3. And it's going to be James Wharton to take the first delivery. And it's going to be bowled by Jamie Porter. From the Graham Gooch end, or the Ham Gooch end as it says, because the Gra bit is covered by the sight screen. I'll be doing an update in 3 or 4 minutes time for BBC Essex, and then nothing else before just after 1 o'clock. So Porter's on his way, and that's just played defensively. Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning, Richard.
Dear me. If he keeps calling me Richard, then I'm going to think it's my mother-in-law on the other microphone, because she's about the only other person that has been known to call me that.
Probably a few other names as well.
Well, yes, I'm only talking about the polite ones. Porter again. Moves in, bowls. And a combination of bat and pad, finishes up squirting the ball out just in front of square on the onside, and Robin Das picks it up. Inevitably not a particularly big crowd yet, but they'll probably come in as the morning goes on, assuming if they haven't got other things to do. Good gardening day.
And on your radio.
If you can hear the 11 o'clock news in the background, I can only apologise, and we've had comments about this for many seasons, and no, there's nothing we can do about it, because the sound just basically sort of feeds through from our headphones into the microphone. But it won't last long, is the good news.
You just cleared out the earwax anyway.
yeah, it certainly does that. As Porter again in bowls, and off the back foot, Yorkshire underway for the second day, and they're playing just backward of square, and they go through for 2 comfortable runs, and taking the score onto 116 for 1. 100 more than they made in the first innings. Fairly conventional field, 2 slips, backward point, extra cover, or cover rather, mid-off. Porter moves in again and bowls. That's just played totally defensively. Back to the bowler, and on the onside, mid-on, and 2 men on the leg side who are in animated conversation with each other at the moment, so can't quite tell where they will eventually locate themselves. Square leg and mid-on, mid-wicket presumably. Forward square leg. Porter moves in again and bowls, and that's played defensively and pushed out on the onside to Chris Allison, Charlie Allison rather. So the end of a fairly uneventful first over, from which 2 runs came, and Yorkshire are 116 for 1.
Yeah, quick chat between the 2 Yorkshire batters in the middle. What do they think to things after that first over of the day? I think there was a feeling last night that the pitch hadn't really changed from when Essex were in, make it 123, to when Yorkshire got to where they'd got by the end of the day. Still slow, offering a little bit for the seamers off the straight and a little bit for the spinners. Shane Snater is going to open from this Sir Alistair Cook end. I'll just hanging on for Dick's cue to do his update, but hopefully I'll not railroad that. Snater just taking his time and moving the disc to mark the start of his run-up, and he's going to bowl the first ball from this end on day 3 to Adam Lyth. Past 500 runs for the season yesterday, 55. Here's the update.
We've had just 7 deliveries of the day, and nothing really particularly eventful has happened. Yorkshire have added 2 more runs onto their overnight lead of 207 for the loss of just 1 wicket towards the end of the day yesterday. Adam Lyth is on 79, and it's Wharton who got the 2 runs. James Wharton, he's moved on to 18. So Essex need to get amongst the runs pretty early if this game isn't going to get increasingly difficult. I was going to say out of their reach, but it's certainly not at that stage at the moment. Currently, Yorkshire in their second innings, 116 for 1.
And just a couple of dots in the over so far. Adam Lyth being watchful. Not sure at this stage if Yorkshire are nailing their colours to any plan with 2 days to go. But I don't think you'll see the ball being flayed to all parts, unless, of course, the bowling gives them that opportunity. So, just seen a fielder moved across into the covers from the onside. Snater in again, and Lyth pushes to Allison at short extra cover, no run. I think it's obviously in Essex's interests to bowl as well as they possibly can, not only because wickets would be good, but if they can't get those, then keeping it dry and making Yorkshire take as long as possible to get where they want to go would also be a positive for them, take time out of the match. One of the spectators last night was suggesting to me that there might be a shower or 2 forecast tomorrow. Not sure about that. Snater in again, wide of off stump, cut by Lyth. Good piece of fielding as well at backward point by Jamie Porter, diving to his right to save what was a certain boundary. Had he not done so, and a little bit of frustration for Adam Lyth, who mentioned that I was referring to his couple of lovely shots backward point off Simon Harmer in the first innings, and he said, yeah, what about the few that I nailed straight at point? Frustrated him slightly, but showing no signs of that in this second innings. 79 from 170 deliveries, and he's facing Snater again, and this time playing within himself, just arms the face and runs it to square cover. 209 the lead. 1 ball remaining in this, the 51st over of the innings. Just Finley being the Yorkshire second innings casualty. He was out at 5:15 yesterday afternoon, 34th over. Johnny Tattersall, well, he might have overnight pad rash. He'll have had them on for an hour or so yesterday and back on again this morning. Next in at number 4. Snater's short ball, which doesn't really bounce as much as the length that he bowled it at suggested it would. It died, and Adam Lyth had to get fairly low to get out of the way of it, but he did. Maiden over, 13 overs, 6 maidens, none for 22 for Snater, and Yorkshire 116 for 1 second time around, a 209 run lead.
We just remind you, or might possibly even tell you for the first time, that our email address, or my email address, the one to which I'm responding, is, and we had a load of emails yesterday. It was wonderful. It's always nice to, when we're not actually describing each delivery, it's nice to be able to talk about what you want to listen to rather than what we want to say. And it's bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. I'll repeat that in a minute. As Porter moves in and bowls, and that's a ball of very full length and dug out very competently and confidently, played out to short mid wicket, where it's Charlie Ellis. Yeah, I'll say that a little bit more slowly. BBC Essex Cricket, all one string of however many letters that is, 12, 13, 14, 15, something like that, at gmail.com. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. Any comments about Essex Cricket, England cricket, club cricket? It was first day of for most clubs, first day of the club cricket season yesterday. Did you go and watch your club play? And what were you playing? That's just played out into the covers. And no addition to the score. I always used to, great anticipation looking forward to the first game of the season. It was always going to be my best season ever. And by the end of May, reality has set in. And it wasn't going to be my best season ever.
You did well to get to the end of May. End of April for me, usually.
Still great fun, though. Still great fun. And that's played off the back foot back to Jamie Porter.
Ronnie has messaged on at jonathandodge.bsky.social, that's on Blue Sky. The Chelmsford pitch seems difficult to second guess, so Yorkshire need to bat sensibly this morning and expand this afternoon. Declare about 400 ahead at tea. That's his theory. Always a surfeit of theories when it comes to declarations.
As Porter moves in again and bowls, and that's just played defensively. Trickles out to Critchley, Matt Critchley fielding in the covers.
For those, by the way, asking what is the latest with Paul Grayson, formerly of both counties.
Yes.
Yesterday I got a message on X, which is at JDZ Events, last night from CW, saying Paul Grayson is a sports coach at Aysgarth School.
Aysgarth?
Yeah.
Oh right, thank you very
much. Which is a beautiful part of the world if you've not been.
Excellent, thanks a lot. As Porter moves in and bowls, and that's pulled away down to long leg just in front of the scoreboard where Snater fields it, and they go through for a single. That's presumably one of several independent schools in the county.
I'm not sure what its status is.
The state schools don't really.
However, I can tell you that Aysgarth Falls is the place where Kevin Costner and as Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, and Little John had their fight with staffs in the water.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I know. He took over from you as Robin Hood, and you were the one between Errol Flynn and him.
Yes, indeed. That's outside the first delivery that Adam Lyther's faced of the morning session, and that was outside his off stump, and it goes through to the keeper, despite a bit of a cavalier shot outside the deck. Oh yeah, we have had a couple of emails already, or are they from the dead of night last night? No, 11 o'clock they're timed. Richard says, you were asking about Fred Truman stories yesterday.
Right.
Here are a couple of my favourites. This was from a tour to Australia. Obviously I'll stop this as soon as the cricket commences, or recommences. The Duke of Norfolk was tour manager. It was captained by Ted Dexter, and the squad included the Reverend David Shepherd, who then became Bishop of Liverpool, I believe. Truman says he got sick of hearing about when the Duke's racehorses were racing where. Mrs. Dexter was modelling, and the clergy wanting to visit David Shepherd. Break off now, just as Snater's going to bowl.
Right, Snater coming into bowl to James Wharton. Wide of off stump when he leaves.
When asked how the tour was going, he said, I'm a bit confused. I'm not sure if we're playing for Dexter Enterprises, playing under Jockey Club rules, or engaged on a missionary hunt. Fined for the comment, apparently. Oh. Well, don't see why, but still, that's their prerogative. You might not... Oh, and the next one, you might not be able to use this one. Oh, I know what's coming. Well, the sort of thing.
In comes Snater, and Wharton with a high elbow plays to Critchley at mid-on, no run.
Oh, the editor, what's the word that is used? Redact, I think, in parliamentary terms. At a game in the West Indies, local spectators were watching from... no, I don't think I will read that. Richard finished it up saying, hoping Yorkshire keep going as they are today. Richard in East Yorkshire. Thanks, Richard, very much indeed.
Snater to Wharton, who Plays the same shot pretty much to Critchley at mid-on, no run. Yorkshire lad has messaged in and said he's loving the comms as he strolls round Brimham Rocks eating ice cream. I was just up at Brimham Rocks the other week or nearby, hoping Tats is not needed at number 4 anytime soon. Paul Grayson's presently riding on a 120-mile ride around the Lake District called the Fred Whitten Challenge, one of the toughest races anyone can compete in on 2 wheels. He's joined by Richard Tattersall, father of Johnny, who is up with the leaders in the 60 to 69 years category. Go Richard. Ooh, now then, false stroke here from Wharton, who's looking to play it through the offside and ends up getting a thick inside edge to Jamie Porter coming in from the long leg boundary. 1 run. First false stroke of the day, 13 minutes in. Wharton on 20 now from 50. 118 for 1 means a lead of 211. And Adam Lythe with 2 possible scoring opportunities in this over. 2 slips, a largely ring field, short ball by Snater. Lythe sways out of the way through to the gloves of Pepper, no run. I think that was Dick's dentures dropping on the floor. Meanwhile, that's been wided by umpire Jack Shantry. So Adam Lythe will have 2 more opportunities. Snater making his way in again past Shantry, wide, short ball and 4 runs. Short, wide and just helped on its way by Adam Lythe. It bounces over the boundary rope now. Another 4 to him, 51 now the partnership worth. It's taken him 73 minutes and 114 balls to put it together, this pair, 30 of them to the man on strike and 20 by James Wharton. Snater just trying to maybe come up with something a little bit different. This ball now nearly 53 overs old. There he is again, short once more. And Lythe leaves. So end of 53 overs. 123 for 1. The lead now 216.
Reg emails from Bingley in West Yorkshire. Thank you, Reg. Referring to the Leighton ground, I think he asked whether I played or watched cricket there. I certainly haven't played there, but I think my father took me to Leighton, but I don't really remember too much about it. I've read plenty about it, and for a long time, in fact it may still be the case that Essex have played more games at Leighton than anywhere else. That will be my homework for this evening. That's a ball of very full length, driven out to mid-on. I know that it's used for club cricket now. Reg suggests maybe it's too small for Essex. Yeah, I can't remember the dimensions, but it has some historic events there. In fact, I'm sure as a Yorkshire supporter, Reg, you will probably know that the record opening partnership in Championship cricket was at that ground, and it was by the Yorkshire openers. That's just worked away for a single. And the story goes, I think the previous record for the opening partnership was 554. Yorkshire Yorkshire reached 555 for no wicket and declared. And then in their normal meticulous way, in the evening, the scorers, of course obviously no computerisation in those days, come back to that in a moment, as that's just played defensively, trickles out on the offside. In the evening, as is their custom, especially in those days before computerisation, the scorers got together and they discovered that actually Yorkshire only scored 554 runs. This is how the story goes. It's apocryphal to a certain extent, and obviously being a long time ago it can never be substantiated either one way or the other. I keep you hanging with the sword of, no, not the sword of Damocles, but quite the opposite. and hanging over you. That's just played out in the offside. Anyway, yeah, the scorers were convinced that the record hadn't been broken. They'd only got 554. So the two umpires in the evening, the two umpires, probably over a few pints, two umpires and the two captains got together, and all of them agreed that Yorkshire were batting so well that they would have undoubtedly gone on to get that extra run. So they instructed the scorers to do a bit of creative accounting and invented the extra run, or somehow negotiated it into the scorebooks to give Yorkshire the record. That's just worked way down to fine leg, or long leg rather, for a single. And the openers, I believe, no, I'll look that up. Holmes and Sutcliffe, not sure.
That's proper spirit of the game stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it is. I mean, it wouldn't happen nowadays, would it?
No.
Well, of course, there wouldn't be any doubt because the computer would have it meticulously scored, and so would lots of websites. And yeah, one of our colleagues next door just enters the score of every ball and where it is for betting websites. And yeah, no, sadly, it probably wouldn't happen those days. So that's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. So I can't. No, that record, 555 for the opening partnership, seems unlikely ever to be beaten. So 124 for one. 17 added this morning. No, that's not true. 10 added this morning. And it's going to be slated to continue from this end. So thanks for those two emails, and I hope it's only the first two of numerous, or in modern parlance, multiple. Everything's multiple now. You can't say many or several. Everything's multiple, but not in my vocabulary. So a bit of a delay while conference between bowler and captain. Tom Wesley meticulously setting his field, and with the agreement of Snater, obviously.
Yeah, I think it's just a chat between the pair as to what is he going to try and do. Last over he was going with the short stuff and got wided at one stage. He's dropped a man back, the deep backward square leg. He's got a catcher in Robin Das, a short straight mid-wicket plus a mid-wicket. Mid-on, one slip now, and then Ringfield in the offside, who are not going to be able to cut off James Wharton's punch for a single. James, of course, right-handed. Field will change again because Adam Lyth is left-handed. 125 for one. Slow start to the day. Just 11 runs added so far. And again, there's going to be a further delay here while Messrs Wesley and Snater sort out the field for the left-hander. Charlie Allison been dispatched from on the one at mid-wicket, a little bit squarer sweeping, also a deep backward point, one slip and a gully. Snater to Lyth is going to get four here, down through fine leg. Shane Snater, having gone short previously, has now dropped one on leg stump. There is a long leg in place, but it was a lot wider than where the ball went. Four more to Lyth takes him to 87. Snater disappointed, shaking his head in disgust. And if Adam Lyth gets into the 90s, I probably need to hang on a bit longer before I disappear off commentary. Snater goes short, and he thinks about playing one of his favoured shots to pull Adam Lyth in two minds, and in the end he ducked it really well. But it's kind of a slow bouncer from Snater, and that was pretty well aimed in the sense that, just like the previous one he bowled, really did make Adam Lyth have to crouch low to get out of the way of it. Not that far over the top of the stumps, probably 18 inches or so. Snater in again, short once more. Lyth knows there's a big gap through mid-wicket, and even though he did knock it up in the air slightly, it was always safe, and he takes a single. 88 now to him, 130 for 1. 223 in front Yorkshire. Snater just kicking away at the crease line with quite a lot of dust, which tells you everything you need to know about conditions out there at pitch level. Very dry. Snater switching back to over the wicket to bowl here to James Wharton. So now another short one. Wharton up on his tiptoes, tall figure. James Wharton played it well, just round the corner, backward of square, and takes 1. So 7 from the over so far, still 1 remaining. Shane Snater has got a few so far this morning. 1 ball to come at his 15th over. Making his way in from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Short again. Lyth right over the top of that. Turns it round the corner to the man at long leg for 1. 89 to Lyth. 23 to Wharton. 132 for 1 at the end of the 55th. A lead of 225.
I mentioned in passing that the club cricket season opened yesterday for most clubs. For the very top leagues in this neck of the woods, it's called the East Anglian Premier League. Then I think yesterday was their 3rd, possibly 4th, no, more likely 3rd outing of the season. And there are 2 Essex sides in that, Frinton and Whittam. And I'm pleased to report that they both won. Whittam won by 73 runs, beating Mildenhall, and that's just played defensively. Still Porter moving into bowl, played defensively off the back foot by Wharton, and sorry, by Lyth. Should be able to tell the difference. One's right-handed, one's left-handed. And Frinton at their delightful ground in Ashlands Road, I think it's called. Somebody emailed yesterday from Frinton talking about Frinton Cricket Club. They made 275 for 5 in their 50 overs, and then they bowled their visitors, Swordston, out for 272. So a game of a lot of runs, almost 550. That's played out into the covers for a good 2, maybe 3, maybe even 4. No, it's going to be 3, as Snater, who was putting in enough effort previously by bowling as well, he chases out almost to the boundary, hauls it in a few yards short of the boundary, and then to round off a good bit of fielding is an excellent throw into the gloves of Michael Pepper. So yeah, the best part of 550 runs scored, because they reduced Swordston to 272 for 8 in their 50 overs. A splendid game of cricket, which Frinton won by 3 runs. So congratulations to both those 2 clubs. Whittam is the side for whom Nick Brown, the Essex beneficiary of the season, is playing not regularly, I don't think. He's got other things on his plate. That's just nudged down to short third man. 1 run a cruise. Brings Lyth down to the business end on 92. Does a little bit of horticultural work, bit of gardening on the pitch, but not a lot. Not a lot. And another little bit of a conflab between bowler and captain down at the far end. The erstwhile Hayes close end, but now the Graham Gooch end. And Porter moves in and bowls. And that's played elegantly into the covers. I was saying yesterday how, well, to my mind, Lyth is one of those players that's probably well respected all round the county circuit, and not just because of the way he plays cricket, but he's there in his, I think we decided it was his 19th season with the club. He's 38 in September, loyal, splendid servant of Yorkshire cricket, and sadly for only a brief time for England as well. And that's just played off the back foot, punched through the covers for a certain one, and an almost equally certain second run as well, as Critchley had to give chase to field it. A little bit more than midway towards the boundary. Yeah, in the Essex Cricket League yesterday, Hornchurch beat Buckhurst Hill rather. Another close match at Chelmsford that's produced numerous players, not least I think Jamie Porter or Cook. I'm pretty sure Cook played for Chelmsford. That's played backward of square. In Chelmsford Park, Chelmsford, not a million miles from here obviously. Chelmsford restricted Wanstead to 202 in their overs, but then themselves, oh no, they batted first. Sorry, Chelmsford batted first, made 200, and Wanstead got them with 8 wickets down. Just finish off. There's only 10 in the league, so it's not a lot. Colchester beat Billericay by 3 wickets. Hadley and Thundersley, one of several clubs of whom I'm a social member, so that I can wander into the clubhouse and socialise. Hadley and Thundersley beat Fives and Ironians by 30 odd runs. 30 runs exactly. Meanwhile, Brentwood, they won by 5 wickets against Hutton in a local derby, only just down the road. A lot of rivalry, one would imagine, between those two clubs. Friendly, of course. Harmer comes into the attack after only half an hour.
Yeah, and after half an hour, do you want to go and take your break now, seeing as Adam Lythe is the 90s and I'm up to date with everything I've got to do?
Certainly. And make way for Marcel Hewitt.
Yep. Here's Simon Harmer then, from the Sir Alistair Cook end. First delivery shows a bit of turn away from the left-handed Adam Lythe. 2 slips in place to the Yorkshire opener. Give you the rest of the field in a mo, because Harmer's in again, and Lythe plays this one straighter than the man in at short extra cover and pushes one up to Tom Wesley at long off. There was also a deep cover sweeper, man backward of point, man backward of square leg, a mid wicket and mid on to the lefty, and now to the right-handed James Wharton. 1 slip, and it looks like Robin Dass is going to put himself in at short leg underneath the helmet. There's a point, cover, mid off, long on, straight mid wicket, and there's an appeal as well for that first delivery from Harmer to Wharton. Not quite sure what for. Maybe they thought he got a nick on it. Jack Chantry unmoved, and the field's barely changed actually from the right-hander to, sorry, the left-hander to the right-hander. Harmer in again, and Wharton also takes the long route and plays one down to Wesley at long on for a single. Morning.
How you doing, Jonathan?
All right, it's getting warmish.
Yeah, I wasn't tricked today. Just gone for the t-shirt and the overshirt with the option to remove if it gets warmer.
Clever. Good thinking as Lythe pushes one square on the offside, and will pick up a single within a stroke then, possibly, of a ton. And I can tell you that he has just equalled his highest score against Essex. Critchley just moving himself to just off the cut strip, about 18 yards away, in fact a little stride or two further away from the straight, and he comes into play here but can't get full hand on James Wharton's shot that goes to his left, and they get through for one, so Wharton will retain the strike. 143 for one. A lead now 236 is building to be pretty impressive, particularly with 9 wickets still in hand. And it looks like we've got a change of bowling as well at the Graham Gooch end, just to say that for what's it called, archive purposes, if you just let me do the Adam Lyth delivery just in case he gets there, that'd be great.
No problem whatsoever. The change of bowler is Rajitha? Is it Rajitha?
Yeah, it looks like Case and Rajitha, yeah. Picked up 2 for 69 off 17 in the first innings. None for 16 off 7 in the second so far.
Just a bit of delay as Essex try to establish what their field is going to be at the start of this over. This is, of course, the 58th over of the innings. James Wharton is on the strike. Still haven't started. Just moving the field over to increase protection in the cover region.
Just to say that they've got, well, they should have plenty of time. That we haven't got the full normal display on the board at the moment, but they were about 5 overs ahead yesterday, so they've got a bit of time if they want to be a bit more deliberate about what they're doing with the field.
Looks like we're just about ready to get underway at the start of the 58th over. Case and Rajitha, change of bowler at the Graham Gooch end into James Wharton. And Wharton is forward. Won't be the short extra cover fielder. There's no run there.
Ben Crossland has messaged in with regard to what Dick was saying about Leighton. It was Holmes and Sutcliffe at Leighton in 1932. I think we've done this one when we've been down here before. Percy Holmes lived on Colwyn Street, Marsh, Huddersfield. My mum grew up on that street and played out with his daughter Molly.
Nothing better than when the listeners send in excellent background knowledge. Rajitha in to Wharton. Catches a bit of a lead-in edge there, into the ground, mind, and back to Rajitha, but not caught flush in the middle of the bat. James Wharton, bit of a toe ender.
Ben also goes on, Mum always remembered seeing a tiger skin rug in the Percy Holmes household. Very exotic for those days. No doubt a souvenir from touring India.
Rajitha in once more to Wharton, standing tall at the crease. Bit of an ooh and an ah, but turns that just behind square. Wharton wants 2. He's come halfway down the wicket, but he has enough time to turn round. Adam Lyth wanted nothing to do with a second. And this will bring Lyth back onto strike. Wharton moves to 29.
And was run out by Adam Lyth at Headingley last week. So wouldn't have wanted to repeat that. Scored one away to our left. Yeah, the main scoreboard still showing the bowling analyses and not the actual score at the moment. And the one away to the right does catch you out because it takes about a minute to catch up with what's going on. Now, there we go. Back in display, 144 for one then. So Adam Lyth on 95. Here comes the Sri Lankan international with the ball short of length. Pushed out square on the offside to Critchley. No run. Just has a bit of a jog down the pitch now, the Yorkshire opener. Do a bit of gardening, a long way down as well. That would be pitching nearer Rajitha's toes than Adam Lyth's if he lands one there. Further discussion between skipper and bowler. for this next delivery then from the Graham Gooch end. Right, then in now round the wicket short, pulled by Lythe. He's got plenty on it, but there is some cover out there. Noah Thane at deep backward square leg will pick up a single, Adam Lythe, +2 for the no ball. 147 for one. The lead now to 240. Back with you.
Indeed, we...
Commentary relay here. To you, to me.
Yeah, I'm just reacquainting myself with the speed of the scoreboards here. But so Lythe on 96, Wharton back on strike on 29. Rajitha into Wharton, and that's left alone outside the off stump. No run taken low down.
Yeah, no bounce about that, was it? Bounced a second time, didn't it, before it got to Pepper?
And based on the opening, what, half an hour, 35 minutes, whatever it might be, commentators curse, but I think Yorkshire should want to bat here for as long as possible. There has been very few demons in this opening half hour.
And he's gone. Bowled him.
Rajitha, final ball of the over to James Wharton. Wharton turns that on his hips, and he'll come through for a leisurely one. And that brings an end to the end of the over. Yorkshire move to 148 for 1. James Wharton is on 30. Adam Lythe is 4 shy of his second century of the season. He's on 96, and the lead is 241.
And the laptop's getting hot, hot, hot.
Yeah, I've just moved mine actually, funnily enough.
So Harmer's going to continue at the Sir Alistair Cook end of the ground. Slow, deliberate progress by Yorkshire, but I think that's the sort of tone that's been set as well by Essex in the field here, because they have really slowed things down out there. Harmer in and bowling to Wharton, who flicks one to Snater, who's gone for the floppy today at straight mid wicket. Two fielders in catching positions on the leg side as Harmer bowls to Wharton, who plays a nice sweep shot, got plenty on that. Really did travel to Charlie Ellison, square on the leg side boundary. He's only going to get the 1 run for it, and that brings Lythe back onto strike. He's played really well in both innings here. He was becalmed for quite some time, around about half an hour by Harmer on day 1. I think I'm right in saying without playing a scoring shot off him. In comes Harmer then round the wicket. Lythe goes back foot, drops it into the turf by his feet. Another dot ball. South African sunglasses on, comes in and bowls again. Lythe gets a thickish inside contact on this. Robin Das round to field at short mid wicket. Again, no run. Crowd sparse today by comparison to the first 2 days. Might come in as the day goes on. Possibly other things to do on Sundays, or maybe a reflection on what they feel Essex's position in this match is, as Harmer's latest delivery to Lythe is just pushed back up the pitch. Harmer in again. Just holding that one back slightly, and Adam Lythe again defending. So the end of another over. 59 now complete, +7 the over 8. So there you go. They have got time in hand, if you like, for these instances of chats about fielded positions and slowing things down a bit. The lead 242 for Yorkshire at 149 for 1 in their second innings.
Yeah, definitely a test of patience is what Essex seem to be going for here. Rajitha will continue at the Graham Gooch end. James Wharton will be on strike. This is the 60th over of the innings. Wharton, of course, 63 unbeaten runs in the first innings. So looking to be in a bit of touch, carried his bat. Rajitha in to Wharton. Wharton again likes to turn that one off his hip, but can only find the short mid-wicket fielder. Charlie Allison in at short mid-wicket, no run. Rajitha in the first innings took 2 for 69. But Matt Critchley was the star turn for Essex with 4 for 49. Rajitha in again to Wharton. Left alone. A bit more bouncing carry on that one, but it was a bit of an effort ball, as you possibly heard on the effects mic.
Yeah, a bit of a Monica Sellers there, wasn't it?
So we've got a 4-2 in the circle at the moment. Rajitha once again. This time Wharton meets that with a full face of the bat through the covers. There's no one on the boundary, and that's 4 runs. Brilliantly driven there by James Wharton. Nice sound off the bat. Wharton moves to 34 runs, and that's the collapser for the 150 run partnership. It's coming 200 and... Oh, sorry, not 100, sorry. Yeah. Sorry, getting way excited there. 150 runs, sorry. Coming in 227.
They'll definitely take it, though.
I saw into the future. Wharton this time off the back foot. There's cover out there, deep backward point. They jog through for 1 run, and that actually brings an end. No, not an end to the over, sorry. 2 more balls of this over. And that will bring Adam Live back on strike. He is on 96, a boundary shy of 100. Case and Rajitha will go around the wicket to Adam Live. They're not protecting the 1 here on the offside.
No, they're giving him plenty of room. If he gets this wrong, Case and Rajitha, you can see it going through the covers, one of Adam Live's favourite shots. But it looks like we're going to get something short the way the field is set. Round the wicket, he does go short. Oh, missed out, he'll feel there. He plays the pull shot so well. Off balance slightly. In the end, actually, possibly risks getting a top edge somewhere the way it went. But he'll know if he can get something on that. And it'll bring up another landmark for him. Just 1 remaining in the over, with the potential to do that. Deep backward square has just been moved a few yards deeper still. Short ball. Oh, now then, he fends at this one, Adam Live, and has got away with that, dropping behind him into a sort of leg gully position, but just uncomfortable for a moment there. Which was interesting, really, because, as I say, it's one of the shots that he plays very, very well on a regular basis, gets inside the ball, and you'll often see him really ping that backward of square leg. Maybe the field has just discouraged him from doing so when he's on 96.
Yeah, it looked like he kind of checked the shot almost at the last minute, wasn't fully committed to it. And no fielders for the scoop off the bat or deflection off the bat, regardless. Simon Harmer will continue. That brings an end to the over. Yorkshire 154 for 1. Simon Harmer will continue.
Yeah, 247 in front now, Yorkshire. Harmer then, Sir Alistair Cook end to Wharton, who turns it just backward of square. Jamie Porter in to do the fielding. Plenty of traffic noise today. More so, it sounds, than on the previous 2 days. Harmer in again, straight, worked to leg by Wharton. Adam Lyth on this occasion was keener for the single than his right-handed colleague. But no way through, Shane Snater doing the fielding. Quickly in again, Harmer, full, driven down the ground by Wharton, nicely played. Critchley with a dive, he's still fielding just off the cut strip in a catching position, but he missed it. Wesley round from long on to field. Wharton picks up 137 now to him. 155 for 1. 3 to come in the over. Harmer to Lyth, turns it in front of square on the leg side. Easy one, 97 to him. He'll take him off that way if he has to. Harmer, short leg in place for Wharton as well as a slip. And short leg nearly comes into play there. Just a little bit of bounce from Simon Harmer. The ball loops up off the inside, towards the inside edge of James Wharton's bat, but just beyond the grasp of Robin Das at short leg.
Yeah, one of those ones which probably is past the short leg fielder just before he can react to it, but chance nevertheless.
250 lead. Harmer to Lyth, who goes big down the leg side. This is going to be it. And 4 runs backward of square leg makes Adam Lyth a centurion against Essex for the first time in his career. A brilliant knock in the context of this match when you consider that his team felt they came up short in the first innings, then bowled Essex out for just 123. And the man from Whitby, as I say, does it for the first time in his career. Over 500 runs in 2025 so far, and that is his 39th first-class century. Fantastic performance from the 37-year-old, and you could see from the way he celebrated there what it means to him.
Yeah, definitely leading from the front this season for Yorkshire. 2 centuries, that was his 2nd century of the season, 4 50s. In a rich vein of form.
196 balls it's taken him to get to what is now 101, and that was a 13th for.
Well, with the landmark achieved, now we move to the next stage or phase of the game for Yorkshire. The lead is a very, very healthy one of 254 runs. They will undoubtedly have a target in mind for today. And Essex very much up against it. The openers have not looked in too much trouble as we approach the end of the first hour of play. Kasem Rajitha will continue at the Graham Gooch end. James Wharton is on strike. He himself is on 38 not out, having faced 78 deliveries. Rajitha into Wharton. Wharton's happy to leave that alone outside the off stump. Pitched a bit short there by Rajitha. Very much seems to be going for a ploy of inducing a full shot. But James Wharton happy to leave that one well alone. Still got a slip fielder in. Cover, mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket. Backward point. Sorry, backward square leg. Just as I say that, we will see a change in the field. They're going to go with... Looks like we're going to get a man in at short leg, it would appear. Robin Das going in at short leg. Slip fielder comes out. You're going to see something short here from Case and Rajitha. So Rajitha into Wharton. And he does go short, but again, Wharton's happy to ride that one and leave it well alone.
Yeah, obviously ball getting older now, past the 60 over point. Harmer at one end, short stuff at the other. Maybe Matt Critchley, you might see get another go fairly soon. See if he can repeat or better his first innings four-for.
Rajitha in again, third ball of the over. Wharton's well in behind that one, no run. Tall man, James Wharton. You have to bowl something exceptionally short and hostile to get the better of him here.
Andy Walker says, speaking of that legendary 1932 Leighton match, many people forget Headley Verity took 5 for 8 in the first innings. He and Sutcliffe must have been something to see.
So Rajitha's now going to go around the wicket to James Wharton, which will again see a bit of a change in the field. Got gully fielder in. Again short, but Wharton's able to stand tall to that and defend that down into the pitch, no run.
David says that Reid Raith and his grunts after releasing every ball. On day one at lunch and tea he was doing back stretching exercises, suggesting he's possibly got a niggle. Maybe the noises are pain related.
No,
well, maybe.
I'm not convinced, but I'm not ruling it out, but I'm not convinced. Rajitha in once more to James Wharton. Oh, this one, I think Wharton rides that one on his chest there. Does get up a tiny bit more than the previous deliveries.
Andy Walker follows up his previous message saying there's been no greater servant for Yorkshire cricket than Adam Lyth. I don't think there's anybody anywhere who paces an innings better than he does. His drives are a thing of sheer beauty. One of the all-time greats of county cricket.
Showing no signs of slowing down either, based on the runs this season. Final ball of the over, Rajitha to Wharton. Short again. Wharton leaves it alone outside the off stump and no run. And that brings an end to the over. Adam Lyth 101. James Wharton 38. That was a maiden by Rajitha. Yorkshire 161 for 1. And the lead is 254.
Yeah, Raith at 10 overs, 4 maidens, none for 26 second time around. Harmer hasn't yet taken a wicket in the match. Very unusually. Certainly in matches against Yorkshire that I've watched anyway. But there's still time. Nick Briggs says, fine recovery by Yorkshire, being forced to eat my words, read the batting. Yep. Regarding the record stand, I believe the umpires mysteriously found a no ball to ensure the record was broken by Holmes and Sutcliffe. Harmer to Lyth then. 101 against his name. Good delivery first up, turns past the outside edge and through to the gloves of Michael Pepper. There are a few counties left now who Adam Lyth hasn't scored 100 against. I'll endeavour to refresh my information on that. Harmer is in, Lyth drives down to long off, where it's going to be fielded by Essex captain Tom Wesley, 1 run. Martin Bloomfield says, morning Doidge, I've been listening intently over the past couple of days people's communications about the variety of grounds. I'm mindful of way back in Jurassic times when many of us would watch the John Player League intently on a Sunday afternoon. I seem to recall that Essex visited several outgrounds and used a travelling bus as a scoreboard. Harmer to Wharton, who defends. Used to display the exploits of Tonka Taylor, Keith Fletcher et al. Happy days. Jonathan says he's enjoying the coverage. or in a sec, because Ham was bowling to Wharton, who uses his feet. He's got a hand on that, Matt Critchley, the man who's fielding just off the cut strip. It would have been a worldie of a catch had he taken it, because it was struck relatively firmly. He's got his left hand on it. It's ended up down in the grasp of Wesley coming round from long on. So 1 to Wharton, survives that half chance. 2 to come in Harmer's over, and Lyth leaves the penultimate delivery there. Of 206.
I was going to say that's an interesting point about the Essex rivalry. I'll come back to it because I know you were just wheeling off figures, so I'll let you finish.
Well, David Hurst, just before I go, says 555. At the mention of the famous 555 at Leighton, I dug out my copy of Holmes and Sutcliffe, The Run Stealers, which is a good read. I attended the same junior school as Percy Holmes, Oaks County Junior in Huddersfield, though not at the same time. Keep on keeping on. We're up to date, I think, with the social correspondence. The players are just having a drinks break after an hour of play, and time for me to step out and let Richard back in on a Sunday.
Well, as I await for Richard to come in, and he can hear me as I say this, so I'm going to attempt to probe that question about who are Essex natural rivals. Now, as somebody growing up as a youngster, some might say I'm still a youngster. Someone growing up as a youngster in the 90s, I would say that when Essex were winning county championships, it's that classic thing of when you are a victorious side, your natural rivals are the teams trying to win that championship alongside you, rather than Essex having a natural rival as such. But I'm gonna see what Dick says to me about that, or if he thinks there is a natural rival for Essex.
Well, the natural rivals, but I'm inclined to think it's built up by the media. They always call the games against Kent the Battle of the Bridge or something like that. But I think the current keenest rivals, in Somerset they refer to, yes, is a Somerset, who generally, when I speak to media people there, they refer to Essex as the enemy. I would never ever refer to an opposition as the enemy. It's basically, when you boil it down, it's only a game of cricket. And but yeah, I think they're the teams that I think Somerset are probably the team that, if not the players, because I don't think the players think of key matches or local rivalry or anything like that. They just want to win every game. I think this is more a manifestation in the eyes of the spectators, and I think Essex spectators generally are really, really keen either to beat or certainly not to lose to Somerset.
I did not see that one coming.
Oh, right. Well, there has been a little bit of what's a euphemism for it? Plenty of things to talk about in games against Somerset in recent years. And so, well, it's obviously warmer than it was yesterday, which goes according to the forecast, because yesterday they didn't have any drinks breaks at all, and we just have had the first one of the day. So, Rater in from the far end, the Graham Gooch end, bowls, and that's just played defensively off the back foot. But I think, generally speaking, that these sort of really keen rivalries are. It's fairly well known that Worcestershire and Yorkshire have a pretty keen rivalry, I believe. You'd think that Surrey and Middlesex would, but I don't know, and they're not in the same division anyway. It's not essential to have those sort of things. As Rater moves in again and bowls. And that's pulled away for a single.
I think that might be a drop. Or
I
certainly
was just wondering, well,
or a chance rather
a
than
chance,
a drop. Sorry.
yeah.
Certainly by the hands on heads.
Yes, a hands on hip moment, certainly. But, yeah, obviously. Well, there again, is it only in the eyes of the supporters, but Lancashire and Yorkshire? I don't know. Lancashire listeners, is this how it started? I don't know. I've been nattering in the press box next door. Is this how it started? Was it considered? Because I don't know if you ever watched QI with the wonderful Stephen Fry. Well, it used to be. Sandy Toxvig is every bit as equally, I have to say. She does a splendid job, but you know, they often, when they talk about the War of the Roses, I think if they analyse it, they say there were more. It was the House of Lancaster versus the House of York, and in fact there were more Lancastrians fighting for the House of York, and more Yorkshire men, soldiers fighting for the House of Lancaster. Whether that's true or not, and whether they had a census as to who's fighting, hands up, who's fighting for whom, I don't know. That's outside the off stump. That goes through and passed back via the Essex skipper, Tom Wesley. But yeah, suffice it to say, I think they're professional. They pay good money to win games of cricket, and you know, points against, they're all worth just the same. Points make prizes. That's down the leg side, and an attempt to swing it away by Adam Lythe meets with no success. No slips now. Michael Pepper in splendid isolation. Only got a helmet on the floor for immediate company, but they don't make very good conversation. Not that I've ever tried to talk to a helmet, but I can't imagine they would. So thanks. We've had a stream more emails in, which is really splendid news. I do love the emails. And that's just, it goes up on his toes and then guides it down to third man. When there's a seam bowler bowling, there's a bit more time to go through the emails. Andrew, just a word to say thanks for the great commentary, which I'm following on YouTube. Can we say YouTube? Well, and other similar sites available. From a very windy morning on the Natal north coast, looking out over the Indian Ocean. A Yorkshireman in South Africa. He signs off as Andrew. Again, Lythe goes up on his toes. Not a particularly tall man, and but got well over the bounce there and just played it down in front of him. End of the over, and sees Yorkshire on 168 for 1. So they haven't lost a wicket this morning. And in all honesty, haven't really looked likely to lose a wicket. They resumed on 114 for 1. So they've added, what's that, 54 in an hour and 5.
Simon Harmer will continue at the Sir Alistair Cook end. He's caused a few problems in his spell this morning. Certainly created one good chance. I'm trying to remember who was in a short leg that parried it. Oh no, not a short leg actually. Sorry, it was at silly mid on, I believe. Who parried one? Anyway, Harmer in to gone for an optimistic LBW.
It was, wasn't it? Yes.
Into Wharton. Wharton was down on the sweep.
Still, if you don't ask, you don't get.
very, very much so. And I mean, well, it just wasn't hitting, so that was not out, and we will continue. I think it was Matt Critchley, the chance that I'm talking about. Wharton went forward to Harmer, and Critchley pulled off a goalkeeper tip around the post. I think Harmer also got one to pop up on Wharton earlier on. Anyways, into Wharton again, just like that, where he's every now and again getting one to loop up. No dice there. Got Robin Das in at short leg, interested. Again, that one kind of, Wharton in on the sweep again, but kind of catches the top edge of his bat goes immediately behind him into a fine region, but there's no fielder there. They'll come through for one. Causing just a bit of discomfort there for Wharton's, not able to middle the ball on the sweep. Harmer around the wicket to Adam Live, who's now on strike. Live back, but will not beat the cover fielder. No run. That one from Wharton moves Yorkshire to 169 for one. Wharton into the 40s. He's on 41 from 91 balls. Adam Live is on 106. Wharton practicing the sweep shot at the non-striker's end. Harmer in again to Live forward, defensive, no run. Simon Harmer, 16.5 overs, 3 maidens, none up for 41. Final ball of his 17th, around the wicket to Live. Drags that one down the leg side, and Live wanted to turn it behind him, doesn't really meet and wasn't really fully committed to the shot. There'll be no run at the end of the over. Yorkshire 169 for 1, Live 106, Wharton 41. The lead is 262.
Somebody else who says he's enjoying the commentary, and greetings from Michael in Dublin. Dead Blackrock, I nearly said Dead Rock, Blackrock, Dublin. Enjoying the commentary, keep it up. Oh, we'll endeavour to. Thank you very, very much, Michael. I remember watching Essex play in Dublin against Ireland in the days when Ireland and Scotland and Holland were included in one of the one-day competitions.
I'm going to be in Dublin in a couple of weeks, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, West Indies are playing Ireland. I'll be over there for that, for the ODI series.
Come back to that in a moment after this first delivery of the next over from Rater, which is a bouncer, but the batsman can evade that quite easily. Yes, Essex were playing at a place called Clontarf, which is just a few miles, I think, east of Dublin, out on the little railway line, which finishes up, if memory serves me right, which it doesn't always, little railway line that ends up at Howth, would it be? Sadly, it was an awful day, but only because of the weather, nothing else. The hospitality was wonderful. And it's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. But yeah, it was one of those days where it looks as if it was going to rain any minute. It had rained, and yeah, it was cold. In fact, it was very cold. I can remember the overseas player for Essex was Andre Nell, and he was he just looked absolutely frozen. He was a bit of a character, Andre Nell. As again, another short delivery, and again the batsman has not a lot of trouble getting out, or ducking out of the, backing out of the way of that, rather than ducking, backing out of the way. And, yeah, for those who don't know, Andre Nell was a South African seam bowler who I think revelled in the reputation of being a bit of a pantomime villain.
I was going to use that exact phrase, yeah, pantomime villain for sure.
But he really played up to it, I think, and I had several conversations with him off air, and he was, he was a charming fellow, but he really loved playing the, the sort that, another short delivery, and again the batsman this time is obliged to duck considerably. Actually, it was every delivery this over has been a variation on a theme, really. But, the pantomime dame, that's right, the sort of fellow that at the end of the pantomime comes on and a way of judging if he's done a good performance is rather than getting applause, he gets booed heartily. But,
yeah, keen exponent of the "he's behind you."
Yeah, that's right. Yes, that's right. I can't see him, children. Tell me. That's that's a short delivery outside the off stump. This, in all honesty, apart from the welfare of the batsman, this over hasn't really been threatening to take a wicket, and the batsman has seemed more than capable of dealing with these deliveries. as I said yesterday, that Rater makes walking back to his mark look great effort. And it's only 10, getting right in a minute, 12:15 coming up to. And another one. Well, 6 deliveries, none of which threatened to take a wicket, none of which really threatened the batsman's welfare either. Sees the score. No, I was going to say remain on 169 for 1.
Yeah, just saw Noah Thane going through some looseners and stretching. In fact, he still is in the outfield, so we could see a bowling change soon. Not yet, because Simon Harmer will continue at the Sir Alistair Cook end for his 18th of the innings. This is the 67th over of the innings coming up. Yorkshire 169 for 1. Started the day on 114 for 1. Palmer in. Bit of loop on that one. No run. Happy to defend Adam Lyth. Palmer around the wicket again to Adam Lyth. And again Harmer, and Lyth is down on 1 foot with the sweep. There's no protection out on the backward point boundary, and there'll be 4 backward square leg boundary, and there'll be 4 runs there. And that 4 is greeted by applause because the partnership has passed 100 runs, 101 partnership between Lyth and Wharton. The 4 moves Lyth to 110 of 209 balls. There is now a deep backward square leg fielder after that boundary. Harmer in, and Lyth goes the other way, but it's stopped. It's stopped by Matt Critchley in a short cover. No run. Harmer once again to Lyth. Lyth forward through the covers. A push rather than a drive. 1 run brings Wharton onto strike. Lyth moves to 111. Wharton will come on strike. He's on 41, not out from 96 balls. Essex toiling away in the field, but no joy.
No, it's going to be hard work in this warm sun. Still only in spring, but it is warm.
This one has quickens up there. Just pushed it through a bit more. Harmer maybe caught Wharton by surprise. Had to go deep in his crease and defend that out into mid-wicket. No run. Final ball of the over. Harmer this time. Wharton is forward in defence. That brings an end to the over. 5 off it. Yorkshire 174 for 1. The lead stretches to 267.
Thank you, David. David's emailed us. He describes himself as Costa del Sol Yorkie exile, and listening on the Costa del Sol with tapas and, well, I don't know what this means. Cervixes. I thought that was a part of the human anatomy.
Decent. You know what, let me just not continue.
Is it a Spanish dish or?
I'd need to see the spelling before I.
Well, he spelt it
further.
CERVIX''S.
Yeah, I'm gonna decline to.
Yeah, another blank expression on my left. So yeah, well, thank you, David. Anyway, we hope you're enjoying your tapas, and we hope you're enjoying the other half of the meal, if that's what it is. Perhaps it's not something edible. But anyway, thanks for emailing us very much. And Andrew has also emailed us. It's going to be Jamie Porter back in the... No, it's not. It's going to be, as Masal sort of referred to or hinted at, it's Noah Thane coming back into the attack. Andrew says, you were talking about possible names for autobiographies for the great F.S. Truman. We were indeed last night. And that's nudged away down to fine leg for a single. Because we alluded to the fact that when he'd written his autobiography, but before it had been published, he was allegedly discussing with the publisher. The publisher said, what do you want to call this? And he said, in his usual modest, self-effacing way, why don't we call it the greatest fast bowler who ever drew breath? Which they didn't. I think they just called it Fred. He says, I know of only two, both of which I have signed copies, Fast Fury and Balls of Fire. Thanks for the great commentary. Thank you, Andrew, for the great, well, in your case, thank you for one of the many great emails. As Thane moves in, right arm round the wicket. And Wharton goes up in his toes and plays it out into the covers. No addition to the score. Chris emails the who he was telling me yesterday that has a lot to do with the library, not the library, the museum. We do encourage, obviously. That's just worked away round the corner for a single, fielded by Matt Critchley, sorry, in his distinctive floppy white hat. Only one wearing a floppy white hat, so it does seem appropriate for the weather. Yeah, that's for those of us who do, those of you or us who do come to the, does come to the ground, then yeah, the museum is not something to be missed. Apparently there's a special exhibition at the moment on about Nasser Hussain. That's short of a delivery, and it's Lyde who has to just back away from it slightly. Chris says, yeah, he refers to the fact that we met yesterday, and it's always a pleasure to welcome Jonathan to Chelmsford. Chelmsford recently overtook Leighton as the ground which has hosted the most Essex home championship matches. Thanks, Chris. I knew it was sort of there or thereabouts any time. Another very short pitch delivery, which is now called somewhat belatedly, well, no, who am I to say that? Now called wide.
Yeah, he needed a step ladder for that one.
Excuse me. So it seems to be a policy to bowl wides, because Raita bowled an over not of wides, of short pitch deliveries of bumper sort of length, because Raita was dispensing the same sort of deliveries, and now so is Thane. Another glorious day here. I'm tempted to say it goes without saying, but
they got Harmer in at slip now, so maybe we won't see something short.
Yeah. Oh, that squared Lyde up, despite the fact that he's got 112 to his name, so that was a very, very minor success for the bowler. But yeah, they're only being offered crumbs of optimism at the moment. Crumbs of optimism doesn't sound quite right, but you know what I mean.
Sounds like the emails are flying in.
They are, indeed. Which we do enjoy. Oh, that's super, absolutely super shot. Yeah, that will get my vote for the shot of the morning. Slightly over pitched, admittedly, but you've still got to deal with it, and he just strokes that through the covers. I just love watching shots played like that. Far more than the sort of flamboyant biff bang or disappears into the dim and distance for 6 runs. You might You might know, Marcel. When you're watching a game on television and the ball disappears into the crowd, a 6, usually in the shortest version of the game, but not always. Well, no. They always say, you know, how they always put a distance on it. How do they know where it was going to bounce? You know, do they have some geometric app working on it and calculate where it was going to land?
Well, I think they use. I can't remember. I'm trying to think of the name of one of the ones I've heard of recently. I think they use some kind of Hawkeye equivalent, but
right.
I'm loath to say it as I now go on to say it, but I assume it's nonsense, and they don't actually.
Exactly. And who cares anyway?
They don't actually know. The only ones that I know have gone a long way are the ones that go out of the ground.
Yes. As long as it goes over the rope, I don't. You know, does it matter whether it's gone a mile over or half an inch?
Well, we'll have a bowling change at the Sir Alistair Cook, and Matt Critchley is going to replace Simon Harmer. Critchley, of course, was the pick of the bowlers in the Yorkshire first innings, 4 for 49. He's in immediately. That's a drag down, and Wharton gives that the treatment. It's just a weather pace off, and it's actually a 6. I thought it bounced because I couldn't see the angle, but he gives it the full treatment all the way over deep mid-wicket. 6 runs.
Well, I want to know what distance from the batsman would that have bounced, would that have landed at ground level, of course.
I'll draw an arc in a minute, literally into Wharton.
Parabola.
That one is outside the off stump, and Wharton doesn't give that one the treatment. It's fielded at extra cover. Bit loose in the first 2 balls here, Matt Critchley, as he tries to get into his work, and that one is also another drag down, and Wharton just backs away and slaps that over mid-on for 4, and that brings up his 50. Adam Wharton moves to 52, a 6, then a 4, and it's back-to-back 50s in this match. He carried his bat in the first innings with 63 unbeaten runs, and he's moved to 52 after that for Yorkshire in an imperious position. 191 for 1. Critchley into Wharton. Wharton is forward in defence. Critchley thought that one might have just sneaked through. Wharton's able to smother it.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, you carry on. It's only a slow bowler after all. Not a lot of time for interjections.
Critchley in again to Wharton. Better delivery. Wharton is down on one knee and smothers it again. Bit of a bag of licorice all sorts in this first over though from Critchley. Can he end the over with another dot? That one's a bit of a drag down again, but Wharton doesn't put it away. And 10 off Matt Critchley's first over. Yorkshire 191 for 1. Adam Live on 116. James Wharton on 52, and the lead is 284.
And as Michael points out, Essex are well ahead of, well, no, not just Essex, but the bowling rate between the two sides is 7 to the good. I suppose it is Essex, yes. So we're going to see Jamie Porter continuing from the far end. Yeah, that's really good to see that they're ahead of the rate, because we get so used now to slow over rates, which is, you know, I know a lot of people comment on it, and quite rightly, especially compared with former times when, you know, 20 and over, 20 an hour was more or less the accepted rate. And now we're now officially at 16, and there are many days when it's a lot less. And there's no obvious reason for it.
Players not caring about the punishment that comes with it.
Well, yes. As I said, Porter, no, it's not, of course. Oh, and that's an involuntary... Oh, it wasn't 4. Yeah, sorry for the hiatus, but the ball, first of all, went off the blade of the bat, the batsman who was trying to evade it completely, and it went more or less over Pepper's head, and then it trickled down, well, no, more than trickled down, just the part of the ground immediately in front of us which you can't quite see. Two fielders were in with a chance, and one of them obviously did stop it because it was not signalled as 4, so 2 more to Lythe, who faces up to Noah Thane. And, well, now a similar shot has been played, but this was intentional, and that's 4 down to third man. Well, it was a bold shot and very well executed, because Lythe was fully aware there is a third man down there, but he put little enough weight on it to make sure it bounced well before it got to Snater down in that position. So, splendid bit of cricket from Lythe. If I keep praising Lythe, it's because I really do like the man. I like the way he bats, and as I was saying yesterday, and he pulls that away for 6 more runs, and he's what's the phrase, filling his boots now. Some of the, well, yeah, some of the bowling has not been how should we put it, of the highest order in the last sort of 20 minutes, half an hour. Lost ball, a lot of cricket balls get lost here. It's a small ground, and at this end there's a river, and a lot of balls go in the finish up in the River Can. And
do you ever catch people trying to fish for
well, I don't know. I've never actually seen anybody, and I'm not quite sure whether they're like eggs. The good ones float and the bad ones sink, or the other way around, whichever it is with eggs. But no, there must be a lot of cricket balls in the River Can behind us.
Because you know how, like, around golf courses there'll be certain golf fans who know that there are spots where free golf balls are available.
Oh yes, yes, we have a golf course very near us, a public golf course, I hasten to say, in case you think we live somewhere terribly posh, which we don't. And yeah, taking the dog for a walk over there, then the dog didn't find so many golf balls, but yeah, we certainly did. So much so, we bring them home that we finished up with about 4 or 5 buckets of balls, and then we sort of said, because I've stopped playing golf. And then we had to think, well, what do we do with them now? Why actually did we collect them? I think we eventually put them out in front of the house with a sort of little sign saying, "Golf balls, help yourself." And even then they didn't go. Tempted to go down the end of Southend Pier where I live, and I don't mean on the pier, and about to have a quick change of commentary, and therefore a quick change of microphones and headphones. Right, superbly executed, though I say it myself, by a 3-way exchange. And I don't think during the course of that we suffered the deadliest of sins, which is dead air. And to welcome Jonathan back in next to us, who will be very happy about his the situation that his side is in, but not overtly so. Some of our colleagues would be in this position and absolutely ecstatic, but Jonathan, like I, has a more measured approach to things. That's nudged down to fine leg for 4 runs. Yorkshire have been batting very, very well, but it has to be said that some of the bowling has not been of the highest order.
No. Are you referring to the fact that maybe some people might at this point punch the air because the team that they follow around has gone into a 301 run lead?
I am alluding to that precisely, yes. I'm sure inwardly you're very excited. And that's just played out hard into the ground and then bounces up into the hands of Tom Wesley fielding in the covers. And it brings that over to its conclusion with the visitors at 208 for 1.
I think the powers of describing a game using the English language are fairly similar, whether win, lose or draw. Are they not? Just got to describe what's going on.
Well,
really,
you would have thought so, but yeah, I agree with 100%.
so Matt Critchley is going to continue at the Sir Alistair Cook end of the ground. Tony Sweeney says looking forward to being down at the Oval later this week. Yorkshire there, of course, for the next match on Friday. Hope Adam is saving a few runs in the lock-up. Sylvia says, morning Jonathan, catching up with events after attending the 40th anniversary of the Bradford City Fire Disaster Memorial Service. Very moving, but some joyous community singing at the end. Good to see the lads carrying on the good work and Adam get his century. Yorkshire never had a more true and faithful servant. Thanks, Sylvia. As he's played another cracking shot here, just rocking back, giving himself an extra bit of room to free those hands, and he really has put the pedal to the metal since he got to that 100 mark. Incidentally, just 2 counties now that Adam Lyth has yet to score a first-class century against. Worcestershire, he'll have an opportunity to do that. Oh, I say he will have an opportunity. Will he have an opportunity? I'm not sure actually, because I think that might be one of the counties that they've only played once so far, and that'll be it. And Derbyshire, the other one, who he's had a couple of opportunities against last year, didn't quite manage to make it. Critchley in, Lyth with a lovely reverse sweep here. There is a man set on the boundary edge, that deep backward point, but no chance of him getting round to apprehend that. And so 4 more to Lyth takes him steaming on to 137. Remember, it took him 196 balls to get to his 100, 222 now, to add a further 36 to that 101 that he was on when he hit that boundary. 4.4 in the over so far, 216 for 1. Yorkshire trying to pile on the agony for the hosts. Critchley in, Lyth this time goes front foot. And a sort of smearing drive really out into the covers, picks up 1.
For anybody who was going to go to the exhibition in the museum to see the Nasser Hussain exhibition, they'll be disappointed. Apparently it's for Trevor Bailey and Doug Insull, which I would have thought would attract just as many, if not more. So thank you very much for the update. Maybe it was Nasser Hussain.
Trevor Bailey, marvellous cricketer. As Critchley's in, and that's driven out to deep cover by James Wharton for a single. Norman Eastwood, good morning or good afternoon to you. So William Worsley was president of Yorkshire CC for many years, and several Yorkshire players played on his private ground in front of the hall at Hovingham. We were talking about this the other day.
Yes.
Story goes that Fred was in the team of Yorkshire players in a game against county members, Morin and Moe. It was Critchley bowls to Lyth, who, lovely delicate touch there, tries to get it fine of the man who's at 45 degrees backward of point, can't do so. It's a bit of a wayward throw, but they stick on 1 to complete the over at 219 for 1, a lead of 312. Back to the Norman Eastwood email, said Fred was told that an elderly colonel was playing for the members and that he should give him a gentle delivery so he could get off the mark. Fred walked next to the colonel when he came out to bat and told him he'd get a friendly first ball. Thank you, said the colonel, to which Troon replied, next ball, I'll pin thee against side screen.
Yes, well, similarly, the mention was made of Trevor Bailey and Doug Insull, about whom there are, well, especially Bailey, there are numerous stories, but Doug Insull, from what I remember, Doug Insull wasn't, for a while, wasn't over popular with Yorkshire fans. And I can't remember the precise reason.
Well, he's not from Yorkshire, I suppose, so that's one reason to be not popular with Yorkshire fans.
Well,
not from Yorkshire.
Yes. Oh, I think he dropped a Yorkshireman in favour of an Essex player who didn't have much of a game. No, I'm sure there were people.
How could that be, Dick?
How could it
possibly be?
How could it be? No, but no, he was a. Well, the pavilion is named after Doug Insull, who's probably served this club as well as any any player, both as down the leg side from Thane, in every respect. And I finished up as chairman or president, or maybe both. No, president more likely. Yes, an ex-player wouldn't be chairman. President. And I remember at one AGM, he started off proceedings by saying that sadly in the winter, one or two former members have died. That's just down the leg side as well. And he referred to one former Essex player who was a spinner, and he lamented his passing. He said he was a very, very accomplished spinner, not a very accomplished batsman, and he always seemed to decline from fielding, which in those days you could get away with. No, I don't really field, no. I'll make up the 11, but I won't sort of strain myself. As Thane moves in and bowls, and Lyth nudges that down to deep, I suppose deep backward point would be one way of describing it.
Jonathan has mailed in. Have you been talking about beers?
About what?
When I've been around, off around the ground.
Talking about
beers?
Beers? No.
Cervezas? No. Okay.
No. Carry on anyway.
Oh, well, it just says, just to help the commentators, it should be cervezas, not cervixes.
Oh, yes, we were. Yes, sorry. Yeah, that's right. Yes, there's somebody from. I beg your pardon. Come back to that after this. That's played out to Wesley at mid-off. No addition to the score. Yes, I can't remember his name now. David, I think it was, from the Costa del Sol, said he was enjoying tapas and cervixes, which I found a very odd thing to say.
Mm.
I hope I haven't offended anybody or committed some cardinal sin, and this is the last day I ever broadcast.
Sounds like an interesting night. Well, one that probably you've got a story in the locker about.
Yes. Yeah. Well.
If you've never met Dick, by the way, just picture the character played by Paul Whitehouse on the Fast Show. You know the one.
I won't reciprocate. As next livery. Oh, it's lofted hard, high, and very handsome out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. Totally untenanted, vast acreage of empty greensward out there, and it went for 4 runs. And that brings up the
150 partnership.
150 partnership. Well, it doesn't seem very long ago that we were recognising the 100 partnership, and those last 50 have come up very quickly, but that may have been helped by some somewhat friendly bowling. Right. David, I think it's another David, emails us and saying, you were talking about scenic cricket grounds yesterday. 2 school grounds that stand out for me, or to me, are Sedbergh and Giggleswick. Giggleswick? Yes, Giggleswick cricket grounds. I was never good enough to play in Ermisted's first team, but I visited both grounds as an adult many times. Best wishes, great coverage.
Simon Harmer bowling to Adam Lyth, who takes a full first delivery and just strokes it into the leg side. No run. Slip in place. The fielder's not dispersed that much with the lefty on strike, but he's just been able to dab one square round the corner for a single. Good to hear from Jez B, Jeremy Bowman. Hope you're well. Can't believe how the control and discipline that the Essex bowlers showed in the first innings has disintegrated in the second. Testament in turn to the patience showed by the imperious Adam Lyth, supported by James Wharton. Yeah, indeed. Bill Kelso, a question of how far a 6 distance is calculated. It's probably a system similar to golf's TrackMan system. How many runs will be needed to take an Essex win out of the possible results?
Yes.
Quite a few more yet, I think, with the amount of time left in the match, still 5 sessions. Harmer in and bowling, and Wharton crab-like across to defend. Derek Lewis. An email address for commenting with the commentary. Not quite sure what you mean, but you can email me on bbcwestyorkshiresport@gmail.com. You've already emailed me anyway on a different address. As Harmer bowls one that turns fairly sharply, and Wharton goes back foot to push it out into the offside. Sorry to hear, Derek, that you're watching constantly in pain. No, I'm joking, constantly in Spain. He's a St Michael's Lane boy and lived from 1957 to the 80s in the crescent of the houses outside the main gates. Okay, just over the road from the ground then, as Wharton drives one back to Harmer. My dad also had the barber's shop on the little parade next to them from 1946, that one where the Ugly Mugs calf is then, no doubt. Harmer is in, oh, swept top edge and out. James Wharton gone. Jamie Porter, I think, is the man who took the catch, coming round from 45 degrees behind square, and Wharton, the second Yorkshire wicket to fall in this, their second innings, off the last ball of the 73rd over for 61, the 117th delivery he's faced, and a very good stand between that pair of over 150 comes to an end at 225 for 2, a lead of 318.
Yeah, so a splendid knock there by Wharton. Very obviously Yorkshire trying to accelerate, and they have been helped in that respect, and with a view to declaring and giving themselves plenty of time to bowl Essex out. The more I think about that other email from David, I think I've been set up here, you know, and yeah, my naivety coming through, I assumed that word had another meaning and for some Spanish dish or something, but no, I may have been set up. Oh well, never mind.
First wicket of the match there for Simon Harmer.
Yeah. So it's Jonathan Tattersall who has now come to the wicket. And what a nice time to come to the wicket when you see that your side are 225 for 2 and 418 in the lead. It's not a bad situation to go to.
No, and well played James Wharton as well. Second 60 of the match, 62 undefeated in the first innings, 61 including 4 fours and 2 sixes in the second innings. And people talking about the young players who've not really played much first division cricket because of the 2 years back in Division 2, and seeing if they have got what it takes. Well, you come down to a place like this and you've got to prove yourself, and he's done that very well in both knocks. Speaking of barbers, by the way, from Derek's email, I noticed as I walked in this morning, the barber's shop just out the back was full of kids. It must have been
really
a dozen children in waiting for haircuts with various parents sitting alongside. Yeah, great trade early doors on a Sunday morning.
I don't see why anybody has to wait for a haircut now. There are so many barber shops. But anyway, it's Critchley, who previously bowled a somewhat undistinguished over. Was it indistinguished? Anyway, not very distinguished over from the Sir Alistair Cook end, is now plying his trade from the Graham Gooch end, and that first delivery is just nudged around the corner by Lyth for a single.
Simon in Sunderland says not Doug Insole popularity brackets sick.
Oh, yes.
Not Insole, but Keith Fletcher, who was selected ahead of Phil Sharp for a Headingley Test.
That was it. And then I think dropped a catch. But, Keith Fletcher now president of the club here, and fervent supporter often to be seen. That's short of a length. Dispatch to square on the offside. One run a cruise.
Gavin Davies also says Doug Insole when chairman of selectors dropped Sir Geoffrey Boycott after he scored 246 not out in a test against India at Headingley in 1967.
That was it. That was the one I was particularly thinking of. But I'm sure there was some episode involving Phil Sharp, that may have been who Fletcher came in for. And that's just worked away backward of square on the onside by the left-handed Adam Lyth for another single, taking the score on to 228 for 2.
FPL Spartans has nailed that description from the Fast Show, Dick Davis, and put up a graphic as well.
Some commentary boxes, not very many thankfully, that's just played with duo defence, have a camera in the commentary box, and occasionally you see glimpses of the commentary team.
Oh, you'll get that well, you get it at Headingley, whether you will at York for the return fixture, I'm not sure.
No. That's worked away on the onside. You certainly get it at Old Trafford. They make a big play of it. And yeah, one or two other places. But no, we've hardly got enough room with 3 commentators in here, let alone a television camera as well. End of the over, and 229 for 2. This commentary box is what in this estate agent terms would be described as bijou, probably. But very pleasant it is, and in a very good situation, overlooking the ground from the more or less behind the bowler's arm, depending obviously on whereabouts on the square the wicket is pitched. At the moment, with Harmer about to bowl from the Sir Alistair Cook end, which is the city end of the ground really, then we're watching from sort of fairly straight, long on.
Yeah, 143 not out against his name from 232 deliveries. Simon Harmer just taking a bit of time again to get his field sorted. We're just 11 minutes or so away from the lunch break on day 3. Johnny Tattersall is the man on strike here. He's on 2. And he's got a job to do as well. He'll want to grasp this opportunity, having not managed to do so in the first innings, batting at 4. First ball of the over. Plays quite nicely along the deck. Couple of dives. The one collecting the ball of the 2 divers there was the bowler himself. Noah Thane not managing to reel it into his left. Short leg and slip in place. Harmer over the wicket, and Tattersall works it square on the leg side. Can't get it past Jamie Porter. Still Essex relatively upbeat, verbally at least, in the field.
Well, yes.
As Tattersall is forward and smothering this latest Harmer delivery. Halfway through his 20th of this innings, Simon Harmer. Taken 1 for 47 so far. Was making his way in, and then stopped and returns to his mark. Again, floats this one up. Tattersall watchful, turns it round the corner. Caught at what leg slip in the first innings, remember. Johnny Tattersall off Matt Critchley. Just pretty much glanced it round the corner into the hands of the fielder. No leg slip set for Harmer. He's bowling again, and Tattersall forward with those lovely soft hands that he plays with. Just turns it out to Thane in the onside. Final ball of the over. Simon Harmer trying to complete another maiden here, and does so with a nice drop just outside off stump. So 229 for 2 at the end of that over. And Gary says a young Whitby lad named Lyth, through the covers he'd elegantly scythe, with pulls through mid-wicket. He sure loved his cricket. Another century, to no one's surprise.
Very, very good. Definitely the poem of the morning. Not that we've had any others, but even if we'd had numerous, I think that it scans, it rhymes, it's humorous, yeah, it has everything going for it. Potential poet laureate, I feel. So, yep, not too long before lunch, which is often indicated by the prevalence of spin bowling. Oh, and that's just nudged very fine down to fine leg, and it will go to the boundary. There's a slight slope in this direction, only a slight slope, but yeah, on baked hard outfield as it is, obviously with the summer the spring we've had, then once it gets a bit of momentum on the ball, it's difficult to catch up with. So 4 runs, and there's another one down towards the sycamore tree, the far less publicised sycamore tree than the 1 or 2 in the country, or that were in the country. Tattersall. Pepper takes the bails off, but realises that the batsman had never left his crease and therefore doesn't even waste his breath appealing. Carefully rebuilds the castle, puts the bails back on it, and that's pulled away, slightly short of a length, pulled away, but very near the splice probably, that shot played, and went out to Charlie Allison at mid-wicket region.
Did a lap when I was off air, and I'm disconcerted to see that the food van in the far corner is not open.
Is it not?
Food hut.
Oh, I wish you'd broken that news to me more gently, actually.
It might have opened now, but just before 12:30 when I came back on air, it was both huts were closed over there. So it's burgers or nothing, I think. Burger all.
It's played backward of square on the offside for a single. That brings the over to a conclusion. I'll just get one more email in. Suffice to say, I usually read them verbatim, but I think I better paraphrase this one. Paul is not impressed with the Essex performance this morning, from what he's seen, presumably on the stream. Yeah, he's in fact extremely displeased with what he's seen. So thank you, Paul.
Simon Harmer's going to continue. John Carrick, brother of the late former Yorkshire captain Phil, has messaged me saying that I wasn't going to get in touch but can't resist. Lyth has matured over the years to be a class act. What category would you put him in the greats of Yorkshire batters? Top 10 for me. He'd be around 8th, as they have been greats, but Lyth really shows his credentials. It will be hard to replace him, and over 40 years of age is a possibility as Harmer bowls to Tattersall with Lyth looking on. I think over 40 is a distinct possibility. The way he's playing, he's still as fit as a fiddle, and clearly very highly rated by his latest head coach as Tattersall pushes forward, because he said to me after Adam Lyth's first ton of the season at Hampshire that he deserves to be now named among the all-time greats. He's passed Maggs as Yorkshire's highest scorer in the 21st century in first-class cricket, and let's not forget his other exploits as well with the white ball. Harmer is in, and that's dropped into the leg side by Tattersall. There's no run, so yeah, I think he's got to be up there now. I know people look at number of runs scored, and others have got greater amounts, but the game obviously different, number of matches played, all those sorts of things. I know wickets are covered these days compared to back in the old days when they weren't, as Johnny Tattersall pushes one into the offside, but I think he would slot very well in many very good Yorkshire sides over the years as a left-hander at the top of the order. The way he plays, class act, and he really has shown it again so far this season, when, let's face it, it's not been a bed of roses with the Yorkshire batting, has it? As Lyth opens the face and runs one out to point. He's still going, the lad, 37, 148 not out. His hunger for runs is clearly still there for all to see. 3 minutes to go before lunch. You'll want to see these next few moments out. Lovely little stroke into the offside to pick up a single there. 237 for 2. Richard Malland has been in touch as well. Afternoon, gents. Excellent knock from Lythe, who seems to get better with age. Talking of nice grounds, could I throw my own club, Cliff CC, into the discussion? Possibly the most northerly club in Yorkshire, just 150 yards south of the Tees, a few miles west of Darlington and north of Richmond. Sent us a lovely shot of the ground taken yesterday. It loses a little bit in translation on radio, but I can assure you it was nice. And Critchley to bowl the final over of the morning session.
Indeed, from the Graham Gooch end. And we had one or two more emails, but we'll come to those after the lunch break. And that's just pushed out backward of square for a single to Lythe, which gets an extra round of applause because that's his 150th run of the innings. And a splendid 150 it's been too. Takes Yorkshire on to 238 for 2, a lead of, hope you're sitting down, Essex supporters, 431, I'll make that. That's just pushed out on the offside for a single. And it's Thane that completes the fielding. And that's a ball of full length, which concedes a single as it's just pushed out to deep mid-wicket. An agreed single, as they say in the trade, where everybody knows there's one there and no more than one.
Without getting too carried away, at 151 on the ball, just remind people Adam Lythe's highest first-class score at Old Trafford, 251. So a way to go yet.
Yes. Oh, I'm about to do a 1 o'clock update, but probably since we've had 4 deliveries of this over, then fortunately they'll have already gone off.
With the latest BBC News for Essex,
That's just played out on the onside, no addition to the score of 240 for 2. And that is the last ball before lunch. That concludes a session which has been very, very, very much in the favour of the visitors, because they've taken their overnight score of 114 for 1 onto 240 for 2. So another 126 added for the loss of just 1 wicket.
And a lead, Dick, of 333, which is a well-known number around these parts,
Yes.
I seem to recall.
It is indeed. Yes, Graham Gooch made 333 in a test. Yes, I got my arithmetic totally wrong a little while ago, but yeah, thanks for very subtly correcting me there. Yeah, Graham Gooch got 333 in a test match against India at Lords, and then followed it up with another century and completed the match by getting a run out as well. Not a bad game. Anyway, thanks very much for listening. We really appreciate it, and the emails. Please log on again in about 40 minutes' time.
Welcome back from the county ground Chelmsford. Machelle Hewitt and myself, Jonathan Doidge, to bring you this first half hour of commentary on Essex versus Yorkshire, and the latter in their second innings, 240 for the loss of 2 wickets, a 333 run lead. Lots of threes on the board at the moment, with the points for both sides looking at 3 apiece as well. Adam Lyth, his 39th first-class century ticked off earlier today. He's on 151 from 238 deliveries, and Jonathan Tattersall 5 off 21. Umpires Jack Chantry at this Sir Alistair Cook end, and Steve O'Shaughnessy back out there. The players have followed, and we're just waiting for the resumption for what could be an interesting afternoon. Now Yorkshire have got this substantial lead and still have 8 wickets in the tent, then we might see them open their shoulders again, just as they were doing towards the back end of that morning session. Adam Lyth in particular. James Wharton, the only man out today, 61, caught by Jamie Porter off the bowling of this man, Simon Harmer, who's going to open up for the afternoon session from this Sir Alistair Cook end. Just bringing up Kason Waithe from long leg, and bowls now to Lyth, who drops one into the leg side, and there's no run. Pretty breezy, a virtually cloudless sky. I say that in the distance, and looking up ahead, actually there's a few white fluffy ones above, but certainly nothing threatening in the way of rain. And the sight screen away at the Graham Gooch end just billowing around in the wind today, as it was yesterday, as Lyth plays one down towards leg slip with the second delivery of the session, and again there's no run. Simon Harmer will get through this pretty quickly again, you would think, and he's bowling again now, and that is pushed back to the bowler by Lyth. Again no run, so a quiet start. Harmer making his way in once again, this time round about middle stump with a little bit of turn, and Lyth happy to just prop forward and get himself back in. Now in the middle there, Tom Westley just down to our right at long off. Field hasn't changed much to Lyth when Harmer's been bowling, and he's going to stroke a nice single out to the cover sweeper for the first run of the session. Field will change. Right-handed Tattersall on strike. Came up with some vital scores last year in Yorkshire's promotion season, but he's having his first start of the season in first-class cricket here. Just pushing forward and padding off into the offside to complete the over at 241 for 2, 334 runs in front. What was for lunch?
Well, I think I opted for the exact same as yourself, and a burger and chips variety. So I'm well fueled, ready for the second session. Yourself?
Yeah, chicken burger. Not ideal, but you know.
Yeah, sometimes you have to.
Continuing after lunch from the
Needs must.
Matt Critchley.
And as I'm sure you heard over the tannoy, Matt Critchley will be on from the Graham Gooch end. Myself and Jonathan were discussing just before we came back on air that how much Yorkshire may want to stretch their lead to. By all means, do send in your predictions as to when and if they will choose to declare today, as we wait for players motioning over to the players' pavilion. Not sure why, but everybody's looking in that direction. Change it back possibly. Johnny Bairstow has come out of the pavilion. It's not him they're looking at. Maybe there wasn't 11 on the field. So we will finally get underway. Matt Critchley and Lyth is on strike, and he's happy to just immediately tuck that one into the leg side. There's no one at square leg. I'll get one. Live moves to 53, sorry. His highest score is 251. I don't know if it's too early to start looking at that, but depends how long Yorkshire want to be out there, because he's pretty much looked untroubled all day. Critchley and Tadstall leaves that outside of the off stump. No run. So last season, sorry, as Jonathan and I were talking, last season Surrey chased 501 against Kemp. So anyone saying below 500, that's defended by Tadstall. No run.
Yeah, it's obviously not going to do much for captains committing themselves, is it, that?
Yeah, I think Dom Sibley, I need to go back and look at that innings, but I think Dom Sibley scored like, come back to that. That's driven down to mid-on for no run. I think Sibley scored like 100 and, I want to say 100 or maybe 70 odd, off like 400 and something balls, and that kind of laid the foundation. I'm going to go find that scorecard. And Tadstall tries to put that through the covers, but it's well fielded. Well fielded in the covers by Nothing. And on the back foot this time, and again there's no run there, as Jamie Porter is in on the 45 to save the run, and that brings an end to the over. Yorkshire 242 for 2. Bit of a slow going at the start, everyone just kind of ambling about very slowly, maybe trying to ease off the lunchtime of food. To Yorkshire 335 lead.
Quite possibly. Yeah, Simon Harmer looks like he's going to continue, as you'd expect, at this Sir Alistair Cook end. Charles Lewis says, "Hi Jonathan, have you discussed the UAE women's team who all retired out to expedite the end of their innings as rain threatened? Brackets, no declarations in T20s." Charles up there in Beverley. Well, the straight answer to that is no.
I did see an article about that. I think they made 160 odd, but was it batters 3 to 11 all retired out? Something to that effect. And they won the match.
I'm not really sure what Charles is driving at there with that. I mean, obviously, highly unusual. Shane Snater is going to come on rather than Simon Harmer. In fact, Harmer was walking in as if he was going to take the ball again. But Snater it is, because that is 80 overs complete. So they have taken the second new ball. See if Essex can now start to make things happen. And field-wise, we're going to see 2 slips. A third man, Critchley, is being dispatched out into the deep square on the offside. Thane in the covers, fairly tight on a 1. Wesley at mid-off. Das at mid-on. And a sweeper out in front of square leg, plus a long leg. And Snater gets one to nip on Lythe straight away with that second new ball. Cuts him in 2 almost. Pepper taking it away to his right, way down the leg side in terms of where it landed in his hands, but was pretty much over the top of leg stump as it went through. Tim Stowe says he's enjoying the viewing and commentary from home in Atlanta before the kids get up, and enjoy the Colonel stroke Fred Hovingham sight screen story. Thanks, Tim. Listeners stateside again today as Snater bowls to Lythe, who pushes it into the covers, and there's no run. Derek Lewis says, hope my email didn't bring Wharton's wicket. With regard to your cervix's email from Spain, I think Dave typed cerveza, Spanish for beer, and autocorrect took over.
That makes more sense.
Snater turning. Ball number 3 of this 81st over is wide of off stump, and Lythe leaves. Anthony Darby. Afternoon to you. Listening from Lombok, sweltering Lombok in Indonesia. Good to have you on board. My memories of favourite grounds are the wee grounds where my dad and I went to watch village cricket when we were on holiday near Tiptree in Essex in the late 70s. Wonderful afternoons in places like Coggleshall. No crowds but totally absorbing cricket. I remember on one occasion we were invited to join the teams in the pavilion at the tea break for sandwiches and refreshments as Snater bowls and Lythe punches really rather than drives up to Wesley at mid-off, takes him on and gets through for a single. Anthony goes on another occasion, a rather unlikely fast bowler split the rear seam of his trousers. My dad and I were avid Yorkshire fans, being from Huddersfield, so we had hours chatting about teams he and I knew. He even remembered watching Headley Verity before the war. If you're a regular listener, you'll know Headley Verity, very much a representative of the club that I'm associated with back home, Rawdon. Blue plaque on the clubhouse outer wall and a showcase to Headley inside. Great player, and sadly lost in World War II, or as a result of injuries suffered in World War II, as that's wide of off stump, and Johnny Tattersall leaves. Anthony goes on. More recently, my family moved to New Zealand, and my sister, who lives in Essex, bought me a week pass for the Bay Oval Mount Maunganui for my 70th birthday. England hammered the Black Caps and had a fascinating chat with Finchy the trumpeter after the end. Bought him a pint. Well, the Kiwi pale imitation at 500 millilitres. Met fans from all over the world there to follow England. The Barmy Army was in good voice. Snater, oh God, it must be surely here, unless he's hit that one. Not out, says umpire Jack Shantry. Well, he was doubled over. The ball just did not get above poor Johnny Tattersall's bootlaces, really. Can't see a replay from here, so I'm not going to be able to observe that again, but in terms of its height, and it looked fairly adjacent from this angle, about 4 strips to the right, he looked like he was gone for all money, but the finger on this occasion did not go up, so maybe after that fairly soft dismissal for Johnny in the first innings, that might be a bit of something on his side that he can take with him in this one.
I think he's a lucky man, Jonathan Tattersall. I think after seeing a replay of that, I think he's fortunate, but maybe I don't know, was there an inside edge? I'm not sure about that, but either way, he's still there. And,
well, it felt like that might be the one thing if he thinks he's just got a nick onto his pad, and that's fair enough, obviously.
So, as alluded to, from the Graham Gooch end, we will have Jamie Porter to bowl, Adam Lythe on strike. Before we get that first ball, in fact, and I'll return to that point after the first ball, Porter into Lythe. That's tucked round the corner by Lythe, 4-1, very comfortable. He's been there a long time now. He's faced 249 balls for his 154. 155, in fact. Yeah, so that innings I was talking about a couple of overs ago. So Surrey was set 501 to win by Kemp, and they chased it down. Dom Sibley scored 140 unbeaten runs of 415 balls. A century from Jamie Smith and Ben Folkeson as well. Porter to Tattersall, defended, no run. So we've got 2 slips in with the new ball. Got Dean Elgar in at first slip, Simon Harmer in at second. We've got point, cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, backward square, just in front but backward square. Porter in at 2 Tattersall. Wafts at that one outside the off stump. He will say that he left it alone, but it looked like a waft to me, and no run.
Yeah, a bit of A little bit of extra bounce from Porter. I think he was going to play at it, but sort of dropped his hands underneath it as it went through.
Just got to get whatever, if there are any gremlins, out of his head from that previous over with the big LBW shout from Shane Snater. New ball doing a tiny bit here. Porter, that's always forward, defence, no run.
Chris Monks has emailed in, as usual, enjoying the witty and informed commentary here in Newcastle upon Tyne. I'm a Yorkie in exile and love to watch the likes of Chris Old, Richard Hutton and John Hampshire back in the early 70s. On the subject of defunct grounds, Bramall Lane in Sheffield was perhaps the weirdest county ground ever, hosting cricket and football in the same arena, with football stands on 3 sides and a cricket pavilion distantly on the 4th.
What era was that? Come back to that one. Porter to Tadstall. Rises up on him a tiny bit, defended either way.
No, until, well, I don't know exactly when Bramall Lane was stopped being used as a county ground without looking it up. But until in relatively recent history, let's say. He says the lush grass growing in the shadow of Sheffield United's towering stands slowed elegant straight drives from Phil Sharp, Doug Padgett and Boycott, but provided a modicum of shade on hot summer days. More in a moment.
Porter again and again forward and in defence by Jonathan Tattersall, and there is no run there, and that brings an end to the over. Yorkshire 244 for 2, Adam Lyth 155 and Jonathan Tattersall 5. The lead is 337.
On one such afternoon, says Chris, the slowly roasting crowd were ignoring the cries of a local newspaper seller of the Greenan. Sports special, sports special. No takers. The enterprising vendor then folded a Greenan in half, stuck it on his head and changed his cry to Sunups 5p. Needless to say, we all bought one. At that time, United's ground was scruffy compared to that of local rivals Wednesday. Hillsborough then hosted World Cup matches and FA Cup semi-finals. As I was and remain an owl, I enjoyed the chant at derby games of United we stand, Wednesday we sit down.
Sounds like the 70s, I guess.
Yeah, here's Snater bowling to Lyth, who strokes one to Tom Wesley at mid-off, no run. Lily, good afternoon to you. Fantastic innings by Adam Lyth. Hope Johnny Tattersall gets some runs. I think Yorkshire will decide with a 500 and I think declare, she probably means, with a 550 run lead. I hope Matthew Revis gets some wickets in the second innings. And Lily declares herself as the chairperson, chairwoman and president of the Matthew Revis fan club. There'll be large numbers as well for that, Lily, so I'm sure the membership's high. As Snater comes in, and Adam Lyth, who should probably carry his own fan club, and well does by the messages that have come in today. Strokes 1 down towards long leg.
Based on the messages that you're getting, dare I say, with a very small sample size of what I've heard today, do Yorkshire have the biggest overseas fan base in county cricket? I reckon a lot of people from outside of the country messaging in about Yorkshire here.
What can I say? You know, it's the facts don't lie. Snater's over the wicket and bowling to Tattersall, drops that into the offside, and there is no run. Looks like we may get a visit from Yorkshire non-playing as he is in this match all-rounder, Jordan Thompson, a little bit later on in the afternoon. Hope he'll drop in for a chat. And I'm sure the atmosphere in the Yorkshire dressing room or balcony away to our right is going to be pretty light-hearted at the moment and happy as Tattersall drops on that one into the offside, and again no run. Had well, what we think was a bit of a let-off maybe, Johnny, in the previous Shane Snater over.
Yeah, quite possibly.
That's cricket. have had a few bad ones in his time as well. And he's doing a bit of gardening now, just taking a little bit of time out of this between deliveries while Snater goes down and does something to do with the fastenings on his boot. Bit of Velcro by the looks of things. Re-strapping that together. So 1 off the over so far. 2 balls remaining. We've been back out there for 20 minutes now since the lunch break. Snater. Shirt untucked. Good length ball. Tattersall forward. Pushes back to the bowler. No run. A couple of vapor trails in the distance. Look like they might be about to collide. No, they're just going to miss each other like in all good movies. Or maybe in some good movies they might hit each other, I don't know. Not really a movie aeroplane disaster buff, I've got to say. There's more actually over to the right. More vapor trails. I love that sight. Blue sky and the trail of vapor behind an aircraft. As Tattersall runs one down to third man for a single. There's a small aircraft away as well with no vapor trail, moving from left to right just behind the side screen, the floodlight pylon I should say, at the Graham Gooch end of the ground. End of the over then, 2 runs from it, 246 for 2, the lead now 339, very healthy, plus over rate of 6 for the hosts, but not too many other positives on day 3.
No, it is, for those who aren't here today, it is very, very warm at this moment. Is it warmer than yesterday? Must
Definitely. I've put the window on in the hope that the smoked glass might just stop me from burning quite as much as when it was wide open.
Yeah, I've moved my chair a tad bit back here, but Jamie Porter, he's got some work to do. He's in to Tattersall, who's forward in defence, no run. My screen has gone off for the scorecard, so I'll have to go off the scoreboard immediately opposite me for now. 246 for 2. Porter turns at the end of his long mark and is in again to Tattersall, who drives down to mid-on for 1. Catches the inner portion of his bat. Is able to get through to 1 for 1 comfortably. That moves Yorkshire to 247 for 2. Tattersall moves on to 7. Adam Live is on 156. Eyeing up a double ton. 44 runs away. He got real motor on at the back end, possibly in the last 30 minutes before lunch, 40 minutes before lunch. Porter into Live and cramps him up a bit. He's hopping afterwards. Don't know if that's indicating of it catching him on his foot or on his knee, or look to see where he's.
Yeah, it's a bit sort of dead leg territory on his thigh by the looks of it. That maybe that bit between the pad flap and the thigh pad that sometimes can get one flush on.
Definitely hurt him a tiny bit. He's still gingerly bending. As Jonathan said there, it looked like he may have caught him in that thigh pad knee area, gingerly bending his leg. But faces up to another ball from Porter. And this one is able to guide to point for 1. Brings Jonathan Tattersall back on strike.
Duncan says, I'm assuming Yorkshire will be eyeing up a 400 to 450 lead and want to give Live the opportunity to get 200 plus before putting Essex back in at the end of the day. Yorkshire have been recently talking a lot about having to risk losing a match in order to put themselves in a position to win it. So I'm really hoping they do declare at some point today. We'll see, Duncan. And thanks for your thank yous.
Porter into Tattersall. It's just dabbed down to short mid wicket for no run.
I can imagine the Yorkshire captain who's next in probably, given the position they're in, wouldn't want to hang around too long before he starts to play a few shots, and maybe he's that route, if you like, to getting to that sort of declaration target a bit quicker. But as all coaches and captains seem to say these days, it's not just about how many runs you've got, it's also you don't want to leave the opposition too much time now.
Porter to Tassel. That one's outside the off stump. He's gone up in appeal. Umpire's not interested at all. Porter thought it was out. Everyone on the Essex team thought it was out, but the umpire was unmoved, and that's the end of the over. I say everyone on the Essex team, behind the slip certainly, and at cover they went up. A couple of bemused looks around the pitch.
Yeah, Jamie Porter going back and collecting his cap off Steve O'Shaughnessy and clearly saying, what did that miss? It could only have been bat if there was any sound, because he was away from his body with it was Tats, but clearly didn't feel he got a touch, the umpire, so not given. Couldn't tell from this angle whether he did or didn't. Shane Snater, he's going to continue at the Sir Alistair Cook end. 2 slips still in place, trying to find a legit edge through to maybe one of them, or a Michael Pepper who's in the gloves. First ball round about off stump, dropped into the offside by Lythe, and there is no run. He hasn't continued in the same vein as he did before lunch, and I think largely because that was with the old ball. There was the short bowling tactics. He was playing a few ramps and taking a few chances when the ball was like a pair of socks. Second new ball, harder. Sometimes I know that can go around the park more quickly, but he's just been watchful here, doesn't want to give it away. And why would you? 157 not out. Snater in, and he runs this one down towards third man. Porter will field, and they'll get 1. And he did say to me last night, Adam Lythe, it's still not an easy pitch to get yourself in on. So, you know, if you do go, I think I said before, he was out in the first innings, that if he went, you could see 2 or 3 wickets going quickly. Well, of course he went, and then basically Yorkshire just kept on losing wickets at regular intervals after that point. So underlines that nobody's really kind of completely got the head around the pitch, apart from it's slow and you've got to play it as if it is, but not easy to get yourself in the first place, which is I think why Johnny Tattersall has also been watchful, as he was with that Snater delivery, stroke to mid-on. Once you feel you're reading the pace of the pitch, then, and probably only then, you can perhaps start to open your shoulders, especially when you've got a few wickets in the 10. Yorkshire in a very strong position at this moment in time, but it's far from a done deal. 342 runs ahead at 249 for 2. Snater in, and solidly behind it Tattersall. Still got 60 overs and 2 balls remaining on this third day, and a lot can happen, a lot can change during that time. So far the Essex bowlers unsuccessful by comparison to the Yorkshire first innings, because they've passed that total of 216 some while ago and still only lost the 2. Snater in, Tattersall has a little push at one outside off stump and quick look round. Ball maybe nipping away slightly. Simon A Blade in Sunderland says last game at Bramall Lane was 1973.
Ah, there you go.
Drew with the unmentionables over the hills. One of 2 English stadia to have hosted international football matches and cricket. The other being the county ground Northamptonshire, or Northampton.
I wouldn't have guessed that.
Another 3-sided ground hosting county cricket and league football. Thanks, Simon. BBC Verify have not been onto that, but I think I'm sure I've read those things before as well. Just can't recall them anymore. As Snater is in with an open face, Tattersall runs that to point, and there is no run to complete over number 85. 5 gone now with the second new ball. No further damage done on the scoreboard. Going to take a change in the commentary box with Dick to come back in. Lythe on 158, Tattersall on 7, that lead 342.
As Dick returns to the commentary booth, I am of course reminded that the last time I was here at Essex, I was told about the blazing sun that comes through the commentary windows, and I was ill-equipped then and I'm ill-equipped now. Jamie Porter from the Graham Gooch end in to Adam Lythe, and Adam Lythe drives that to mid-on for no run. Dick Davies, however, he is fully prepared for this blazing sun. He knows what to expect. To put this in perspective, this is the kind of weather where we should really be commentating in sleeveless vests, but professionality and professionalism must ensue. Porter to Lythe, and he turns that into the leg side for 1. The applause comes up for 250 runs for Yorkshire for only the loss of 2 wickets. It's come from 333 minutes in 85 overs. The lead is 343. Spearheaded by Adam Lythe's 159 runs, unbeaten runs. It's Jonathan Tattersall, however, who is on strike. He's on 7 from 46. Porter into Tattersall, and he turns that into the leg side, but there is protection in front of square. No run. So it's been slow going as compared to the 40 minutes before lunch, where the ball was starting to disappear to all parts. We're in a bit of a post-lunch lull at this point in time. Porter to Tattersall, defended, fielded at point, no run.
It's just the weather for a post-match lull, isn't it? It's it's this session and the crowd are watching, and they may have had a pint at lunchtime, and they're just beginning to nod off a little. We mustn't.
Yeah, we must continue and persevere.
Nor would we go for a pint at lunchtime, I hasten to add. Afterwards, maybe.
5th ball of the over, Porter to Tattersall. Again, backs him up, defends, no run. So we've got 2 slips. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Short mid-wicket, square leg. Someone's on the boundary once I stand up and have a look. Yeah, someone at deep fine leg. I think it's Shane Snater at deep fine leg. Final ball of the over, Porter to Tattersall. Catches the outer portion of the bat, and it will go past the point fielder, which is Matt Critchley, and they come back for 2. And that brings an end to the over. Yorkshire moved to 252 for 2. Adam Lythe 159. Jonathan Tattersall on 9, and the lead is 345.
So the batsman just having a conflab in the middle of the wicket. They would have had obviously instructions or recommendations as to how the skipper wants this game to go. Bairstow came out at lunchtime and had a long, hard look at the wicket, obviously trying to sort out or establish for his own mind what was the score that would maybe put Essex in with a chance, and therefore Yorkshire in with a chance as well, which is always the basis of any good declaration, which is why Keith Fletcher, whom we mentioned this morning, was such a good captain. He was a wily negotiator and led to many victories for Essex. It'll be outstanding if Essex go on to win this one. Slater moves in, bowls. That's pushed out into covers by Adam Lyth. Thank you very much for the emails, which continue to come in, and every one of which is warmly welcomed. Even those that set me up a bit, as one of them did this morning, which I fell for, hook, line and sinker.
So, since you were off air, somebody has emailed in and said that they think that actually was a typo, and it was meant to be Cerveza.
It was meant to be what?
Cerveza, as in a beer.
Oh, really?
I don't know. I'm trying to give the person the benefit of the doubt.
Well, yes. Yeah. Very generously so, too, I think. As that one's ball of full length. And, well, they went through for a single. The ball came to Das, who came across from mid-off. Yeah, possibly Tattersall was a bit slow and out of the blocks. And... or rather, Lyth, Tattersall called Lyth, and well, there was never a realistic chance of a run out, because Lyth made his ground quite comfortably, and it wasn't a very good throw either. So that's two good reasons why it wouldn't have been run out. As Slater moves in and bowls, and that's just played back to the bowler. Right, let's have a look at all these emails. Despite it being Sunday, which is not the most popular day for emails, so many people email and listen from their places of work, but of course now that people can work from home, it's a whole different kettle of fish. And people can fit in working from home around listening to Essex cricket commentary, quite right too, get your priorities right. As Slater moves in and bowls. I was going to say, this isn't a job we could do working from home, but I can remember some years ago, it is quite a few years ago, they used to have commentary on the telephone. So this is going back, I'm probably going back 20 years or more, in my very early days. Even I had early days once upon a time. And this fellow who organised all this phoned me up and he said, would you like to commentate on a test match? And I said, oh, yes, not half. I wouldn't have wanted to do such a thing regularly, but yeah, just as a novelty or a one-off. That's played down to third man, and he said it's, I can't remember who it was against, it's at Old Trafford, and the match starts and such and such. And I said, do I have to provide my own accommodation? And he said, what do you mean? I said, well, don't you understand the word accommodation? I mean, where will I be staying? And he said, well, you'll be staying at home. You'll be watching it from the television and commentating. And I thought, oh, and I did it, but it wasn't much fun. Didn't get the atmosphere, and it was surprisingly hard work, because they didn't always, in those days, when they were televising a game that's just played out to mid-on, they didn't always have a little thing in the corner of the screen saying replay.
Right.
You know, you'll describe one ball and you'll describe the next one, you'd say that could have been almost a carbon copy of the preceding delivery, and then you realised it not only almost could, it was, because it was a replay. So no, never again. That was my one and only, I think, commentary on a test match. And, so the lead is 352. Just before lunch I got it totally wrong, so I tried to calculate it, overlooking the fact that in the bottom right hand corner of the scoreboard it says what the lead is, 352. 352 with 8 wickets in hand. a distinctly handy position for the opposition to be in.
And it'll be Jamie Porter from the Graham Gooch end into Adam Lythe, start of a new over. Lythe is on the drive, and it's fielded at mid-off, no run. Lythe on 161. It's on the countdown to that double ton. Has looked completely untroubled post lunch. Planned for most of the day. In fact, I don't actually think he's given up a chance. Porter in again to Lythe. Well, say he hasn't given up a chance. That one squares him up and completely beats him as he's looking. I think he was looking to turn it into the leg side, but that one pitches and moves away from him. Every now and again there is a delivery. Porter, of course, was unhappy in this previous over, believed that he'd got Jonathan Tattersall to nick off. He celebrated, didn't even look at the umpire, just assumed it was out. A couple of the fielders celebrated, and the umpire was completely unmoved. Porter to Lythe. Lythe on the drive again, but again will be fielded at mid-off, no run. Three dots in a row from Jamie Porter. He's bowled 15.3 overs, 3 maidens, none for 37. And Porter at the top of his mark again, moves into Lythe. Lythe this time turns it into the mid-wicket region for 1. To bring Jonathan Tattersall back onto strike. Tattersall 14 from 53 balls. And the field will move around for the right-handed bat.
An email from, well, one of them I've had from is David. I'll get through that between deliveries as it's a seam bowler bowling, so there's a lot more seam bowlers from both ends, so there's a lot more time to get in other stuff apart from strict description of what's going on.
Porter into Tattersall. Defensive prod. Fielded at short mid-wicket, no run.
Yes, he says, thanks for explaining the topographical niceties of the ends at Great Riddle Street. I think it's New Riddle Street, actually, but anyway. I was at first confused by the use of alternative names River End and Graham Gooch End and Alistair Cook or Hayes Close Ends. Well, at first you were confused, I still am. I was first on the county ground in 1954 when Chelmsford was just one of many grounds used by the dug-in soul boys.
And that one again pushed into the leg side. That'll be bringing into the end of the over. Yorkshire 260 for 2. Adam Lythe 162. Jonathan Tattersall 14. The lead is 3-5-3.
Romford, Ilford, Colchester and the like. Apparently tradition had it that the ground, presumably the Chelmsford ground, was always too damp until July due to the proximity of the River Cann and fluctuating water tables. Did you ever hear that theory in your experience? I haven't heard that theory. No, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, and it's very interesting. But if they had 8 or 9 grounds, which they did in those days, then they just went turn and turn about, and none of them was considered senior to all the others, with the exception of Leighton in the early days. I guess subsequent drainage in the River Cann catchment area, and of its immediate floodplain enabled the quality development of the present day facility as the county ground, or at the county ground. Do you think the current ground will ever grow to become popular? A bit of a mouthful, don't you think, with the sponsor's name? Yes, and also this is the BBC, so we don't mention it too often. Otherwise we keep having to say other cruise lines available as Slater moves in and bowls, and that's worked away on the leg side for 1 run out to deep mid-wicket. Incidentally, I live in the northeast of England, not far from Newcastle on Tyne, from where one of Essex sponsors' sister ships, the Ambition, operates rather than the home port of Tilbury. The Port of Tyne, I believe, had some sort of kit sponsorship deal with Durham. I imagine such maritime sponsorship might now be unique in the game. Here comes a contender for pun of the day. Keep you hanging, folks, as next delivery is played somewhat uppishly, but it bounced a couple of times at least before it got to Tom Wesley at mid-off. Though Adam Ly's century smacks of the efficiency of a Whitby cobble. I hope that's not too subtle a pun. Well, it's far too subtle for me, but then most things are. I know he was born in Whitby because I looked it up, and I assume a cobble. I mean, lots of local areas have their different names for the boats. I mean, I live, as I say, near Southend, and this is next delivery. It's just played back to the bowler, and it's more or less a glorified fishing village, and where cockles for a long time were the main industry, and they went out to get those cockles in what they called fishing ballies, B-A-W-L-E-Y-S, so presumably a cobble, which is spelt on this occasion C-O-B-L-E, is something similar? I don't know. Anyway, it's some form of boat. So thanks very much for that interesting email, as indeed they all are. As Snater moves in and bowls, and that's just worked back to the bowler, and somewhat obligingly Lyth attempts to flick it up for him from the tip of his bat, and not very effective. Well, nowadays the tips of bats are, pretty thick, whereas there was a time when they were, if not paper thin, much narrower, flatter. Been through all sorts of shapes and sizes of cricket bats over the years. I don't just mean a long time ago when they were curved. That's just played away out to mid-on. They go through for a single, but I can remember curved bats, hollowed bats. I can even remember a stage when, believe it or not, although most club cricket batsmen would say they've had one for years, when bats with holes in were the vogue, and things in sport, as much as every other aspect of life, have vogues, and suddenly they're the in thing, and then they're taboo, and fads and fantasies of fashion as Snater moves in and bowls, and that's nudged down to third man for a single, taking the score on to 263 for 2, a lead of 356, and it brings that over to conclusion. Snater has bowled 20 overs, 0 for 50 at a rate of 2.5. Yes, that's fairly easy arithmetic, even for my limited mathematical skills. 263 for 2.
Indeed, 23 runs added since lunch. Lyth and Tattersall doing the hard grind here. Just, I guess, seeing off the shine of the new ball, hoping to cash in later on, also knowing that Johnny Bairstow is next up. I don't think he'll be looking to hang around to prod, nudge and nurdle. It's Jamie Porter from the Graham Gooch end into Lyth. It's down the leg side.
And Michael also emailed saying that, he's obviously at the ground. Oh no, presumably he could have been watching online. Oh no, he says we're visiting from Dublin, so presumably he is at the ground. Yes, he was interested to see Bairstow taking at least 5 minutes, looking at the wicket and talking to the ground staff at the lunch interval. He says, what was that all about? Well, presumably he was trying.
Porter into Lyth. Backed him up. No run.
Trying to assess the pitch and accordingly work out when would be a suitable time to declare. But pitches are notoriously difficult things to read, and the most skillful and experienced of cricketing people get it totally wrong, and you have careful pitch inspections and analyses before the start of play, particularly in test matches. Oh, that's a loud appeal for LBW, which doesn't meet with the approval of the umpire. And well, Lyde thought there might be a run of some denomination there, a leg by, and it was a bit of a scamper, but he got there in the end.
Optimistic.
264 for 2.
Yeah, I think that's an optimistic shout there by Jamie Porter. One I can understand why they went for it, but
I've got a feeling I nicked that delivery off you. I'm sorry.
I skillfully let you carry on.
Totally inadvertently.
Porter into Tatzel, and he tucks that into the leg side. There'll be no run fielded mid-wicket. Yep, so what's that? The one leg by, which is the previous over. The rest dots, 2 more remaining from this particular over. I was talking about how the sun was blazing through these windows. It still is, but I can feel like it's died down a tiny bit. And by that I mean like 0.1%. So.
Yes, at the most. And also, as I was saying yesterday, it's not as bad as it could be and might yet be. I'll explain in a very short time.
Porter. And this time, another shout there for LBW. It'll be too high, if anything.
Yes, I would have thought
it's
so.
It's going to go all the way down, possibly to the boundary, and it has gone all the way down to the boundary for 4 runs. It was definitely too high.
Yeah, undoubtedly agree. I mean, I thought that appeal was born of either optimism or frustration, or but there was no way that was going to be given, or if it was given, it would have been a shocker.
Outside the line, too high, everything.
Yeah, apart from that, plum. Yes, I mean, here we are. We're still in spring. It's only the 11th of May, and the sun's relatively high in the sky because we're getting towards the longest day. But come sort of late August, if it's a day like this, and the sun will be lower, then it will be actually shining right into the box, and then it is really difficult. And sometimes we have to seek sanctuary in the back of the box.
Found the ball of the over port into Tassel, tucks that into the leg side. It'll be fielded at deep square leg 4-1. That brings an end to the over. The previous 4 was leg byes, by the way, and that 6 off the over, and Yorkshire are 269 4-2. Lythe on 164, Tatstall 16, and lead is 362.
So we've had an email from Gary in Frinton. Thanks, Gary. Yes, he's a great Frinton supporter. Thanks for your comments. Yes, I have mentioned that Frinton won by 3 runs yesterday in what sounds like a heck of a good game with about 550 runs scored. So, I don't know if you were there, Gary. You probably were. You're one of their most enthusiastic supporters. So, yeah, a good afternoon for Frinton.
So we've got a change of bowler at Sir Alistair Cook end. Is it Noah Thane?
It is indeed number 8. Sorry for the rattle if you heard it then. Just changing glasses from reading glasses to distant glasses.
So it's a quite complicated process you're going.
It is. Up until last season, one pair of glasses fitted my every need. I could read with them, I could see in distance. But the distance was becoming a little bit more difficult. So during the winter I had laser eye surgery.
Oh.
And the distant vision is far, far better. It's really brilliant. I wouldn't say I recommend laser eye surgery because one's own personal, with medical things, one shouldn't recommend our own personal experiences because we might just have been lucky. But I had a very good experience. That's outside the off-star. The only drawback from that is because the distant vision is now so good, the short vision is not nearly so good. So for the first time ever, I've had to, I was going to say invest, what they're about 10 quid off the shelf of any pharmacist, really.
How long have you worn glasses prior to the...
in total, my very last few years at school, I remember when I was studying for A-levels, I thought this could be better. And, if you... There's this moves in now. A super shot there, over pitched, but hammered out through the covers. It won't be 4, it'll certainly be 2, possibly 3, and indeed, yes, there's comfortably time for it to come back for a third. Yes, when I was studying for A-levels, which involved an awful lot of reading, because I did classics, yeah, I realised, it could be better, and if I don't get it right, then, that wouldn't help the success rate or pass or failure or whatever. So yeah, so since I was about 16, 17, I suppose.
Okay, so you're a glasses connoisseur like myself.
Oh yes. Yes. As Thane moves in and bowls, but it's just played defensively. Yeah, but well, I don't want to go on about it, because other people I know have not been so successful as I have regarding laser eye operations. But although I'm sure the vast majority have. Thane moves in and bowls. Oh, that's nudged down to fine leg for a 4. Taking the score on to 272 for 2, 51 run partnership. And I think it's time for me to come off air. Me? 5 minutes, right. 5 minutes and I'm off. Suits me fine. So Thane moves in and bowls. And another, good grief. A very optimistic crowd, Essex, at the moment, because that was so clearly going down leg side. It's easy from up here, but in the...
I thought I heard a clunk of the bat as well, to be fair. But,
so there are all sorts of good reasons why we agree with the umpire. Not that it matters whether we agree or not, really, it's his decision. Thane, 5 minutes from, yeah, that takes us to 22. Right, okay, won't see my heels for dust after 20 to 3. That's just played out on the onside for a single. Go and get my 17th cup of tea of the day. I exaggerate, although not by much. So 277 for 2. With Lyth not out 169, Tattersall not out 19, and an overall lead of 370 with about 1, 2, 3, 4.5 sessions to go, I'd say. So interestingly poised.
yeah, I think Yorkshire are aiming for a declaration an hour before the end of the day.
As late as that?
Initially, I just assumed they'd declare at tea, but it's not been. They haven't batted at not that they have to, but they haven't batted at a pace which suggests that they're eyeing up tea.
And admittedly, in that session just before lunch, some of the bowling really, was there to be hit, wasn't it? In all honesty, but maybe. Not coincidentally, maybe as a result of something that's said at lunchtime, but the Essex bowling has been a lot better in the hour or so, almost an hour since lunch, than it was in the hour before lunch.
Jamie Porter will continue from the Graham Gooch end. Adam Lyth is on strike. And Lyth is able just to guide that down to third man first ball of the over to move on to 170, 30 shy of a possible double ton.
Yes, I mean, well, normally captains don't take that sort of thing into consideration, and the batsman himself or herself usually is of the opinion, never mind about my personal milestones, the main aim is to win this game, so don't take that into consideration. Just you declare skip when you think fit.
What about when they're in 190?
Well, I don't know, I suppose it depends on circumstances.
Porter into Tattersall. And he wants to dab that down to third, but it's fielded in the Gully region. Sorry.
I remember in a club game I'd reached 98, which was the highest I'd ever got, and then the skipper declared. I said,
you're
thanks
still
very-
fuming about that one.
I am. I wouldn't say I'm bearing a grudge all these years later, but yeah, I know who it was. I still see him and I still remind him of it. And he said, did we win the game in the end? I've said, I've got no idea.
Porter to Tatzel drives that down to mid-off, no run.
And he said, well, I can assure you we did. Now, if I'd let you carry on at the rate you were batting, then it would have undoubtedly been a draw.
Let the record book show that you got 98 not out, though.
Yes, quite. Yeah, never reached the magic tongue.
So Porter in at the top of his mark again. Jonathan Tatzel's on strike. He's on 19 from 66 balls. And he's back in defence, fielded by Porter, no run. 2 balls remain of this over.
And then we'll beat a retreat, I think.
So the lead for Yorkshire, 371. For those who've just tuned in, Yorkshire were 240 for 2 at lunchtime. They've moved the score to 278. And Tatzel tucks that fine. It's fielded at deep fine leg. Runs through 4-1. There'll be one more ball of this over and my spell. And Yorkshire 279 for 2.
Then we're making a double change, but we have a surprise guest.
Indeed, let's not give it away.
Oh no.
Plenty of time to email in before the surprise guest comes on the air. Tatzel is on 20, but it's Adam Live who is currently on strike. He's on 170. And Porter is ready at the top of his mark. So Porter moves into Adam Live. Live goes on the drive. It's misfielded at cover, and that misfield they will pay for that, Essex, as it's 4 runs. I think it was Shane Snater in there at cover, through his hands, and it's 4 more runs for Adam Live. He moves to 174. Yorkshire 283 for 2. The lead is 376, and Jonathan Doig is back on air.
How's that? That's good. Yep, got the right microphone. Through Snater's hands, and Adam Live threw his hands at it, and he's not done that loads in his innings. He's been just playing in a very measured manner throughout. 174 from 275 deliveries. We should, hopefully, in the not too distant, have a visit from John Thompson. And the lad's just taking a drinks break for the moment. Simon says, apologies, I've confused you. The other double international venue is the Oval. The Northampton ref was a 3-sided dual grounds. Okay. Dr. P.G. Smith says, read a conversation about the last match at Yorkshire's premier cricket venue, Bramall Lane, in August 1973. Before the game started, the then Bishop of Wakefield, Right Reverend Eric Tracy, conducted a memorial service in the middle for Wilfred Rhodes, who died a few days previously.
Another drinks break. As I say, we didn't have any drinks breaks yesterday. I'm misunderstood totally, which is why you've got to put up with me for a little while longer, because I thought the surprise guest, who was sitting in the back of the box, was my colleague of 29 years or so, and a very good colleague, very good friend, and Paul Newton. But I wondered whether we were going to drag him to the microphone, but
I think we should do it, but we need to have Jordan Thompson is kind of arranged for about now, so there's not a lot of point in putting Paul on and then sending him back off again.
Well, no.
Let's bring him on when Jordan's gone.
Whereas I'm
I say.
dispensable. Yeah. No, that's fair enough.
You're definitely not dispensable, Richard.
Here we go, Richard, as it's a Sunday. Well, I don't know if Paul's going to be here for the whole day, but we'll see anyway. We'll play it by ear, as we often do.
I don't think
Paul's
Jordan's
been
going to be here all day.
Paul's been on air this season anyway, but I know he always likes commentating on Yorkshire matches, partly, if not mainly, because Jonathan is an essential part of them.
Well, we usually end up with a third voice or two, don't we, when we're on together? Eddie or Fred or something like that.
So the Brinks Drake, I was going to say, and the drinks break is coming to a close, and they really have earned it, because it's very warm out. Well, I say warm out there. I haven't been out there. I don't venture onto anywhere near the wicket. I might get lost coming back. But yeah, it is a very warm day, particularly May the 11th. I mean, it's spring. We're only just thinking of putting in the runner bean seeds and things like that. So yeah, it's most unusual, this weather this early in the season.
Sorry, but I'm not putting in runner bean seeds. No time for those sorts of things. Noah Thane is going to continue following that drinks break. Then he's going to bowl to Jonathan Tattersall. Gardening.
The only bean you're interested in opens the batting.
Yeah. Gardening. What's all that about? It's a good afternoon at the cricket spoil, isn't it, really? You should be watching cricket instead of gardening. 283 for 2. Lyth 174. Tattersall on 20. As I say, is on strike. With one slip in place, a third man. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Straight mid-wicket, still in that catching position, as has been the case throughout on this slow pitch. Maybe hoping for one to loop up. Nothing really has yet. Just, I think, one offered in that direction earlier on today. There's a man in front of square leg, plus a long leg as Thane bowls, and Tattersall is on the drive, just dragging that one to the onside of straight again. Just one of those little indicators. He was playing that through the offside, really, to mid-off. Just one of those indicators that it's a little bit on the slow side. Players a little bit further through their shots on occasions when making contact with the ball than they'd like to be, because the energy being sapped out of it by this dry, fairly dead surface. And he's gone over the top instead. Tattersall might have the legs to make it to the boundary beneath us. It does. Just straight back over the top of Noah Thane. Nobody's going to catch it there. Nicely played by Johnny Tats. He's on to 24.
Yeah, I mean, Matt Critchley thought he was in with a chance for a little while, but no, the ball was always going to get the better of him.
Lead now 380. Thane in. Tattersall runs this one down to third man and picks up one. Been a bit of discussion, as always there is at these sort of times, about declarations and how much time is going to be needed to bowl sides out. Don't see that coming anytime soon. And another thing to factor in here is just keeping the opposition out there in what are pretty warm temperatures for as long as you can, really. Let them use up as much of their resources physically, mentally as well, maybe, as Lyth turns one in front of square. Snater fields, and they get through for another single. 2 wickets have fallen today. 2 wickets have fallen in this innings. One yesterday, 72 for 1, when Finlay Bean was caught. Critchley bowled Thane for 19, and then just the one today. James Wharton caught Porter bowled Harmer for 61, second 60 plus score he's made in the contest. Thane in. Tattersall punches quite firmly, and Thane tries to knock that, I think, onto the stumps behind him at the bowler's end, as Lyth was ever so slightly out of his ground. Wasn't far from doing so, but didn't manage it.
An email from Michael, who is, well, I'll read it verbatim, otherwise rather than interpret. Good afternoon, nice to hear you all. Essex seem to have lost their direction recently. The loss at Taunton and a likely loss here.
Playing to Tattersall, turns it in front of square leg side and will jog through for 1. End of the over, 290 for 2, lead of 383. Sorry, Dick, go on.
It says perhaps Yorkshire will bat till lunchtime tomorrow. That might save Essex. Snater doesn't seem to be an opening bowler, and I hope Dean Elgar accepts a bit more responsibility in the second innings. He's supposed to be the foundation stone on which the innings is built. Good luck to Essex, they will need it. And he points out that cerveza is Spanish for beer. Yes, thank you. And still, I will never know whether I was just set up to make that embarrassing mistake or whether it was a typographical error. But either way, it was either funny or embarrassing, depending which way you look at it.
Coming on to bowl at the Graham Gooch is Hassan Raitha.
Raitha to bowl from the far end.
Kate Holsworth out there in Dutch land says, I've been in the garden all day trying to salvage my plants. The Dutch soil has turned to dust.
Really? The Dutch bulb fields will be glorious at the moment, especially the late bulbs like tulips. Oh. And the other attractions of Holland are 12 months of the year. There's the next delivery, or the first delivery this. Probably trying to dab it down to third man, almost dabbed it, for want of a better word, onto the off stump, but no, it just evaded that. And it bounced harmlessly towards the slip and wicketkeeper. I said yesterday, Raitha trudges back to his mark as if he's had a very, very long day. Some walk back with a spring in their step and a sense of eagerness that can never be used to describe this man. I mean, when he walks back in every other respect, sure. That's just nudged down backwards square on the offside. No addition to the score of 290 for 2. Lyth on 175, Tattersall 26. Yorkshire in a commanding position. When will they call it a day? The burning question matches the burning weather. As next delivery. Oh, well, Priliba loose one outside the off stump. It's short of a length outside the off stump. One of those that almost sits up and says, hit me. And although it didn't actually sit up and say, hit me, it may well have done, for all that Tattersall dispatched it dismissively to the boundary. So Essex have a few things to work on, I think would be the phrase, before their trip to Worcester on Thursday. That's down the leg side. And, Tattersall sort of posthumously hooks it round the corner, but didn't in practice. So as it makes it over very even longer than it would be otherwise when the bowler walks back. So trying to think of a more descriptive word than slowly, but that's played just backward of square and well stopped by Dean Elgar. Well, it didn't. He parried it, so reduced what would probably be 4 runs just to a single. But there again, not an over-impressive delivery. It's an indication as to the weather that the largest number of the spectators on the public enclosure is to be found in the only covered part of the ground, which promotes the benefits of a well-known public school in Essex, which has produced several players for the Essex team and various other teams. And including Jordan Cox, I believe. And that's short of a length carved away down towards the scoreboard to a deep backward point. They go through 2 comfortable runs. Lyon's still got plenty of energy in him to run a 2 in this weather when you've got 100 boards shaking now in the breeze, but 170 to your name. Takes some doing. End of the over. And Yorkshire 297 for 2.
It's going to be Noah Thane to continue from this Sir Alistair Cook end. Bowling here to Tattersall, who has got going in this innings now, 31 off 78. And he waits. There's just a gully in place now, no slips. Ring field with a long leg, deep backward square, and a third man. Thane in. Tattersall tries to whip this off his legs, but losing his balance, really falling away slightly to off. Misses out. Let's try and inquire as to the whereabouts of JT. Thane in. Tattersall gets underneath one here. Thane gets underneath it as well and takes the catch off his own bowling. Tattersall gone for 31. It was real shot played in anger. His 80th delivery sees him back in the pavilion. And at 4 minutes before 3, Yorkshire 297 for 3. That's a lead of 390.
Yes, clearly now they're beginning to put the foot on the accelerator. May even have decided they want to declare a bit before tea and have 2 goes at the Essex attack. Have a few overs, then have a 20-minute break for tea and get back to it. So it's an opportunity to get through some of these emailers. John says your emailer from Spain is almost certainly a victim of autocorrect. I'm not sure if he's the victim or if I am by having read it out. Cervezas Alhambra is a Granada beer company founded in 1925. Since 2006 it's been part of the Mahou San Miguel monopoly. Thank you, John. Yes, autocorrect can play very strange tricks. Whenever I put my name in, it can't believe either word, and it always comes up with sick devious, which many would say is not wholly inappropriate. So the incoming, or he's now arrived, he's now the new incumbent at this wicket. Who is this, Jonathan? I haven't got it. Can't see the screen clearly.
It's one Johnny Best.
Oh right, thank you.
100 test matches and now captain of his county.
Indeed, in all formats, I believe.
Yeah, hasn't had a 3-figure score yet this campaign, but he's chipped in on a couple of occasions. Got a bad one in the first innings here, and he'll be hoping to make Essex pay for that here, and don't think he'll be dying wondering. Thane. Bairstow drops it out into the offside, and there's no run, but I would say not a wholly ideal situation as a fielding side when you are 390 behind and he walks in on a sunny Sunday afternoon at 3 o'clock with probably a bit of destruction on his mind. We know how dangerous a player he can be. But we have said as well that the man who's standing at the other end on 177, it's not an easy pitch to get yourself in on. Can you pull the trigger straight away? Johnny looks busy already, just those first couple of shots. There's a bit of purpose about it. The second one goes straight to Snater at short extra cover. And we have the arrival of Jordan Aaron Thompson. 20 minutes late. Hopefully that's a few press-ups for you. 20 press-ups, I think. You can go buy the ice creams as well before you come on.
Definitely.
So we'll get Dick to vacate the seat. And in comes Thane. Ooh, short ball. Johnny was trying to put that one out somewhere by the river. Didn't make contact. Could have been interested if he had. 297 for 3. Johnny just checking up on some fielding movement away to our right, and Thane coming in and bowling to him again now. And he will get off the mark here, hanging his bat out well wide of off stump to push 1, and then checks that he's still got an uncracked willow. End of the over, 298 for 3, lead of 391. Whoever said that Jordan Thompson was in it for the glory? Coming up for a chat with his team, 391 runs in front. What's the mood like over there?
Nah, it's good. Yeah, the lads have had a nice morning in the sun down here. Obviously, it's a lovely day, so the boys are just getting a little bit of well-deserved resting and hopefully watching Johnny go and smack a few now.
Well, just the first couple of little pushes he played there before he got the single suggests that he fancies doing that, but it's not been easy, has it, to start? So even a player of his abilities, fluency from the word go, might not be that easy.
No, I think, yeah, like you say, it's been quite obvious that it's a little bit too paced at times. There's one that's staying low. So like you say, timing the ball early doors is pretty tricky, and I think Laddie's finding it pretty easy at the moment.
Yeah, he's looked all class. Here's Kason Raither, ball that just kicks from short of length. Johnny's going to go over, do a bit of gardening. So the big show. Is it true that the big show decided he just wanted to get a bit of sunshine this week then?
Yeah, I saw the pitch on the first day and I just said to Mags that I'll have this week off, thank you very much, and wait for a green seamer at the Oval next week.
Well, you say that, but I mean, what a performance with the ball first time. We'll bring you on that in a sec because Raither's on his way in towards us. Ball into Bairstow, straight, flubs into the thigh pad, no run. Now that was an exceptional effort, wasn't it? 123 all out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we kind of sat there in the first day when we were 80 for 1 at lunch, and we were thinking this is probably going to go, well, definitely going to go 4 days either way, but I think we thought it might be a little bit trickier to take wickets, and yeah, at the end of the first day there was 13 wickets had fell, and we were right in the game to kind of bowl them out pretty cheaply, and we did that, and obviously a special bowling performance from Hilly specifically, but all of the boys.
Raither to Bairstow. He's cracked this one through the covers. Flat bats it away in that Johnny Bairstow style. Certainly stayed hit. First boundary for him. He's going and on 5, and Yorkshire 300 up in this second innings for the loss of just the 3. And that lead really is piling up now. Halfway through the 96th over here. It's been difficult to score quickly for either side, really, hasn't it, right across the match? But if the accelerators button's ever going to be pressed, you feel like now's the time. And in comes Raither and bangs one in short, and Johnny decides to let it go. Anyway, what's all this stuff about the lads calling you Doidgy?
Well, yeah, it's one of my heroes, Doidgy, aren't you? I think look up to you as a commentator in the media and things like that, and I've taken my first steps towards a little bit of freelance journalism. yeah, just try to get my foot in the door with a few bits and pieces. So yeah, I've earned the nickname Doidry in the last couple of months, but that's fine.
Rather into Bairstow. Ooh, thick inside edge, passes his leg stump. Bit of luck on his side on this occasion. They're not going to take a single because Pepper gets across and stops it. So what do you fancy? What's the ultimate job once you finish playing cricket then?
Oh, we'll see. I think
Test match commentary, is it?
Oh, I'm not sure about that. That'll be if I'm patient enough.
You won't want to do. You certainly won't want to do this job.
I'll end up at Leeds. I'll go commentate on Leeds or something like that. It's a bit more entertaining. Find ourselves back down in Championship next year.
Nah, not going to happen. Rather to Bairstow, bangs it in short, thinks about the pull and then thinks better of it to complete that over at 302 for 3, a lead of 395. So is it, what is it, radio, television, written stuff or anything really?
There's a bit of written stuff. It's mainly written stuff at the moment, but yeah, you kind of, there's bits and pieces on dabbling in that side of the things. And I think obviously moving through the next couple of years, getting that experience in different areas will be pretty key, and just testing it out, to be honest. I think it's a nice opportunity for me to kind of put together what I know from my cricket side of things, and also my studies that I did at school and university and things like that. So I think you got to start thinking about those things at some point, and not just letting your career peter out and then back to square one. I think it's get those foundations built and move from there.
Well, I mean, I can definitely offer you some encouragement and hope, because having interviewed many sports people during the last 27 years, you are one of those who can string a sentence together, which is good. In comes Thane, and Lythe scythes that one away, square into the offside for Elgar to field, 1 run.
Yeah, I think the boys will be they'll be panicking when I finish my career. I've got a few bits and pieces on them boys down there, so they'll be hoping that I don't start spouting off in the media, but a few of them are safe.
You could make something. You'll probably make more money out of the stories that you've paid to hold back than you will out of actually doing the job.
Absolutely.
I can promise you that. So you need to work on that as best you can. Bit of blackmail never did anybody any harm. Thane to Bairstow. He was facing us for the first time in a little while with the bat in his hand. And just has a flick at one that's fading down the leg side, good take by Pepper. Any plan in the dressing room from this point on that you want to make us aware of?
I think it'll be pretty obvious. Obviously, Johnny coming in now to start to accelerate and set a rise on another bowling innings. I think get back out there. We know it's going to be tough to bowl them out, and obviously if we bowl like we did in the first innings, then it could seem quite simple. But I think that pitch is obviously getting a little bit lower and a little bit deader, so it's important now to set our sights on bowling.
Then in again, Bairstow has been dropped at slip. Hit it straight to him, really, just to his right, but it was a very nice catchable height, and that has gone down. Simon Harmer, who's usually so reliable in there as well.
Harmer's absolute bucket hands in there normally, but obviously Johnny kind of ran it towards him. It was a bit like catching practice, but a little bit quicker. But yeah, a little lifeline. See Johnny take advantage of that now.
So dropped on 5. Noah Thane will feel a little bit miffed about that, I'm sure. Big wicket in any match, Johnny Bairstow, but you want to see the back of him in this one as quick as you can with the damage he could do. Thane in again, and Lythe turns that to Snater at mid-wicket, no run. So come on, sports journalist of the future, how would you describe Adam Lythe's innings so far?
Well, he's in some serious nick at the moment, really, isn't he? I think he snuck his way into is he leading run scorer in the division this year now? Coming off the back of a few 50s and 100 down at Hampshire, which was a specifically gritty knock. But he's obviously had to take his time in this innings as well. Like you said, it's not easy to start, but he's ground them down and taken advantage of some loose balls at the time.
Just fallen over one from Noah Thane, which drops into the offside. No run.
But you could see he was itching when he was in the 90s. When Harmer was kind of tying him down, and then that big slug sweep came out, it reminded me of his Test 100. Mark Craig bowling at Headingley and a slog sweep over the square leg boundary to take him to his first Test 100. It was very, very similar.
His first Test 100 sounds like it might be
Sorry,
more.
well, there might be more after this week. You never know.
Then to Lythe, who's trying to run one down to final leg, but misses out this time. End of the over, 304 for 3, 397 runs in front. I don't know about you. You know, you've been playing with him for a few. Well, you've been playing with him for pretty much as long as I've been sitting in the commentary chair now, because obviously you made your debut in that first season, didn't you? I think he's getting better.
He is. I think he's so calm, so confident in his ability to play at the, obviously not the second highest level in Division 1 cricket, not obviously talking about Test match cricket, but he's just found that he knows his game so well now and knows his role in the team, and as a senior head, he knows he's got a responsibility to go out there and score runs for us boys and let us kind of score lower down the order. So you look at this innings now and the innings that he played at Hampshire, where he had to obviously dig in and play a really gritty knock, but he showed his class in the first innings a couple of days ago, and now on 100, what's he on now, 178, it's just only class.
Do you want to commentate for an over?
Yeah, absolutely. Rajitha in, Bairstow down the leg side, Pepper takes it pretty simply. Yes, 397 ahead. I think, let's say the boys might be starting to limber up in that change room down there and get themselves ready. It's a lovely day down in Chelmsford. We had 3 lovely days. Nothing but sun really this season so far, Doidgy. I think apart from Durham where it was about 9 degrees, it's been really nice.
Yeah, it's been a superb start. What have we got left? 47 overs and 5 balls, so still a while before tea. You think it might happen before or probably after or at?
Probably after or
Yeah.
at, I think. It's Rajitha into ball. Oh, swipe from Johnny Bairstow. He lands in front of him and consulting the fielder whether to pick it up or not. But yeah, I think, like you say, that we bowled very well in that first innings, and I think to do that again would be a great achievement. It's about grinding teams down in this, and I think I saw Hilly's comments the other day about it was really fun to actually wear a team down and see the results of it, because at times when we have worn teams down and you let that slip for a couple of overs and they kind of wrestle that momentum back, but you could clearly see that we just didn't let them get away from us. Rajitha into ball again. Oh, tickle down the leg side. No, not quite. Just not getting his lines right here, is Rajitha.
No, but I'm sure, you know, being down here and you know how difficult it's been for Yorkshire to win matches at Chelmsford last time, 2018. I'm sure you're fully expecting that they will present a much stiffer challenge in the second innings.
Absolutely. I think you saw a couple of balls from Snater that actually kept low, the one to Tats on the back foot. I think in that 2018 game there was a couple of them in the last innings as well, so you're kind of looking for that kind of uneven bounce and a little bit of luck to go your way. Rajitha in, 4th ball of the over. Pull out to deep square, down to final leg actually, for 1. As Lythe and Bairstow walk between the wickets, very casually.
So, wicket to wicket, just keep the stumps in play.
I think it favours our bowlers. Obviously you've seen how we've gone about things. Hilly's been phenomenal all season really, and we know exactly what he can do. He's had to do the hard yards up the hill at Henley and obviously up the hill at Chelmsford as well, so I think he's shown what he can do in tying people down, but also wearing people down as well. And Cody does what he does, and Whitey wasn't as successful as he has been this game, but he's been very good also. And Moz came in for his first game and bowled well as well, so there's plenty of it there for all bowlers. Rajitha into Lythe. Oh, pull out to deep square. Didn't really come onto the bat as much, but it's 1 as we move to lead of 399.
Yeah, Ken Lashley emails in, as an armchair captain, I think Yorkshire should look to declare at tea, hopefully with a lead approaching 500, leaving 4 sessions to bowl them out. With the pitch not seeming to give much help to the bowlers, they need plenty of time to wheedle Essex out. I think, yeah, you've talked a lot that as a collective, both previous coach and current coach, about risking losing to win matches.
Yeah, it's massively important. I think you don't want to get to a stage where they're just patting the ball back. As Rajitha in last ball of the over. Oh, in between bat and pad. Nice ball win. But you don't want to get to a stage where they're potentially just coming out and flat, kind of dead batting the ball back and not really giving you any chances. So obviously we want to make sure we're not going to lose the game, which is also as important, but giving us a chance to win is massive. So whether they will look at the total and go if we fancy it, I'm not sure, but I think with the skills that our bowlers have got, I think we back ourselves to go out there and take a full win.
And how important would that be for you if you could pull that off down here with a view to what's to come next week as well in terms of confidence?
Absolutely. I think you look at the table and everybody seems to beat everybody at the moment, or getting some sort of result against everybody. So it's wide open. Unfortunate to lose two after 4 games of the season, but you've just got to bounce back from that.
Here's Thane then from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Lovely drive by Adam Lyth. Beautiful shot between extra cover and mid-off. Talking to him last night about when he was facing Simon Harmer and how the field closed in and there's barely a gap that you can see when you're standing there with the bat, and then he lands it and you realise you can't find one. And this is the guy who's now gone on to get 183, so even he feels it out there in the middle, but that's a glorious shot.
I think he showed his class. You could see it in the first innings as well when Harmer was bowling. He went for, I think, for 10 in his first 2 overs, and he bowled 14-15 overs for 28 or something like that. So squeeze was certainly on.
Thane in again. Oh, a little bit of a nasty one. It just spits a little bit, and Adam Lyth taking his bottom hand off the bat there, and nobody in the Yorkshire ranks is going to mind that at this stage.
It's funny you say that, because the lads will be in there, Lyth a little bit of a over-egging it there, I think. It might have bounced a touch, but you certainly know about it if Lyth is facing.
In comes Thane again. Round the wicket, full. Ooh, now then. Didn't get across to that at all until the ball had well gone. What's it? There's I suppose, when we're not there every day watching you all train and all of that, we don't quite know who works with who, but do you have much direct, contact bowling at Adam Lyth? What's he like to bowl at?
Yeah, so we usually have obviously a rota, so there'd be, with obviously the bowling stocks we've got, you've probably got the first 3 sets on the rota are filled by our frontline bowlers, whether that's with a newer ball or a slightly new ball against Lyth, Beanie, Warts, all those boys. So obviously you get a chance to bowl at them and challenge them really.
Thane to Lyth, and that's flicked away off the hip. Down towards long leg. He's going to come back for a second after a fumble by Rothesay out there in the deep. So he's on to 185 now, 312 for 3, lead of 405. You're going to tell us, obviously, you've nicked him off, how many times? Hundreds.
Plenty of times. But no, he works as hard as anybody still, and like I was saying earlier, he knows his game so well, and sometimes he'll go in there and he'll bat for 10-15 minutes, sometimes it'll be 30 minutes, but if he gets something out of it for sure, and when he's in the touch that he's in right now, I think he'll never want to take that for granted.
Then again, this time he's lofted it to Tom Wesley and gone. Adam Lyth, his stay at the crease finally over. His 287th delivery brings about his demise. But goodness me, that has been absolutely superb in the context of the match, and Tom Wesley and the Essex players shake his hand, Jamie Porter as well, and applaud him off, and that tells you the respect in which he's held down here at Chelmsford. Just 2 other counties now for Adam Lyth to tick off a first-class 100 against. He's really felt this one, I think, today when he ticked it off earlier in the day, and a standing ovation from the home support. This is a real moment here at Essex, and I'll let the crowd take it away. Outstanding knock in the context of the game, and possibly in the context of Yorkshire's season as it unfolds. 312 for 4. Sum up what we've just seen, Jordan Thompson.
Yeah, spectacular innings. Something we very much needed to set us up to potentially win this game and bowl Essex out. But a little bit of a commentator's curse there, because I said he didn't want to take his form for granted, and he's just shipped one to mid-off, so he won't be too happy about that. And he's eyeing up a double 100, but in the grand scheme of things, It's a fantastic knock for the team. As George Hill comes to the crease now, which we were having a little joke earlier in the dressing room. I said to him, I asked him if he'd take a 10 for and a king pair. I don't want to put the mockers on him, but a 10 for in the 4 in the second innings and a 10 for in the game would be very helpful for us.
Yeah, we talked quite a lot about his batting in commentaries in the last couple of seasons. The heart rate will just be up that little bit. Adam Lyth, by the way, 185, 287 deliveries, 23 fours and a 6. And I'll come back to his dismissal in a moment, because Thane is at the end of his run. To bowl here to George Hill, who's on a king pair. And there you go, the sound of leather on willow to end the over. He's avoided that particular ignominy. And warm applause for Noah Thane for taking the wicket of Adam Lyth. And just a comment really on the dismissal, because he basically looped it up, lobbed it up to Tom Wesley for a relatively simple catch. And that is a comment, I guess, on the pace of the pitch. So even a man who's been in for all that length of time, and so while he's disappointed from a Yorkshire point of view, you're probably thinking, well, yeah, that's okay, because it stopped on him.
Yeah, absolutely. If I'd take a couple of caught mid-offs in their innings, I'm not sure they'd be too happy in the dressing room though. But yeah, obviously Thane being kind of the slowest of their 4 bowlers, probably just held in the pitch a little bit, and unfortunately Lyth didn't quite manage to get it over mid-off.
Back with you.
Jeter into ball. Bairstow pushes to mid-on. Wants a single, but then goes back.
That would have been disastrous for George, wouldn't it? On naught for a second time, run out at the non-striking end.
Johnny would have been very apologetic, and with a dodgy ankle on strike, it would have been a tricky single.
I think he's just had a word. If I say go, who's captain here?
Yeah. Jeter runs into ball. A nice cut. Out to backward point for 4. It's just one place you can't bowl to Johnny Bairstow, unfortunately. He'll feed off that all day. He's moving to lead of 409. As I said before, I think Coden White will potentially be limbering up even more in that dressing room.
He fancies this, Johnny. There's that sort of typical lack of foot movement about his play so far. He's very much a great hand-eye coordination player, isn't he? Plants the foot and bang.
Third ball the over. Defence looks for a single again to mid-on, but not as keen this time. Hilly was firmly sat on his bat handle there.
I think you'd rather just hit boundaries, don't you?
Yeah, well, I did say to him in the dressing room as well, I said, if we are in a situation where it's a bit of a slog-a-thon and you're on a king pair, will you be trying to hit the first ball for 6, or will you be knocking it off your hip for 1? And he said that he'll be getting a 1 first. I think he said he's already had a pair before, so he doesn't want it again. Johnny Bairstow faces up again. It's like deja vu. Straight to mid-on. No single.
Deja vu all over again. So from being the big shower, and obviously I gave you that nickname that's just so short, the man that makes things happen, which is sort of stuck really.
Yeah.
You're going to be the man who reports on the men that make things happen.
Well,
even longer nickname.
Absolutely. I think Hilly could be taking that nickname off me when I retire, and I'll be saying the same things about him. As Jeter's into ball, bumper, pull out to deep square. Could be 2. Johnny wants it, he does. He scrambles down the wicket, comes back for 2. It's great running.
Bit between his teeth there.
Gets them legs going, scrambling between the wicket.
13 now to Johnny. Back on strike. 411 the lead, and we've still got 13 overs and 1 ball to go before tea, so still plenty of time here to boost that lead.
Final ball of the over. Jeter's in. Johnny Bairstow guides that down to third man for one and takes a strike off George Hill, who still sits on at 0.
Any comment on whether the pitch has changed or not? Adam Lyth suggested last night it probably hadn't. Just two different types of bowling have been served up, really.
Yeah, I think so. I think Jack White was actually walking around the boundary yesterday evening, and Jamie Porter just asked him if they could work that pitch out, if he knew what was actually going on, as it was a bit inconsistent and they weren't sure what really was happening. So I think both teams have kind of been a little bit stuffed by the pitch. It's obviously turned a little bit, offered a bit of spin from the areas that have been scarified at either end, but I think it's just important to stick in as long as possible and let the ball do the talking off the pitch, really.
Noah Thane trying to get the ball to do a bit of talking for himself. He's already done so with 3 wickets in the innings. He's in and bowling to Bairstow. Ooh, he pushed that out. Snater, he's pretty quick across the ground, parading around in the covers and mid-wicket, and he was in too quickly for the liking of Johnny Bairstow, who started off and then stopped. Rob Overfield said, at this rate, is there a possibility that Yorkshire might declare before stumps or leave it overnight? I think yes, before stumps, Rob.
Yeah.
They definitely want more than 3 sessions, I'm sure, and I think they'll want the best part of 4. Thane making his way in again. What we see from Johnny here, well, he's trying to swing that one away into the river, but missed out.
Boundaries or quick singles for Johnny at the moment. Had a little message.
I have a message from Gilly.
Partner's done the half marathon today, so she's happy with herself. I think it's been a warm one up at Henley.
What time did she do?
She was 2 hours 5 in the half marathon, so well done to her. So enjoy that little call out.
Good effort. I might have managed that in my car. Thane in. Bairstow tries to whip it away. You'll have heard the thud on the thigh pad. Jack Chantry, he's got a signal leg by, is he? Oh no, he's decided he's hit that. Fair enough. Sounded like thigh pad to me. Gilly's asking how your golf is.
It's my golf partner, Gilly. Wednesday we managed to take the money off Harry Brook and Matty Revis. So that was always it's always a sweet thing that to walk away and beat, well, specifically Brookie, but also Rev, and Rev put on an absolute horror show with the putter in hand. So it was sweet. Sent Brookie off to England with a 40 quid less in his pocket.
Thane into Hill, who turns it into the leg side no run, and knowing you and Mark Gilliver as I do, there would have been absolutely minimalist celebrations. They're probably just a quick handshake, no rubbing it in people's faces.
Nothing made of that. I think
just
it
gentlemanly
was
conduct.
Handshake and walk off.
Yeah.
After Gilly had sunk a 25-foot putt to win it for us. As you can imagine, Gilly tipped his hat and put his club back in his bag, and off he went. There was absolutely no running around the green, shouting.
In comes Thane, nicely played by George Hill, who's stroked it away through the covers, and he's going to pick up what will probably end up in 3 here. Yep. So he's off the mark.
Feel a little bit calmer there, George. After that, I think there'll be a few shouts of Offham in the changing room.
416 now the lead at 323 for 4. Are you all right for another 10 minutes or so, and we'll put the boys back on?
Absolutely, yeah.
We'll have done the best part of whatever, 40 minutes by then. Thane in again. Bairstow just jabs down on that one for Dasterfield. End of the over. 323 for 4. And still 12 overs to go before tea.
The S&C coach will be trying to seek me out for tea. Quick run around the ground, unfortunately for me.
Can you not get out of that when you're on commentary?
I think
you're doing a service to the BBC and
yeah,
listeners.
absolutely. I think I might struggle with that. Got my gym session in yesterday and a little bat this morning, but I have to get the legs moving this afternoon. been sat around a lot.
Yeah, I saw a few laps around the pitch yesterday at lunchtime. Lads who are not playing, for those who aren't aware, do bits of fitness or a bit of bowling or whatever, don't they, during the breaks.
Yes.
Harry Duke getting in 1 stride to every, sorry, 3 strides I should say, to every one of Jordan Buckingham's.
Yeah, I chose not to join in that because I'd have been about 25-30 metres behind them, and I don't need that embarrassment right now. If I was doing the marathon today, I'd still be going. So a few better runners than me in this squad, that's for sure. Vegeta wide of off stump, left by George Hill, through to the keeper. So a little scratch around here. I won't be surprised if there's a little bit of gardening going on from George Hill and Johnny Bairstow down them little rough patches at times. Not under the umpires' noses though, that's for sure.
Emails to Jordan Thompson, please.
Correct. I'll be waiting as Regita's into George Hill. Forward defence from Hill. One of the stronger forward defences in the squad. Easy on the eye. The itching to hit a few boundaries here, I reckon. Get himself in, give himself a chance and take us to that declaration.
Cody notwithstanding, do you think he's going to be the kind of long-term go-to bowler for the county? When you want somebody to bowl tight?
George Patterson, isn't it? George Patterson.
Yeah, very similar.
Vegeta's into George Hill. Oh, defend. Player miss there through to Michael Pepper. But yeah, no, on a serious note, I think his consistency and the job that he does for the team is pretty awesome, to be honest. Obviously for us boys, I know at times he has to bowl the hard overs and everybody has to be able to hold the line and hold an end, but he's also just found that extra zip in the last couple of years that's allowed him to kind of take these wickets or rush people with a fast bouncer. Vegeta's into Hill, straight drive wide of mid-off, who dives and stops 2 and maybe 4.
Where does he sit in the sort of MPH range alongside the rest of you?
He's interesting, Hilly, because he hits the bat hard. He's got a quick bumper. I think rushes people quite quick through the crease. He doesn't necessarily charge into ball, but he's quite kind of gradual and smooth. So with the action that he has, he's slightly awkward, and I think people kind of find it tricky to pick him up. So he can hit early 80s at times, definitely. Vegeta to Bairstow, pulls him out to forward, deep square for 1 as Johnny walks down the pitch and through that little rough patch again. But yeah, no, like I said, on these pitches that we're producing at Henley and the green seamers you find around the country, that little bit of extra zip that Hilly's getting is certainly accounting for some wickets. And you look at our team and we've not had kind of express pace within the ranks apart from overseas in the last few years, and obviously bringing Ben Sears in has complemented us quite well. But myself, Jack White, Ben Code and George Hill operating around that similar pace, a little bit quicker. It's a feather down the leg side, but must have been off the thigh pad as the Essex players half appeal. End of the over, and leads 418.
Yeah, 325 for 4. Looked like this sort of score on the pitch after 216 all out was probably more likely to be made by Essex. I think everybody seemed to agree after Yorkshire's first innings that they were probably 100 or so, give or take, short of where you'd want it to be, minimum 300 anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Just saying, this received a message, some unpopular comments from Will Luxton saying that he's had to mute it so he didn't have to listen to me speak on commentary. Thanks, Luxie.
Here's Thane bowling to Bairstow, who just picks one up slightly on its way to Robin Das at short, straight mid-wicket. Hands on head from Thane, because Das has been patiently positioned there for what seems like 2 weeks against whoever's been batting more or less. Nothing's really gone to him. Certainly nothing's gone to him in the air. That was probably about 2/3 of the way towards him before it dropped.
Just looks like Johnny's starting to itch a little bit here.
Yeah. Then in again, Bairstow looks to drop and go, but bowlers through and he's followed through pretty quickly. Luxton just wanted a bit of the limelight, is he? Because he's not down here, not travelled.
I think so. He's batted well this week and he scored 100 up at Scarborough in the second team, so he's hit a little bit of form. But yeah, he always likes a slide dig, does Will.
Yorkshire's blonde bombshell.
Correct.
In comes Thane for Essex. Bowls it now. It's full and driven up to Wesley at mid-off. There's no run, so there's been, you know, a little spurts, the odd boundary from Johnny. 16 off 31. He's clearly not got going as he would have liked, I don't think, from the way he just set about those first 3 or 4 deliveries.
I wouldn't be surprised if that strike rate ends up around 100 before we pull the plug here.
We've certainly seen a few deliveries now, so he'll got a bit more of a feel for what's going on. But another decent delivery by Thane. He's late playing that one. Johnny drops into the pitch by his feet. No run. He's doing that thing, isn't he? He's just starting to tick a little bit. He's walked away, twiddling his bat. He likes to get into a chat with somebody out in the middle, doesn't he, as well?
He does, yeah, and not necessarily a friendly chat at times, that's for sure. He likes to pump himself up. Sometimes strays too far from that crease, as we have seen in recent years.
We're not going down that route again.
Nah, I shouldn't be saying that. He wouldn't enjoy that at all.
In comes Thane again. Bairstow this time just uses the pace of the ball to run it to third man, and he will rotate the strike. 17 to him, 326 for 4. Just one to come in the over, and it just shows you if the bowling's anything like, and it has been okay for Noah Thane, he's been picking up some wickets, it's still just not easy to score, is it?
No, absolutely. You can see
you're taking a risk, aren't you?
You can see there, it's kind of, that's angling in towards the stumps, and even that shot a little bit is a risk just with the lack of pace. Potential chop onto the stumps and try to work the ball away.
Thane in again, and George Hill leaves. So end of that over, that lead 419. We'll let you do one more, and then we'll both we'll have a double change and let the two fellas who've been having an ice cream and a snooze at the back of the box come back in.
Great day for an ice cream now.
Well, that's an hour off, these two. Nice.
Part-timers.
Tomo just putting in an invoice for part of your wages, fellas, I think. Come the end of the day's play. No, I'm not joking.
Coming on at the Graham Gooch end, Matt Critchley.
You can see us at the United Brethren down the street for a pint for Lydi's 100. I'll take a free one there. That'll be me.
Well, I think that's where we might be heading. So
Yep, I think that's fair.
So I think Dick will buy you that one.
Change ball win. Critchley into the attack.
Yeah, ball well, didn't he, first up?
Yeah, he's got nice control, Critch. Obviously, Watts took a bit of a fancy to him last night with the 6 over the com box into the river, but he's certainly got good control as a leg spinner.
Reports were that the ball, it bounced on top and went in. The ball that replaced it was kind of quite inferior to the one that had gone out of the park.
Even us sat on the side, you could see it was a very bright red, and as people listening will know, the thing we look for is a kind of a dark, small duke to use, and when you get given a replacement ball that's nearly pink, it's not too good, as Critchley comes into Bairstow, drops it short and cuts it out to deep cover for one. But yeah, it's certainly a pet hate of a few people that when they go ravaging through that spare ball box and it doesn't turn in your favour. We had that similar situation at Durham a couple of weeks ago when we replaced an out of shape ball and it came back with something that looked like being eaten by a dog. But unfortunately that's what happens, and the umpires are the ones who choose. Critchley into Hill. An edge to slip and gone. Caught by Elgar in the slips. Just give the ball a little bit of flight there and drew George Hill into the drive as we lose our 5th wicket. And Matthew Revis will be the one to enter the fray. 10 overs till tea, I think, and start thinking about attacking, maybe scoring a few quick boundaries.
That wicket was Matt Critchley's 200th.
Yep, 4 off 10 deliveries for George. 21 minutes out there in the middle. Caught by Dean Elgar. And a 5th wicket in the match for Matt Critchley.
I believe I just heard on the PA system that was Matt Critchley's 200th first-class wicket. Well done to him.
Yeah, let's just
Yorkshire, Matthew Revis.
check out those stats while we can. As you mentioned, Matthew Revis on his way in, and he's had a sort of fitness battle, hasn't he, the last 7-8 months really.
Yeah, absolutely. I think unfortunately lost Rev kind of towards the end of last season, and obviously a lot of rehab through the winter and working his way back to full fitness with the stress fracture is never easy, but he's come through the other side now and obviously played that game at Durham and then dropped back into the second team, just get a few more overs under his belt and score some runs. And as you would expect, Rev, very good with the bat and an enforcer with the ball, so it'll be interesting to see what role he plays in his second innings with the ball, and if he needs to play a role at all, to be honest, because if they seamers ball like they did the first dig, then he might not need to have much of an impact.
Matt Critchley, 200 first-class wickets in his 113th first-class match, and he's averaging around about 37. It'll be just a little bit lower with his returns in this match than it is on all the info websites.
Critchley into Revis. Oh, there's definitely a little bit of turn there. And again, the Yorkshire boys will enjoy seeing that. Dan Moriarty and Don Best licking the lips. We're only 5 games into the season and there's a little bit of turn on offer.
Yeah, pretty unbelievable for an English spring.
Revis goes back, defends, got ball.
I've always said that they should start the county season in the first week in April. It's just, it's obviously going to be sunny and dry.
Critchley in. Back again and hits it out to long off for 1 off the back foot. Johnny Bairstow comes through to face the last ball of the over. Feels a little bit more spread for Johnny. Long on goes back. There's a cow out. There's a deep backward square and little 45 as well. So all out on the leg side apart from 45. Expecting some fireworks, eh? Critchley in to Bairstow. Back of a length. Just punched out to deep point for 1. Critchley finishes first over of spell with a wicket to his name.
Yeah, 329 for 5, 422 run lead. Right, we better let the boys take us through till tea, I think. So, Jordan, thanks very much for your time and your insight and your commentary skills. There'll be commentators sitting a little uneasily all around the county scene after they've just heard you taking us through those last few overs from the Graham Gooch end.
Yep, thanks a lot. A little bit of work experience there. Very enjoyable.
We'll let you get off and do your laps around the pitch. We'll do some swapsies. Noah Thane's going to continue at the this Sir Alistair Cook end of the ground. Still 9 overs to go before the tea break. And I'll leave you.
Well, I was more than happy for Jordan to continue from his stint all the way through to the end of play, but here I am. I'm back again. Got Dick Davies alongside me. This game's moved along rather quickly in the last 30 to 45 minutes as Yorkshire understandably tried to pile on runs. It's Noah Thane from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and that is defended by Johnny Bairstow. So Johnny Bairstow is on strike. He is on 19 from 35 balls. And Matthew Revis is 1 from 3. Yorkshire 329 for 5. The lead 422 runs. So I think it's right to say that Yorkshire won't be declaring before tea. We definitely will be going to tea. It's now about how long after tea.
Yeah, another 8 overs to go to tea. They could do.
Thane into Bairstow, and Bairstow goes for the big heave-ho. But he can only get it down to third man for 2. I think he was aiming to go a bit straighter there, but skews off the outer portion of the bat. Yeah, you're right, Dick. Actually, I hadn't thought about that. We could maybe get 2 or 3 overs before.
Well, they might want 2 little spells. Well, one little spell and 1 big spell attacking the Essex batsman. And then, yeah, have another 20-minute break at tea to recharge the batteries.
Thane into Bairstow again. Bairstow drive down the ground but fielded at mid-off no run. Bairstow has wanted to get on with this from ball 1, and it perhaps speaks to the, I don't want to say the sluggish nature of the track, but we've been speaking all day about it's not an easy track to get in on. And in spite of Bairstow obviously having all the shots, he's only on, I say only, he's 21 from 37, but he's played with an intent to do more than that.
Yes, indeed.
Thane to Bairstow. This is the intent from Bairstow, and he clears mid-on. There's 1 bounce and 4, and that's the intent I've been talking about. That one comes off this time. He moves to 25. Yorkshire 335 for 5.
Yeah, and with Paul Walter not playing in this game because he's injured, then Matt Critchley's probably the tallest player on the side, and it went over his head by quite a distance at mid-on.
Takes the Yorkshire lead to 428. Bairstow's making it clear that he wants to get on with it in the last few shots. Noah Thane into Bairstow. That one catches Bairstow on the thigh pad. He'll run through for leg by. 1 further run added to the total. Bairstow on 25. Matthew Revis on 1. Noah Thane has got 3 wickets in this innings, 3 for 71. A touch expensive, but he has actually taken wickets and got critical breakthroughs, removing Adam Live, Finlay Bean, and Jonathan Tattersall. Thane into Matthew Revis. It's full, and Revis can only hit dust on the way through, or kick up dust on the way through with his bat, and that brings an end to the over. Yorkshire 336 for 5. Matthew Revis on 1, Johnny Bairstow on 25, and the lead is 429. We're also still 6 overs above. We're +6, so we will go at a fair old rate today.
Yes, certainly. In which case, I literally don't understand. I don't criticise, but if tea is meant to be at 3:45, they're 6 overs ahead of the rate. Why is it? It's still only. Yeah, I don't understand. I'd have thought if they're well ahead of the rate, then it would mean that tea would be no later than 20:4. But I don't know. As Critchley moves in and bowls to Bairstow, who just prods it out in the offside, and it's Critchley himself who comes a few yards and fields it. Walks back to his mark at the far end, the Graham Gooch end. Next delivery to Bairstow, who just tucks that round the corner, but only more or less straight to the fielder. No addition to the score. Who I think is a 12th man, because I think I saw Raita going off as well. I don't recognise either him or his number. 59. Reverse sweep executed by Bairstow and brings him 6 runs down to, well, by the time he'd played the shot, deep backward square leg, but from his stance, it would be deep backward point. Whatever you call it, it's worth the same, 6 penneth. And Critchley moves in again and bowls. That's just pushed out to the offside, and they more or less walk through for a singles. No necessity or even desire to break into a sweat. Break into more effort than is necessary. Next delivery gives more air such that it's full toss and just helps on its way around the corner. They go through for a single down to deep square leg where Snater fields. 1 slip. Dean Elgar, who did take that catch not so long ago. And former Derbyshire player Matt Critchley moves in again and bowls, and that's just played out on the offside by, well, fractionally on the offside by Bairstow, who is very keen to make sure he stays in his crease. No sort of wandering out. He's for reasons which have been documented and talked about ad nauseam. End of the over, and 344 for 5 is the score.
Which means that Noah Thane will continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Essex, whilst chipping away in the last 30 to 45 minutes, you still kind of sense that the game is in somewhat of a holding pattern here, because we're all waiting to see what Yorkshire intend to do and when.
Wright has just returned to the field of play, just trotting across from one corner of the ground to the other. So the 12th man, whoever he was, has gone, but not forgotten.
Thane into Revis at the start of a new over. Revis on the drive only finds mid-off, no run. So Revis still on 1, but he has only faced, sorry, tell a lie, Revis is on 2. He's faced 6 balls. Johnny Bairstow is on 32 from 45 balls. Thane in again to Revis. Revis on the back foot through the covers, and no one is going to stop that. Moves serenely through the outfield to the boundary rope for 4. Dissects the fielders. That's 4 for Revis. Yorkshire moves to 348 for 5.
Yeah, splendid shot from the tall right-hander, Revis.
Lead extends to 443. Thane into Revis again, back foot. This time he pushes it, but this time there's protection down at a deep point. So he's only able to come through for 1. I've heard a lot of fast cars and fast motorcycles today.
Well, this is Essex. Need I say more?
Thane, Bairstow back on strike. Thane into Bairstow. Bairstow in a portion of the bat, out too deep mid-wicket. Nobody can cut that one off. There's no fielder out there. Again, I'm not sure if that was definitely the shot that Johnny Bairstow wanted, but he had enough power and placement on it all the same. And that brings up the Yorkshire 350, which is why you can hear a nice round of applause. It also pushes their lead past think it might have pushed their lead. No, just shy of the 500 mark, 446.
And also the main road through Chelmsford does run a matter of not many yards, just the other. Well, once you get outside the ground, there's the main road, so it's yeah, very, very close.
Bairstow this time on the pull. One bounce, 4. And Bairstow is showing full intent here to get on with things before the inevitable declaration. And that moves Bairstow up to 40, I believe, as I wait for the scorecards to update. I'm not sure if that scorecard is telling me the right thing, but I believe it's 357 for 5. And I believe the lead is 450, but I could be wrong. Maybe I'm ahead of the scorecard.
I think that's right. I think the main scoreboard is pretty accurate, because I think it may be linked to the scorers.
That one again, Bairstow tries to go through the mid-wicket region, that's fielded. There's no run at this time, and that brings an end to the over. And I was right, it's 357 for 5. Johnny Bairstow is on 40 from 48 balls. Reeves on 7 from 8, and the lead is 450.
Yep. So still the declaration doesn't come, and there's another overs remaining in the day, 38, which means there are 6 before. Yeah, and 2 and whatever's left of the over between. So no, it's not really worth declaring in time to go out again before tea. No, so they will bat until tea, and well, you would imagine declare then. So we could have 6 pretty exciting overs. Critchley to bowl the first of those half dozen. Moves in now, right arm over the wicket, bowls to the equally right-handed Reeves, goes onto the back foot and carves that through the offside for 4 runs. Just looking at the replay, that was bound to be short of the lengths, and yeah, under these circumstances you're not going to miss out on any loose deliveries, not deliberately anyway. That's ball much fuller length, sort of dips in on his shoelaces almost, bootlaces, plays it out on the onside to Raita. Feeling at mid-wicket, close enough to prevent there being a single. And that's just nudged down to third man. Oh, the 12th man is on again. Oh, just trying to read what he's got on the back of his shirt. Apart from 59 on smaller letters, it is his name. And that's short of a length as well. And that also is carved away, just backward of square for 4 runs. So I can't imagine it's going to be a case of Essex in pursuit of a target. It'll be a matter of can Essex bat out 4 sessions with a good forecast tomorrow, weather-wise. It's just played out in the offside. As Massell takes a few pictures on his phone of this ground, which is very pleasant. I mean, who come and watch Essex regularly, that's just played out in the covers, kind of take it for granted, but it is a very pleasant ground indeed, and very, very convenient for the city centre. A matter of, well, just a few minutes, 5 minutes walk from both the bus station and the railway station, and a lot of viewers, a lot of spectators, of course, do come by public transport.
Yeah, I did such today.
Yes, I'm sure.
And interestingly enough, because I thought I was going to be late, because there's no trains to Chelmsford today actually. So,
bus replacement.
A replacement from Billericay. And so I looked at Citymapper, because I said, how long does Citymapper think the walk is from Chelmsford Station to the ground? And it gave it a generous 14 minutes. Now, I think the walk is 7 or 6 at best. So that gives you an idea of what Citymapper is
44 or 40.
No, 14.
Well, it's
14.
still twice as much as it really is, yes.
So it's a real indicator to me to what kind of length City Mapper is actually timing their journey time.
Yes. How strange.
Snater from the Sir Alistair Cook end into Johnny Bairstow, start of a new over Bairstow onto the back foot. Just plays that down to third man. He wants two, and he comes back. It's a well run too. I don't think Matt Reeves was that interested in it, but Bairstow had already turned and was telling him to get a move on, and
Yes.
they come back for a two. That moves Johnny Bairstow to a 42. Yorkshire 367 for 5, lead 460. They've really had to put in the hard yards today. Essex, it's been very, very warm, dare I say hot, from pretty much ball one.
Yes, it's been a long day already, and we're only just coming up to two-thirds of the way through it. So the top order batsmen will really be feeling the effects. I know they're fit men, but nevertheless.
And again, Snater and Bairstow can't do anything that one. Then he hops.
Don't know if he played it onto his foot or what. But
Yeah, he may have deflected that one inside
around.
the onto his foot. He's currently doing the cramp stretch, but it caused him to do a pirouette, a hopping pirouette.
Yes, it was.
On his other foot.
It was quite elegant for a moment.
It's not wholly comfortable, a bit ginger. Walking on it rather gingerly, but I think he'll walk it off and to go get ready for the next ball. Just taking his time to recompose himself, and Snater runs in. This one's played off his hips down to the backward square for 1. Moving the score to 368 for 5. Another 4 overs remaining, we think, or believe, I should say, after this one, or should be, I should say.
Yes. Well, yes, I'm sure there will be.
Snater running earnestly today, but is wicketless from his efforts. 20.2 overs, none for 52. Comes into Matthew Reeves. That's full. Reeves is on the drive, but will only find short cover, no run.
Yes, well, Essex probably can't wait to, they anticipate the inevitable, and these last few overs are going to seem a bit of a drudgery probably, because even if they were to take a wicket or two, it would hardly make a significant difference to the overall situation.
Snater in again to Reeves. Reeves on the cut off the back foot. There's a fielder out there though, deep on the deep point boundary. They come back again for another quick 2, and that's well run. Moves Yorkshire to 370 for 5. Already, this partnership, just calculating, as a fall of the last wicket, this partnership is already 43 runs. And not many balls at all. I'll tell you the balls in a second. Snater back in to Reeves. Reeves on the swivel. Pulls it into the ground, and they'll come through for 1, and that brings an end to the over. Yorkshire 371 for 5. The lead is 464. Reeves on 18, Bairstow on 43.
Yes, that was a very short delivery, and such that it, well, admittedly Bairstow's not a tall fella, but it brought about almost tennis type shot. So unsurprisingly, it's going to be Critchley to continue from the Graham Gooch end. And Critchley just setting his field. You almost feel it's a little bit academic under these circumstances. Just looking away to see if anybody else is padded up should a wicket fall. Can't quite see into the changing area for the visitors. That's just tucked away for a single out to deep mid-wicket. Brings Bairstow down to the business end, wearing 51 to his name and 43 to his score. Next delivery played out into the, well, yeah, it just evaded Thane at shortish extra cover, went through for a single. Out into the deep, wide, long on, off. Critchley again. And down the leg side, and batsman and wicketkeeper between them and getting a bit of a tangle, but nothing too dramatic eventuates. 373 for 5, a lead of 466, I think that says. That's played out into the covers. So still a very good crowd away to immediately to our right on top of the Tom Pearce stand, which is almost always the most popular part of the ground. Shorter lengths played out into the offside, deep offside for a single. Very deeply set field now. There's nobody within 20 yards of the wicketkeeper. Another reverse sweep attempted, and Pepper attempts to stump his opposite number, the Yorkshire wicketkeeper as well as captain, and doesn't meet with the approval of umpire Shantry.
Yeah, it seemed like a bit of kidology there. Bairstow had barely moved, but I understand.
I think so.
You never know.
No, sometimes wicketkeeper, it's almost an instinctive, enthusiastic reaction. Still, that's what square leg umpires are for, to judge such things. And seldom, if ever, well, seldom, very seldom make a mistake. And if they do, it's not willful. It's a very difficult job, especially on days like this.
Yeah, we often don't think about the levels of concentration that umpiring.
No, exactly.
Forget everyone else on the field. Forget about everyone else on the field. What about the umpire?
People are always very keen to criticise if, in their opinion, they don't agree with the umpire. But very rarely do you hear people saying, "Oh, what a brilliantly umpired match that was," or "Yeah, he did a really good job."
Start of a new over, full toss by Snater, and Grievous can't put that away. Should have put it away, but plays it too deep in front of square, but deep for only one run.
But I suppose that's human nature. It's almost sadly, especially in this modern age, it's almost easier to moan about a situation than to praise it.
Snater at the top of his mark again. This time Bairstow's come on to strike another full toss, and Bairstow goes for the big shot down the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4 bounces, and that's a boundary for Johnny Bairstow. So back-to-back full tosses from Snater. The second one is given the treatment. And the applause is for the 50-run partnership. That 4 also moves Johnny Bairstow to 48. And that 50-run partnership has come in 42 balls. So it gives you an indication of what's been going on in the last 27 minutes. It's not been big shots aplenty, but it's definitely been a lot of 1s, 2s mixed in with the 4s. Snater into Bairstow. This time he goes all the way through, and Bairstow holds the poles of the defensive.
Yeah, still.
the defensive prod, but
still there. Looked like something out of Madame Tussauds for a moment. Well, several moments.
Genuinely beat him on the outside edge, though. A rare occurrence, so we must talk about it. One of the few to go past the outside edge today. Although maybe Bairstow held the poles as an indication that he played inside the line of that, but one for the bowler, I'll say. Snater back into Bairstow. He's 4 shy of his half century. And this may well be it. He's on the pull, but no, actually finds the fielder on the deep square boundary and can only get 1. Anywhere either side of that fielder, and it would have been 4, but almost timed it too well.
So we have this over, and then there'll be 2 more. And then we can all have a cup of tea or whatever is our fancy, within reason.
Snater, Revis now on strike. Revis is on the drive. Down to a long on for 1. Should leave us with, oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that was the end of the over, in fact. No, 1 more.
Yep, Bairstow dropped his bat for some reason, although they were only ambling down. Goes back and retrieves it, having made his ground first.
So 1 more left of Snater's over. Bairstow is on 47. I reckon he's eyed up a boundary here to move to 50. Who will win this mini battle? I cannot see Bairstow looking to defend this next ball, but we shall see. Snater into Bairstow. Bairstow does go for a big shot, but doesn't middle it, and in the end can only punch it on the bounce past Snater for 1. That does bring an end to the over. Yorkshire 380 for 5. Johnny Bairstow 48. Matthew Revis 22. The lead is 4-7-3. We have 2 more to go before tea time.
Yes, and it's now 4:10, half an hour after the scheduled lunch break, tea break, but nobody ever seems to take that very seriously nowadays. And yeah, it defies my logic. Must admit, if you could be ahead of the rate, but still at more than half an hour behind scheduled time, I don't know. I might have a word with the score about that between the intervals, between the what will probably be between the innings and during the tea interval.
Does that mean we're going to finish earlier though in the last session?
Sorry?
Does that mean we'll finish earlier in the last session or come after?
Well, the last session will be 32 overs. That's just played harmlessly back. Well, 32 overs should be only 2 hours, which will take us to 6:30, but in practice it's unlikely to. So it'll probably be near 7:15. Dear oh Lord, be late for church. That's pushed out deep, long off, near the sycamore tree. Score moves on to 381 for 5. A lead of 474. As Critchley moves in again and bowls. And that's drilled straight by Revis. Couldn't be much straighter without hitting the stumps. Just as we look at it to the left-hand side of the woodwork at the far end. It thumps into the boundaries, where there's a sign promoting the sponsors of this competition. Short of a length played out into the offside. It goes through for 1 comfortable run, bringing Bairstow down to the batting end. So it's already been a long, hard day for Essex, and the likelihood of more to come. That's just prodded out on the onside. Bairstow wants 2, but it's not there for the taking. And the added applause brings up 50 for Bairstow. Next delivery is well. No, it's not well fielded. Sorry. The tumbling head over heels was all in vain at backward point, and it went through for 4. End of the over. 1 to go before tea, and Yorkshire are 391 for 5. So it's quite likely they'll have 400 by tea. at the rate they're going, 9 and over, certainly not beyond, beyond them.
Yeah, I reckon we're in for a few pyrotechnics in this last
Yes,
over.
I think so.
It would be rude not to.
Yes. After all, nowadays pyrotechnics are around 12 months of the year. When I was driving up this morning, I came past a sign that said fireworks for sale. I thought it's about the middle of May. What are you doing selling fireworks in the middle of May? November it should be. Maybe end of October.
So Shane Snater will bowl the last over before tea. One that I think the Essex players will be glad to have. Certainly the bowlers.
Yes.
You can see Dean Elgar and Cole, or a few, starting to amble in the field, suggesting they know that their time is coming. Anyways, Johnny Bairstow's on strike. I suspect we're going to see a few big shots before this last over is over. Snater in to Bairstow. And he goes for the big pull, and it's all along the ground in front of square, 4 runs. I actually thought it was that, I assumed it was going aerial initially. But
yes, so
actually
did
pulled
I.
it into the ground, and I momentarily lost flight of the ball, picking it up halfway when it was on the ground. But that's the first boundary. We thought there would be a few, or an attempt to hit a few in this over, and that's the first one off the first ball. Bairstow moves to 54. Yorkshire 5 shy of 400. Snater into Bairstow again. Bairstow another pull. This time backward of square, and 2 bounces, and again into the boundary roll. Back-to-back fours from Johnny Bairstow. He's now on 58, and Yorkshire do pass 400 runs, so we'll get a bit of an extended applause for passing the 400 runs. Done it in 112 overs in 459 minutes. Bairstow is on 60 from 62 balls.
We are assured by Liversedge Owl that the batsman who's not Bairstow, his name is pronounced as Revis rather, not
Revis.
Otherwise, he's saying he's enjoying the commentary and the banter.
Snater into Bairstow, and I thought the umpire was about to give that wide. He momentarily motioned to extend his arms.
Yes.
But he tricked me. and there is no run. There is no run. Johnny Bairstow certainly thought it was wide, and I think he's saying to the umpire, look, he momentarily takes a stance outside on like a 10th stump line to say to the umpire, so what was that exactly?
Yep, so thanks Graham for that, acting as a pronunciation guide.
So Revis.
Revis it is. He says it rhymes with Trev. Trev and Rev.
So Snater into Bairstow, and he goes for the reverse paddle. It goes very, very fine, and it's another boundary, bringing out the T20 shots here, Johnny Bairstow, and why not? So we've gone 4-6. Oh, that second ball was a 6. I actually thought he'd signalled to 4, actually 4-6.4.
And it would appear the ball's lost because the umpire's moving this direction. Now we go through the ceremony of the ball change.
Well, I need to see a replay of that shot then, because it must have taken an almighty bounce. It was only 4 runs.
Oh yes, it was only 4, but in that particular corner it can bounce out and
then go under a crack and a crevice.
Yes. A crack and a crevice. I like that.
Well, we've got another ball.
Yeah, that didn't take long.
Snater into Bairstow. What's Bairstow got in 9 this time? And he goes for the stand and deliver. Bang! Right in front of us. Right in front of us. For a moment, I thought I'd have to dive in front of Dick Davies to save him, but it's actually gone. It's actually gone probably 3 rows of seats just in front of us.
Yes.
The cameraman had to go flying for safety, though.
He did.
It's another 6 by Johnny Bairstow.
And then retrieved it.
XXL. Those keeping score with their abacus, 46.46. We have a 1 ball left of this final over before tea. Snater into Johnny Bairstow. What's Bairstow got in store this time? Big heave hole. No connection, holds the poles.
Yes.
That's the end of the over, and Yorkshire will go to tea at 411 for 5. The lead is 504. I think it's fair to say they will declare at tea time. Matthew Revis is on 31 from 26. Johnny Bairstow raced away to 70 from 66, and we'll all go in for a cup of tea and maybe a slice of cake.
Oh.
That's the Yorkshire lead by 504.
And Bairstow, I noticed, did just have a quick word with the umpire as he came off, so presumably that wasn't just to say enjoy your tea. He's probably saying, yep, we'll call that a day and we'll declare at that. And presumably they have to tell the umpires, well, obviously they have to tell the umpires what they're doing. The umpires are in charge. So, yes, so an overall lead of 504. So Essex will need the small matter of 505 to win, we assume, although we're pretty sure, in 4 sessions at a rate of, 126 per session, which is more or less a run a minute. So, yeah, if Essex win, it will be one of the finest wins, not just by Essex, but I would have thought by any county side for a very long time, if not ever. But, yeah, the odds are somewhat against it. And so thanks for listening this afternoon. Thank you for the emails, most of which met with approval, most of which were expressing approval. And yeah, we look forward to talking to you again in 20 minutes, which will be, about 22:05. Thank you very much.
Please welcome back your umpires, Steve O'Shaughnessy and Jack Chantry.
Welcome back from the county ground here in Chelmsford then for the final session on day 3. Yorkshire still in a commanding position, 411 for 5, 504 run lead. The usual speculation, would they pull out during tea? But they haven't done. Ravi's 31 not out, Bairstow 70. 32 overs of cricket remaining today, plus 96 scheduled for tomorrow. So they clearly still think there's a job to be done of some sort with the bat before they have a go with the ball. Matt Critchley is going to start from the Graham Gooch end. What do we think? How long before a declaration? Shouldn't imagine it'll be too long now, Michelle.
Yeah, I just wonder if this is just a psychological move as well, which is you thought you were going to come out to bat straight after tea. Now we're going to make you toil, even if it's for an extra 5-10, and almost take you psychologically out of what you were expecting.
Yeah, could well be.
First ball after tea, Critchley into Revis, who's on the back foot, plays that down backward of point for 1.
It's certainly not a case of we feel like we've not got enough. At 5:05.
That said, given what Johnny Bairstow was doing in the over just before tea, I don't see why he wouldn't try and continue playing a shot of ball here. Critchley into Bairstow. Bairstow is immediately on the drive, but there's cover, out a deep cover, deep extra cover I should say, and that's 1. And the field comes in after Bairstow is off strike, which is kind of tells you what Essex feel about Bairstow on strike, and Revis is able to punch that down to long on for 1. First 3 balls, just simply rotating the strike after tea. Bairstow back on strike to Critchley. That one's a bit of a drag down, and he chops that fine Bairstow, and it's a chase for the fielder, who is unable to haul that in, it looks like, or did he? Not unable to haul that in, so chops it fine where there wasn't a deep third. There was a short third but not a deep third, and it's another 4 runs for Johnny Bairstow. He moves to 73. Wasn't 4?
Didn't signal 4, no. 2.
There you go. I thought the umpire had signal 4. It was 2 in fact. But that's a 1 for Bairstow.
I think he was signalling with 2 fingers sideways, as it were, to the other umpire, Jack Chantry, the 2 left in the over.
Ah, sorry. I misunderstood the signal, or thought he was about to move it for a 4. Revis is on strike, and he's on the back foot, but this time won't be extra cover, and that brings the end to the over. So there wasn't a 4 in that over, but there was a 6 off the over, and Yorkshire moved to 417 for 5. Revis on 33, Bairstow is on 74. The lead extends to 510.
And Lily's been in touch. Fantastic 185 by Adam Lythe. Shame when he got out. Johnny Bairstow looks in their mood to score big runs, she says. Well, he's got a few. Great to hear my second favourite player, Jordan Thompson, on commentary. Lily, the chairwoman and president of the Matthew Revis fan club. Hopefully, Lily, Jordan Thompson is not yet your favourite commentator.
He was good though.
He was. He'll be taking that mantle soon, I'm sure. Not that Lily's fickle in any way, shape or form when she sends her messages in. Doubtless be seeing Lily at Scarborough. Hopefully we'll see plenty of you at Scarborough Two cracking matches in prospect there to come, Sussex and Surrey this year. Meanwhile, Noah Thane from the Sir Alistair Cook end to Bairstow, who again, no foot movement, just watches the ball onto the bat, and he's got himself a boundary there. I don't think Shane Snater covered himself in glory in trying to get down for that one. It was a bizarre sort of shot, and you won't see many boundaries if you watch cricket for the next 10 seasons. He stretched away from his body, hit it probably out in the middle, but completely ungainly fashion, Johnny Bairstow, and still gets 4 for it. 78 to him now. The Yorkshire skipper is going here. 421 for 5. Thane in again. Oh, Bairstow this time with a much more orthodox looking shot, misses.
I think that previous one, Snater ran past it and then had to correct his dive, but it was too late. At least that's what it looked like.
It could have been one of those. The way it was struck, which, like I say, was unusual. It might have been something that had a little bit of spin imparted on it off the bat. Occasionally you get that, don't you? And it might just have changed direction on the turf. Not sure. I'm sure the Essex lads will probably be taking the mickey out of Shane Snater a little bit later on, though. Meanwhile, Thane to Bairstow. Dear me, he's tried to mow that one somewhere out towards the multi-storey car park behind us at the other side of the dual carriageway there, but missed. David Collicutt, good afternoon to you. Not heard from David for a little while, out there in sunny Los Angeles. Wondering whether this pitch will break up and offer Yorkshire the opportunity of 10 wickets to win the match. Well, whether it breaks up or not, in a day and whatever it will be, you can argue all you like about how long and all that malarkey in terms of declarations. You've got to find 10 balls. Thane is in, and Bairstow again tries to hike that one away. There's no other word for it really. Out through Gow corner, and I think he clothed it into his pad. Gets a single. 79 now to him. He's an extraordinary player to watch. We've heard about, or I have, about Adam Lyth and the way he plays the game. Johnny would look significantly different to that, but of course his record backs up the way that he's chosen to play the game very successfully, as Revis clouts one himself out through extra cover, and he's back pretty quickly for a second. Good support from his captain. Revis on to 35. And these two are just 3 runs short of a century partnership, which has come in quick time.
Yeah, very, very quick. Definitely over a run of ball. I think they got to their 50 and 42, so you'd have to imagine it's something similar.
Thane to Revis, who smashes one away out towards mid-wicket. Dean Elgar, the diminutive Dean Elgar, doing the fielding. Revis a bit miffed that he didn't get it away for 4. He's just got a single for it to complete that over. So 98 the pair have put on. Yeah, they came together after 103 overs and 2 balls. We've only had 115 overs. So I make that what? 11 overs and 4 balls. 70 deliveries to put on 98.
Yeah, that previous over just before tea, I think Bairstow, I'm trying to remember now off the top of my head, I think he went 46.46. So yeah, they really got the afterburners on 20 off that over.
Howard Ray says, hi Dodgy. Got to say for me, good move to bat on after tea. Maybe another half hour, keeping their openers fretting a bit longer. Lots of time left in the game. If so, crack on. Win or not, this game will do a power of good for our boys and set them up for a treat for our visit to the Oval next week.
Revis meets that first ball from Critchley with a full face of the bat down the ground, but it's cut off by the long on for 1. Such has been the shots from Bairstow. It's been easy to forget that Revis has gone effectively a runner ball. Bairstow backs away to leg and goes for the big hoik, but can only find, and there comes the declaration, he only finds a long on fielder. Bairstow is out for 79, and with that, he and Matthew Revis run off the ground. So Bairstow goes. Critchley, the bowler, his second wicket of the match. Bairstow goes for 79. Yorkshire will declare on 4-2-6 for 6. Matthew Revis is left stranded on 37, or was it 32? Get back to the minute, just look at the scoreboard properly. On 37. And that previous delivery was caught by Simon Harmer. That will bring an end to proceedings. So the Yorkshire lead is 519. That is what Essex will need to chase to try and win. And that is what Yorkshire will feel they have enough runs to try and also win. They've given themselves effectively the best part of 4 sessions. We only really got in, what, 3 and a bit overs after the restart. So effectively Yorkshire will have 4 sessions to try and bowl Essex out. So we'll have a bit of a turnaround as the grounds people attend to the pitch in between innings. Dean Elgar and his fellow opener will have to go in. Dean Elgar and Charlie Allinson will go in.
Yeah, we'll take a short breather. Just a quick run through the Essex bowling figures in that Yorkshire second innings. Jamie Porter, 18 overs, 3 maidens, none for 45. Shane Snater, 23 overs, 6 maidens, none for 82. They toiled without success. Simon Harmer, 22 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 50. Kason Raitha, 17 overs, 5 maidens, none for 49. So Seam, make a note, found it fairly difficult, although Noah Thane did take 3 for 96 from his 18 overs to counter that theory, and Matt Critchley 2 for 98 from 17.2 overs. So yeah, just 2 overs and 2 balls after tea, and Yorkshire declaring 426 for 6 then, and setting the improbable target of 520 to win by Essex. We'll see how they go on in a few minutes' time. And so that is going right up to the minute as the umpires walk out. Interesting, and that's obviously going to help to kill things for a little while. I don't think at Yorkshire, as Jordan Thompson said when he arrived in the com box, are expecting anything else but hard work here. A bit of toil might take them a long time, so they're prepared for the long haul. They've got just about 4 sessions to find 10 deliveries to get themselves winning points for a second time in the 2025 campaign. And it would be, there's no doubt about it, a real boost for them and their campaign if they can do that, particularly with confidence going to the Oval next week in mind as well. So Charlie Allison and Dean Elgar making their way out to the middle. And we're going to see Ben Code taking the first over from the Graham Gooch end.
Yep, so Ben Cole from the Graham Gooch end, and we will have Charlie Allison will take the first ball of this Essex second innings. 3 slips for Yorkshire. Got back on point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a deep fine. So Ben Cole in for the first ball. It's been a long day for Essex in the field, but now they have a chance with the bat, and immediately Charlie Allison is on the back foot and punches that through the covers for 4, and Essex are underway with a boundary.
516 needed.
Piece by piece is how Essex will approach this, but certainly for the first target for Essex will be to get to the close of play, and the remaining, just check how many overs we've got left for the remainder for the day. 27 overs remaining for the day. Cold into Allenson, forward, defensive, no run. And I think if the pitch continues to play how it did play for Yorkshire in their second innings, then Essex's top order will be hoping, certainly at least 4 of them might be thinking, this is my chance now to dig in and get my season really underway, because they've struggled for runs, the top order. Cold once again to Allenson, forward Allison, in defence, no run, fielded at mid off. So we have George Hill at first slip, Adam Live at second, and Finley Bean at third. Get to see the ball really move off the pitch, off the seam in the air, but the 3 slips are interested all the same. This one catches the inner portion of the bat out into the leg side, oohs and ahs. There's no run there. Ben Cold in the first innings took 3 for 20. He's had a fruitful season so far with the ball for Yorkshire. In fact, he may well be. Yeah. I was about to say he was leading the wicket chance, but it's of course George Hill. Cold. This one does beat the outside edge. Catches Allenson forward and prodding, and zips through to Johnny Bairstow behind the stumps, no run.
Yeah, interesting delivery.
Allenson only made 4 in the first innings. He's already in 4 now. Essex will like to think that first innings was an aberration of 123 all out. Cold once again, and again past the outside edge. Allenson forward in defence. 2 good balls to end the over there from Ben Cole, and that brings an end to the first over. Essex 4 without loss. George Allison Charlie Allison's boundary at the start of the over is the only runs off the over, and Essex need 516 runs.
Yeah, lovely delivery to end that opening over by Ben Code, and Yorkshire going to start their attempt at taking 10 Essex wickets from the Sir Alistair Cook end with Jack White, who's been pretty impressive in the matches he's played so far this season. Had a breather during the Warwickshire match last week. He's just scuffing up the footholds, making his way back to his mark. And one thing they will want to do is try and keep things moving as well. They were Dr. Point last week, Yorkshire. They only got 3 in the match and lost one of those on slow over 8. And they were -2 come the end of the match, but following negotiations, or however they do it, they lost a point. In comes Jack White. Dean Elgar drives that one into the Chelmsford turf, and Tattersall is at cover to do the fielding. 3 slips in place. Still Hill, Lythe and Bean in that order. 1, 2, 3. Wharton at point. He'll be feeling pretty good after the runs he's got in both innings down here. Code at mid-off. Bess at mid-on surely will come much more into the game in this second Essex innings, you would think. Revis is at mid-wicket, and Moriarty is down at long leg, but there's no third man in place, which is where that one's just gone. Off the bat of Dean Elgar, opened the face and ran it through the gap between third slip and point. There is no gully there. Not sure much would carry to gully on the slow nature of this pitch, the way things are at the moment. Might just about get to third.
Yeah, it's barely been a slip pitch. Never mind a gully one.
No, so White, headband in place. Yorkshire's latest headband warrior. In round the wicket, bowling to Elgar. Strokes it to Ben Code at mid-off, no run. Dean Elgar, well, obviously not many Essex players made much of anything runs-wise in the first innings, but we've seen him do the job against Yorkshire before. Quality player, high-class technique. Just showed that in the way that he pushed that along the carpet all the way. Jack White trying to find a hole in that technique, and could have done here. He has. He's got one to kick off the pitch, and Elgar, technique or not, he did really well actually to get his hands and over the top of that, but he's not the tallest of men. He takes his glove off and checks his knuckles as he walks off disconsolate, but I don't think there was much he could have done about that. And that's an excellent catch at third slip by Finlay Bean. It was dying on him and he got his mitts underneath it. And Yorkshire, well, they're just all over Essex at the moment, who are just 8 for 1 in their second innings.
Yeah, that one, it's almost like it caught almost like a spiteful, sharp bounce off the pitch, and I think I agree with you, Jonathan, that he actually did well almost to try, and I think he was almost trying to play it down to the ground, given how much it rolls up on him sharply, but it's a good diving catch.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's got to be a good player to get something on that, really, the way it kicked off the pitch. And he did everything he could to try and get over the top of it, but just couldn't quite get over the top of it enough. And so 8 for 1, 512 behind. And if ever Essex needed a captain's knock, Tom Wesley, this is it.
Most definitely. And the way that Dean Elgar looked at the pitch on his way out, he's quite possibly thinking, how has one reared off the pitch like that when I've been in the field for the whole day and rarely seen the delivery do that for the whole day.
Yep, new ball, different bowler as well. Jack White, hit the pitch bowler, and he hits the seam pretty often. I think we've seen that already this season. Those of us who who've watched him bowl on a regular basis, and he's just got one to take off. I mean, would you believe it as well? 10 balls in after the heavy roller has just been on. So that was, I think, a bit of a surprise to all, not least to Dean Elgar. But he's had to go for a low score for the second time in the match, and that, in context, is a big wicket. So White trying to get another one of those now. Essex captain Tom Wesley. 2 catches have come in position in the leg side. Still 3 slips, right-handed of course Wesley, and he's picked his first one up beautifully off his legs. Jack White just over pitching on leg stump and flicked it away through mid-wicket. That one travelled, so off the mark with a boundary, the Essex captain.
Yeah, good riposte there from Tom Wesley. It's important, I would say, in moments like this when you lose an early wicket, the obvious thing to do is to say, right, let's dig in, make sure we don't lose another one. But you have to be able to put away balls that are there to be put away, put them away, and ensure that you don't allow the bowling team to just be on top.
So White turning again, leaving our commentary position behind him. Passes umpire Chantry, bowls it now. Wesley right in front as he plays that, and Johnny Tattersall fields. So that's the end of just the second over. Already we've seen a few boundaries. Dean Elgar with just 1 scoring shot, a boundary. He was out for 4 off 4 deliveries after just 10 balls of his second innings. So Allison on 4, Wesley on 4. And it's 12 for 1, 508 runs behind.
So Ben Cold will continue from the Graham Gooch end. He'll be looking to see if he can also add a wicket to the column, having seen his bowling partner Jack White strike in his first over. So Cold in to Allinson, and Allinson is forward. There is no run there. Essex 12 for 1. They've only had 2 overs so far. Allison and Wesley both a boundary. In fact, the 12 runs have all come in boundaries. Elgar got a boundary before he nicked off to 3rd slip. Bean turns at his mark and he'll move in again to Charlie Allinson. Forward, defence, no run.
So foot on the throat, Yorkshire. Can they see it through?
Having got one early, they'll be looking for at least, they'll be saying to themselves, another 2. Another 2 before the close of play. We've got 24 overs, and they will think and assume that they can win this tomorrow. Essex needs to not give another one away. Allison behind that one. Defensive stroke, no run.
Bent Nielsen says, good evening. Thick volumes could be written about what I don't understand about follow-on or declaration decisions. Will someone please write those volumes? Jay Grover says, well, Mr. Thompson were jolly good.
He was indeed. Cold runs in, moves into Allison. Again, Allison is happy. Should just defend that, allow the ball to dribble into the leg side. There will be no run there. 2 more balls left for this over. Tom Wesley at the non-striker's end, practicing his forward defensive strokes, or possibly it's a drive that he's practicing, but he'll have to continue to watch on as Charlie Allison faces up to Ben Cold, and he's able to turn that one into the leg side. They'll come back for 2, expertly placed, and it's a comfortable 2 for Allison. He moves to 6, Essex 14 for 1.
Russell Bess, good afternoon to you, if you're still with us. It's been a while, apparently, since this landed on my phone. Afternoon, JD. Location, Lutra Kithinos. Having a beer while listening to what is a great score. Yeah, well, your Dom might need to come into play, Russell, as this one goes on, I should imagine.
Final ball of the over, cold into Allison. Allison again, similar to the previous ball, turns that one, this time a bit finer, and it's fielded by Deep Fine. And that will be an end to the over. Essex move to 15 for 1. Charlie Allison moves to 7. Tom Wesley is on 4. But crucially, Yorkshire do have a wicket. Essex need another 505 runs.
Remiss of me not to mention at this point as well, when I was mentioning of the word, the surname Bess, Dom, who's just polishing the ball up for Jack White, star of the BBC Radio Leeds cricket show now. He's just about a weekly fixture. Play one, miss one, I think, so far. Or might be play two, miss one, but he was on with yours truly the other day. Enjoys having a bit of chat. And that's 6 till 7 on Thursday evenings, folks. You can find it on BBC Sounds or tuning in however you do to BBC Radio Leeds West Yorkshire Sport Daily. But Jamie Rayner, our regular presenter, and unfortunately have to put up with me for usually about 10 or 15 minutes of it, and Dom very often around, other Yorkshire players too. We have a Club of the Week as well, feature every week. Jack White in. Ooh, just a bit of a curtain rail from Charlie Allison as the ball goes through to Bairstow. Puffs of dust all over the place. The Chelmsford Dust Bowl. Who'd have thunk it? Bit of gardening from Allison. 3 slips a point. Cover mid-off, mid-on. Tattersall at mid-wicket. And long leg as well. Just getting a bit of shade in the shadow of the stand. As in comes White with that bustling run. That's a lovely shot. It's going to be 4 runs. Back foot punch from Charlie Allison, took it on top of the bounce. And he's getting going, double figures. 19 for 1. Yorkshire will want to try and keep the pressure on, not let either of these players feel like they're in or playing with any fluency. And well, they've got a lot of runs to play with, obviously. If somebody can get in, that's going to help with that rearguard action by the hosts.
Definitely runs to be made.
And he comes again. And this one turned backward of square leg by Allison for a single. Probably about time for a swap in the box. Halfway through the 4th here. Wesley on strike. Tattersal's gone in, catching about 3 strips away at a straight mid-wicket, and then a little bit squarer. Matthew Revis has come in also. Similar distance, 12 yards or so from the bat. White. Full and straight and blocked by Wesley. Yorkshire, as we said, I think when Jordan Thompson was in the box with us earlier on, will just want to keep on challenging the stumps, bringing them into play. There's been some variable bounce during the course of this match so far, and you can't imagine that that's going to get any better from a batting point of view. Even if it doesn't get any worse, there's a little bit of something there. Occasionally players having to jab down. And here comes White once again, and Wesley walking in and pushing at that one, missing out. And it's my great pleasure welcome to the box Paul Newton.
Well, great pleasure to join you, Jonathan, as ever. And you and I share interest not only in cricket but in horse racing as well. And I trust you're still keeping up with that.
Certainly am.
Good.
Spent a day before this match, Huntingdon in the afternoon, and then Chelmsford in the evening.
Yes, indeed. Even I
Double day.
I didn't go in the end, but that thought had occurred to me, I might do the double.
Here's White again, blocked solidly by Wesley to bring about the end of that. The fourth over then. 5 runs having come from it. 20 for 1. 500 precisely required by the hosts to win on 9 wickets by Yorkshire.
Yeah, he's bowling well, Jack White. He's getting a nice amount of lift, which is how he managed to dismiss Dean Elgar with a ball that climbed on him. Elgar could have done, I know he had hardly a second to make up his mind, but he could have done with dropping the hands and ducking the delivery, but he followed it a bit periscopically, and fine catch to get rid of him. Major blow from both Essex and Yorkshire's point of view, but of course he missed the first 3 games of the season on paternity leave back in South Africa, and he hasn't had his usual preparation.
Take it away.
So this first ball of a new over, is that Code bowling? Or yep, Ben Code from the Graham Gooch end. I'm sure it's already been pointed out that it's named Graham Gooch end because he lived for many years in Ingatstone and hailed from East London. So Alistair Cook, instead, the end named after him is the one from which we're commentating, hitherto the City end. And Code is in. Bowls, nice shot here from young Charlie Allison. It either will or won't quite reach the square leg boundary. It's just going to be cut off. They've taken 2, and Allison was all for the 3rd, but Wesley's an older man. And 2 runs is the result there, 22 for 1.
Yeah, Jack White, he was running round from long leg to do the fielding.
Yes, it's been a fine performance in this game from Yorkshire. And obviously removing Essex for a meagre 123 in the first innings, when they went back to the dressing room off 216, they'll have thought we're going to have to bowl well here not to concede a first innings lead, and to get quite a big one themselves has really dictated the course of this game. 93-run lead on this pitch is very, very handy indeed. The next ball is sufficiently wide of off stump for Allison to ignore. 22 for 1.
Yep, they've obviously got that one ball so far that's just taken off a little bit by Jack White, which got the wicket, but it's felt increasingly dead. So I think that idea of bringing the stumps into play has got to be the way. And
it's never a bad idea.
No, I can't imagine that it's going to be too long before we see a bit of tweak. Maybe George Hill first.
The next ball is just played defensively into the covers for no run. Score remains at 22 for 1. And back in the day, a lot of years ago now, in the cricket call days, which I'm sure a lot of Yorkshire as well as Essex supporters remember, Essex's sort of 3rd commentator in those days would often be Trevor Bailey. And I would ask Trevor Bailey for an assessment of whatever bowler we were talking about. He said, bowls very straight, which does help. And, he was always very succinct, but the simplest maxims are usually the best, and Trevor was so right, and of course he was renowned for bowling very accurately. Next ball played to backward point for no run by Allison, who remains on 14. Wesley with a fine clip off the pads. His only run so far has 4, 22 for 1.
One of the finest all-rounders this country's ever produced.
Well done, Fred. Well said, Fred. Yeah.
Magnificent.
2 more unlikely great mates, and Fred Truman and Trevor Bailey would be hard to imagine, but they were, which is marvellous. And they were huge friends. Here's Code in, and bowls, and Allison, everything right about that. Head over the ball, steers it back down the pitch. The over ends with just those couple of runs off it to Allison, who has 14, Wesley 4, Elgar, the man to go when the score was just 8. Which, when you're chasing over 500, doesn't really help the batting side. 22 for 1.
Yeah, lots of work to do for both these sides. They might have to sweat this one out a little, Yorkshire, if they are to take the remaining 9 wickets. And I think they'll be well prepared for that. But they can't say they didn't have a decent rest either, the bowlers, between innings on this occasion, because they batted for 115.2 overs. Plenty of chance for the bowlers to get the massage in, get a bit of the breath back. And a good delivery from Jack White first up. Passes the outside edge of Wesley's bat on the rise.
Of course, what you often find in cricket, if you can keep the opposition out in the hot sun for long enough, and 115 overs probably is long enough, very often when it's their turn to bat, they just lack that bit of extra concentration and being on their toes. Not saying that necessarily brought about Elgar's downfall, because it was a very good delivery indeed from Jack White, but it helped.
Yeah, White in and bowling again, and Wesley solidly forward and blocking. I thought he did well to play it, to be honest.
Yes.
I think the worst players wouldn't have got anything on that.
Fair point.
But to be able to react as he did, he just didn't quite master it, did he? He was almost there. I mean, Finlay Bean, I would have thought, probably felt grass under his fingers as he took the catch. It was so low.
Yeah. Well, catches win matches, and one of the Essex gatemen said to me when I came in, you know, it's all down to Dean Elgar, isn't it? And I said, well, sadly, he hasn't actually hit form yet, but I know what he meant, because Elgar's capable of batting for a day and a half.
Here's White again. Wesley this time gets a straighter delivery, which he turns to the rootin' tootin' shootin' Revis in his cowboy hat in front of square on the leg side. Speaking of hats, I think both scorers who are sitting in the same building as we are, but at the opposite end of it, we can't hear what the conversation is, but they are rabbiting on between them over there. John Potter, the Yorkshire scorer, has a navy blue cap on with well, he's got the Union flag on the side of it that we can see. Is that an Essex floppy on the Essex
yes,
scorer?
it is, definitely.
Good job they're not in the press box. As in comes White, and that's pushed back to the bowler. No run. I guess wearing club colours in the score box when you are a club scorer is okay. But not the done thing in the press box.
The other thing that's a good thing we're not in the press box is the windows there don't open very far, and here we're, you know, in front of open windows, and such is the heat. It wouldn't be much fun without it. It's one of the things which I've never liked about the new commentary boxes at Lord's. You know, I used to like it when the commentary boxes were at the opposite end of the ground in the towers.
Here's White, and once again Wesley happy to block that. I was never fortunate enough to go and commentate when they were at the other end. I've only been there once in my commentating life, was saying earlier, just the crossover of one season in the same division last year.
Yeah. No, you know, it's fine from other points of view, but it can get very stuffy in there on a hot day in the new commentary area. The lozenge.
Here comes White with that Hendrick-like run up to the wicket. Oh, now then, Wesley didn't play that with whole certainty as he dragged it into the leg side, but he's okay. It was a maiden over by White. That's 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13. He took the wicket of Dean Elgar, caught by Finlay Bean at third slip, for those who might have missed it. 22 for 1. Yorkshire have only got the 498 runs to play with at the moment.
Yes. You're quite right to the resemblance of Jack White to Mike Hendrick. You know, there's a very, very definite similarity, and he's, as I say, it's, I think probably the first time I've seen him, and I've been impressed. You know, he's bowling very well indeed. Ben Code I've seen many a time and always been impressed. And really good finds for Yorkshire as he comes in from the gooch end, bowls, and Allison gets everything behind this, steers it down to mid-on, live, and there's no run. 22 for 1. And in fact, that isn't live there. Who is that, Jonathan?
It's Dan Moriarty doing
Dan Moriarty,
yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't here, but Moriarty probably played a very useful innings earlier on in the match, hitting some robust late blows when Essex had sort of got pretty well on top.
Yeah, quick 24.
Yeah. Codin bowls once again, carefully played out into the covers, and no run once again.
I think I'm going to give him the nickname the Flashing Blade from now on when he walks out to bat, because it
Yeah.
was like that.
Yeah, good.
Crashed it around a bit. He had a beautiful shot through mid-on that any batter would have been proud of.
Yes, I mean, nearly all players can bat nowadays. You know, gone are the days where you could just intimidate them out. We see through quite big last wicket partnerships around the grounds this season, as Allison plays the next ball again for no run to mid wicket. One thing that strikes me about the championship this season is, partly because there are 8 points for a draw and a good number of sides have settled for a draw, there's not a lot of difference between top and bottom. And Essex, when they went down to Taunton, a win there, and they looked like winning for most of the game, and they'd have been probably second. As it is, they lost, finished in 8th place as Code comes in, bowls and beats Allison with a rather nebulous push outside off stump, goes through to Tattersall, there's no run, and to Besto, I should say, beg your pardon. And you know, just on the basis of either win a game or lose a game, you can sort of end up being at different ends of the table completely. Surrey, so far this season, are not looking quite as nailed on as they have in previous seasons. I noticed that with a slightly wicked lead.
Yorkshire are there next week.
Right, I noticed with a slightly wicked lead, Warwickshire piling up 650 odd. As here comes Codin and bowls, and ball's played back just past the bowler, but for no run, 22 for 1. And Ed Barnard, I think he finished just shy of a double 100, but he really is a very good player.
Yeah. Yep. Saw him, of course, up at Headingley last week.
Yeah.
Yorkshire defeated by Warwickshire, and when they didn't perform anything like as well as they can, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, Warwickshire going quite well this season. Here's Codin. Bowls and a leave here from Allison. Completes a maiden over. He's got 14. Wesley at the other end has 4. 22 for 1 in 6 overs.
I'm not quite sure while you were talking there what was going on in the slip cordon, but George Hill, Adam Lyth and Finley Bean looked like there was some sort of rapping going on between or something like that. There was a bit of rhythm in the arms and legs. I'm not sure if they were singing between deliveries. They've jogged between overs to the opposite end of the ground, and Jack White, who might sing himself, is going to continue at this Sir Alistair Cook end of the ground.
Yes, can you see how many overs are left actually? Minnie?
Yeah, still 20 remaining in the day.
Yep.
So we're going to be here, well, if it's going to be an attempt at death by seam by Yorkshire, it's going to be a good hour and a quarter, hour and 20 minutes. So we're going up for 7 o'clock before we finish tonight, as that next delivery is turned into the leg side by Wesley. Didn't sound particularly great on the bat.
No, it didn't. You're quite right.
Very woody.
Yes, I mean, there's an awful long way to go even to get to stumps tonight from an Essex point of view. Just about anything could happen if the wicket continues to flatten out. Essex may be able to go in no worse than, shall we say, 2 down. But equally, if 2 wickets go down in quick succession, you feel that it might just open the gateway, because Essex without Cox and Walter, their 2 informed batsmen, are not a great batting side.
White to Wesley again. It doesn't sounds like it might be slightly cracked the way
it does.
Came off there down towards backward square. He's not had a look at it this time, but he's picked up a single. Yeah, as they used to say on, was it Stingray? Anything could happen in the next half hour.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, I mean, Essex potentially a very good batting side, but they've lost the 2 men who by far been the top scorers this season in Cox and Walter. Wesley, who often starts the season very, very well, hasn't managed that this season. Elgar, as we've said, only arriving in the country just before the Taunton game, the previous game to this. So the experienced men, Critchley struggling a little bit.
White in again. Allison leaves the ball too short and wide to interest him.
But there's a saying in cricket that it only takes one innings to get you back into form, and Essex will be hoping that they can find 2 or 3 players who've been struggling, who can suddenly emerge with a decent score here, particularly as mere survival, which is all they've really got to fight for. Shouldn't be totally impossible on a pitch that does seem to have flattened out.
Jack White makes his way in then past umpire Chantry and bowls it now, and again it's too short and wide to interest Allison on this occasion. Ball still fairly young, and it's not been badly mistreated, only 23 runs scored so far. Just a couple of balls before the end of the 8th over here.
What also hasn't helped Essex this season, they thought they'd signed the Indian test bowler Thacker, who went instead to the Indian Premier League. Now, had he arrived on schedule as expected, he might well have just made the difference. The thing that's been common to all Essex games before this one was an inability just to take the final 3 or 4 wickets in the second innings, and another good bowler could have seen them winning all the first 4 games.
White again, and blocked once more by Allison. Well, you never know if the IPL comes to these shores, as the rumours have been, and given that they seem to take so long between matches in that competition, you might be able to slot a 4-day game in between
Yes.
2 IPL matches.
Very good thought indeed, yes. I think it would be beyond the powers that be to organise it that way, but yeah, certainly would be. But yeah, just a single added in the last 3 overs, and Essex, it's very obvious what their remit is here. It's trying to keep wickets in hand.
Final ball of the over. Sees White ball to Allison again, who's solidly behind it. I think since I last saw you, we had the sad passing of Dr. Lee Towers, who we have talked about previously.
Know. Oh,
yes,
yeah.
I saw a couple of messages on Facebook about it. Certainly Essex people, I wouldn't imagine, know who he is, and maybe those from Leeds as well, but he did used to run the Leeds City Boys football team for many years, and the cricket team that I played in when I was a teenager. That was a little while ago now.
Well,
but, a great man for sort of local sport in Leeds, and the opportunities that he provided lots of Leeds youth with over the years. I know did you teach with him? I think we mentioned
certainly
before.
did,
Yeah.
and I owed him everything in terms of learning how to take a cricket team. So I'm very sad to hear of his passing. To be honest with you, I'm a little surprised that he's lasted this long, because he was rather fond of a pint or two. So here is the next over beginning from Code, and the ball is just once again played past the bowler for no run. 23 for 1. Yes, if I may pay tribute to him, I taught at a Catholic grammar school in Leeds with Lee Towers. Neither of us were in the least bit religious, but they were fantastic kids. He took all the under 12 and under 13 school teams for football and cricket, and all the Leeds City Boys where you came in at those age ranges, and he was just an absolute phenomenal man, and I count it a great privilege that I ever worked with him. Here's the next ball, plays it back to the bowler. When I took my first game, I sort of got out into the middle and discovered I hadn't got any bails in the umpire's pocket, and he calmly stepped forward and said, "There you go." And he really, as I say, taught me all I knew, and between us, we won a fair old shed load of trophies, considering none of the parents, because cricket was not traditionally a Catholic game, had played the game themselves. We produced some marvellous lads who were not a million miles short of, shall we say, county second 11 level. As here, Wesley plays the next ball to mid on. There's no run there. 23 for 1. And showing you the reason why he was called Dr. Towers, he had a doctorate in physics. And after 7 years in the job, I discovered he got a better Latin A-level than I had. And I said, "Well, how come you chose physics then?" And he said, "Because it was my weakest subject." and I thought I had most to learn. And that was the calibre of the man, you know. I'm sorry he's died, but great to have the chance to pay due tribute to him. Here's Wesley, a nice flick off the pads, and that's going down to the fine leg boundary for 4, 27 for 1, the first boundary we've had for quite a while now. Wesley moves up to 9. We're in the 9th over. Yes, and great to hear you sing his praises as well. The time he gave up, shall we say, 3 of the people who knew Dr. Towers least well of anyone on planet Earth were his family, because he spent the whole time, you know, and he and I'm a single man and was in those days as well. He and I would disappear. We'd agree to meet in I think it's called the True Britain. It might have been the Ancient Britain pub near where we taught, after we'd finished our respective games. So he didn't get home until sort of certainly 11 o'clock, as the next ball's clipped very firmly to mid-wicket. But he did wonders for youngsters cricket in Yorkshire, and deserves every word we've said.
Yeah, absolutely. And there will have been, I can't think who off the top of my head specifically, but there will have been both Yorkshire cricketers and Leeds United, maybe Bradford City footballers who've gone through his sort of care and coaching back in those days.
And one final point on that before I go. It's time I let Dick back in. Ben Code obligingly decides he's not happy with his run-up and goes back to the start. And the final point I would make is a lot of our listeners will recall the Northamptonshire wicketkeeper batsman Dave Ripley.
Yep.
And he went to Rothwell School in South Leeds.
Royds, I think.
Royds, sorry. And whenever I met Dave in subsequent games doing this job, he would come up to me and say, "How's Doc Towers?"
There you go.
That's the measure of the man. Here's Code in bowls, and he's a little bit lucky there, Wesley. Just gets the bat down on it and deflects it away for 2 runs down to long leg. But if he'd missed that, he was probably gone for all money.
And it just leads me on to one other thing, if I can give it a mention. Lee Westerman recently, she messaged me. I tried to help out the TV Harrison football ground. You remember that was where the Leeds City boys, where Doc Towers would have, it was like the Wortley Wembley, they called it. Wortley, a suburb of Leeds, where if you were any good, you got in the Leeds City boys team, or if you played in a final, you'd play it on the TV Harrison ground, and it was going to be wiped out. And there's been a campaign over several years. They have won that campaign to not have houses built. And I think, I understand it's going to be one of the local professional football clubs, foundations, who's going to get involved in paying for that space. So that's Doc Towers would definitely have appreciated that. I'm going to step out as well, actually, because I think I've probably used up all my credits now. We better let the boss step back in.
Yep.
In fact, both these lads might want to step back in.
Enjoyed that. Thank you very much.
Yep, great to be back on the airwaves with Mr. Newton. Always good fun. Charlie Allison just plays that first Jack White delivery into the leg side. What's this? Shade. Shade over Chelmsford. A slightly cloudy sky for the first time in 3 days.
It's going to pour tomorrow.
He's going to be doing all sorts in a minute now.
Yeah, wall-to-wall rain tomorrow. So it's White to continue from the Alistair Cook end. Bowling to Allison. Bowls now, Allison goes forward studiously. Head over the ball, just trickles out on the offside. No addition to the score of 29 for 1. Needing the small matter of 520 for victory, but that's right. He knows a cloud when he sees one. But yeah, I don't think it's anything to, you know, it's just a temporary blip. Actually, a lot of people in Chelmsford don't know a cloud when they see one because they're such a rarity. As White moves in, bowls. Oh, and Allison did rather well there to remove his bat from the line of the balls. It lifted quite dangerously, and the young batsman did very well not to get a touch to that. Goes down the wicket now and does a little bit of tapping around away on the ground. Deliveries like that, even if they don't get a wicket, they sow seeds of doubt in the batsman's mind, and so much of this game is played in the mind, as are several other games. Golf is the immediate one to come to mind. That's short of a length and played out through the covers. It's going to be a certain 2, a possible 3, and no. Possible but not likely. 2 fielders were in pursuit of it. They're just backward of square down towards the stand, promoting the merits of a public school in Essex. And they hauled it in. So it's still pleasantly warm. In fact, from the commentating point of view, I think it's better. You don't want to, and maybe even from the playing point of view, you don't want to be squinting into bright sunlight too much. As the next delivery met with a full blade of a defensive bat, and it trickles out to mid-on. End of the over, and Essex are 31 for 1. Allison not out 16, Wesley not out 11.
Yeah, and I think other than Dean Elgar's dismissal, I think Allison has looked very good in defence. Tom Wesley going about his business. And, Essex have the small matter of, I don't want to use the word surviving, but certainly to bat out.
Yes.
17 overs for the remainder of the day. And then they can rest overnight and assess how they go about not losing on day 4. Not losing means they can, of course, win. But the first task is to establish how not to lose this game. And batting like they have been since Elgar's dismissal is one way of going about it for sure. Put away the bad ones.
Oh yes.
Strong in defence otherwise. And
just bringing in a leg slip now. So there's three slips and a leg slip. So there's an arc of 5 fielders there.
So Ben Cold will continue from the Graham Gooch end. This will be his 6th over. And Tom Wesley is forward there. Uzanar's behind in the slip cordon. Possibly because he didn't defend that fully in the middle of the bat. But no run is the result all the same. And it looks like George Hill stretching his hamstrings. That may well be where we're going next when we get to the other end. Cold into Wesley. Wesley wants to go on the back foot cut and actually just chops it down in front of his feet. Poor shot execution there, but again no run as a result. May just want to take a moment to gather himself and his thoughts before the next delivery. So Dom Bess is the leg slip. George Hill is the first slip. Adam Live second. Finlay being third. Cold into Wesley, and this time Wesley does turn it off his hips, and they'll come back for 2. So it goes backward off square. Moves the score to 33 for 1. Wesley moves to 13. Three balls bowled so far in this over. Essex have reduced the target down to 487 runs. Cold into Wesley. Wesley's forward in defence, no run. Cold fields off his own bowling.
Yep, Wesley made 26 in the first innings before he was caught behind by Bercel off Code's bowling. So he'll be looking to beat that and get a lot more as well, second dig.
Yep, lots of the Essex top order needing to fill their boots in this innings. Code into Wesley. Wesley flicks that nicely off his legs, but there is a backward square fielder, and he just comes through for 1. Moves on to 14, sorry. Score moves to 34. And Charlie Allison will be on strike for the final ball of what is the 11th of the innings. So Cold in off his mark to Allison, who flicks it airily and is just past the diving mid-wicket, and it will go all the way for 4. That was a bit of a chance there. Just waiting to see who's climbing off the floor there at mid-wicket in the floppy hat. And that is Matthew Revis. He pulled out the full stretch goalkeeper dive. It just evaded his fingertips. That brings an end to the over. Essex scores 38 for 1. Charlie Allison moves to 20. And the deficit is, or the win in total is down to 482 more runs. Do you ever have that where you call somebody a different first name because you're thinking of someone else?
Oh yes, frequently.
I don't know who I'm thinking of, like you say.
Yeah.
I'll have to type it into Google in a minute going, why am I calling him George? And it...
If you called him Malcolm, I'd understand it.
And it is a change in bowling, as I thought would be the case at the Sir Alistair Cook end, and Dick will introduce the new bowler.
Yes, indeed. Who is, as you your investigative work proved, George Hill, as he moves in now, right arm over the wicket, bowls, and that's just played defensively by the Essex captain, Tom Wesley.
So I wasn't here when Hill took his 6 for 51, but evidently it was something I should have been here for.
He bowled very well, but then all the Yorkshire bowlers bowled very, very well. And it's often the way that, you know, the whole of a side will bowl well, but for some reason, you know, one batsman has appreciably more wickets than the others. But sometimes, of course, that's worked away very pleasantly to mid-on, or mid-wicket rather. Sometimes it's the pressure that's created by all the bowlers that you know, contribute. It's a team effort.
Yeah, cricket has yet to develop the footballing monikers of the pre-assist, the assist, and then the wicket.
Is that
I wonder if the players say amongst themselves, though, I set him up for you.
Yes,
that's
exactly.
my
Oh,
assist.
yes. Yeah, I mean, as you imply, they're team games. Everybody assists everybody else, and I suppose it's part of the modern world, isn't it? Everybody has to get their sort of due recognition, or even at times undue recognition.
So I say that because footballers, I'm not sure how you are into your football, but footballers have started, instead of talk, I'll come back after this delivery.
Yes. If it's any help, I know very little about football. Very little. That looks out, and it is. So Wesley is back in the hutch now for 18. I would have said, not that it's any of my business, but I would have said that's absolutely plumb LBW. To the bowling of Hill for 18, and Essex find themselves at 42 for 2.
Tom Wesley was leg before wicket to George Hill for 18.
Yeah, it kept a touch low as well.
Oh, it did
Back
keep
on the
quite
replay.
appreciably low, yes. But I don't think that caused the umpire too Too much indecision. You were talking about football assists.
Well, George Hill didn't need an assist there. He set up
Yes.
his own. He set up his own wicket there. But footballers nowadays talk about goal contributions. So rather than say how many goals they've scored, they count their assists and their goals as their overall impact on a game. So I think we will get to a point in cricket at some point where we'll start to introduce an equivalent of an assist rather than just caught and bowled or something like that, but an assist to a wicket.
Well, to a certain extent, that has happened now, because when a batsman was run out, it always used to say on the scorecards or everywhere else, just run out. Now it has in brackets
True, good point.
at least one name, sometimes even two names. Not often two, but sometimes. Yeah, everybody has to have their moment of glory nowadays. It's very strange. Oh no, we've lost it again. Now, we were told yesterday to carry on talking, so we will carry on talking because that helps the live stream. But nonetheless, we'll still redial. So it's a little bit difficult to carry on. One, it's a bit like patting your head and rubbing your stomach.
In the meantime, Hill wraps that one
Thank you.
on Das's pads. But it's too high and it kind of pops into the leg side and there is no run, but Hill working up a head of steam here. Already got the wicket in the over of Tom Wesley. Essex 42 for 2. If they didn't want to lose another wicket after Elgar went, they certainly don't want to lose 3 by the close of play, but Hill head of steam in to Das, who defends into the leg side for no run. That brings an end to a successful over by George Hill. The wicket off it, only 4 runs. Essex 42 for 2. Charlie Allison is still there on 20. Wesley has departed. And it's Robin Das who is there yet to score alongside Charlie Allison. Essex need 478 to win, but I think we can ignore that for now. So we have a change at the Graham Gooch end. Ben Cold has been replaced by, I think it might be Jack White. Yeah, Jack White will bowl from the other end. Yep, so Jack White just marking out his paces at the other end. Charlie Allison on strike. So we have 3 slips. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Point. Jack White is at the top of his mark, ready to run in to Charlie Allison. He's on 20. White into Allison. Allison's in behind that in defence, no run. Jack White back at the top of his mark again. Lengthy mark, run out for Jack White, and he's moves in again to Charlie Allison. Allison is forward, pushes that to mid-off for no run. George Hill practicing his golf swing in the slip cordon. Maybe triumphantly after getting a wicket in the previous over. Feels like he could hit a hole-in-one maybe. Jack White bounds in, distinct running style, and again Allison is forward in defence. White fields off his own bowling, no run. White, I've noticed, almost skips into the crease. It's a bit of a, almost like the run-up you'd expect from a triple jumper. In to Allison. And Allison is forward airily and plays it straight down the pits of mid-off. And Essex have lost another wicket. It's soft. It's soft. He's picked out the one area he shouldn't have done. It was uppish and it was straight into mid-off sands. And that is the third wicket, and it's Jack White picks up his second, and Essex are 42 for 3. And this game is moving along at quite the pace. Allison departs to 20, bowled White, caught Bess. Yorkshire well on top.
Yes, they most certainly are. Well, we've tried everything that we can to get the line up, which I think means that those watching on the live stream probably can hear us as well as see us, but those who are otherwise can't, for which we can do no more than apologise, especially with it being a Sunday, and naturally, you know, everybody has to have a holiday, and there's probably very unlikely to be any engineers in the studios who could sort it out for us. So for what's left of the day, which is less than an hour, I think we're just going to have to live with this situation. Maybe I will. Can you just carry on?
Yes.
While I make a phone call, please.
Indeed, indeed.
Thank you so much.
So Essex have lost their third. Charlie Allison gone at 420, and the top order woes for Essex continue. Elgar went early to Jack White, caught Bean for 4. Wesley followed LBW to George Hill a couple of overs ago, and now Jack White has got Charlie Allison driving uppishly straight into the pits of Dom Bess at mid-off. And Essex are 42 for 3. Yorkshire sent in a victory tonight, perhaps. White into the new batter, which is Matt Critchley, and he is forward in defence, and there is no run there. Critchley, the only Essex batter who can say that they've had an okay season so far with the bat. Yes, he did not score. Well, he scored 6 in the first innings, but he's done all right with the bat this season. They're going to need somebody to really dig in deep here. Essex. White into Critchley. Critchley is forward in defence. This time pushed into the leg side, no run, and that brings an end to another successful Jack White over. He's bowled 6, it's a wicket maiden, in fact. He's bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 16. Essex 42 for 3, and they have 2 new batters at the crease. Robin Das yet to score, Matt Critchley yet to score. And Yorkshire piling on all of the pressure. From the Sir Alistair Cook end, George Hill will continue. He took a wicket in his first over. He's just seen Jack White take a wicket the previous over. So Hill at the Sir Alistair Cook end. Just going through his paces, and he is ready in to Robin Das. Robin Das has to be up on his toes there and defends that bat down the track, and fielded at mid-on by Ben Code.
That's quite interesting.
Hill again. Das yet to score, so Hill into Das. Das in behind that, pushes that defensively out into the covers, no run.
Obviously it'll take you 5 or 10 minutes to get that up, but then can you text me either way, yes or no? Okay, thank you. Bye.
So Hill 2 dot balls at the start of his second over. Runs in again to Das. Again, Das forward, solidly behind that no run.
Well, we're pretty confident that we're going out the commentary on the live stream, but not just on audio on phones and things. If somebody could email us or message us or let us know, although I have referred it to quality control, which is my wife, and she's going to get on the case. But
Hill to Das, left alone outside the off stump. No run.
But I understand that we're not the only game that has suddenly gone off. So have one or two others. So maybe it's a problem not locally to Essex, not locally to, well, certainly not to Yorkshire. They only take our output. Maybe at Mission Control in Manchester, or wherever it is, it comes via all sorts of places. Probably the moon and who knows where, satellites.
Hill moves into Das. Das defensively prods that leg side and fielded at Ben Cold again at mid-on and no run. No. Final ball of George Hill's over. No run off this second over, having followed up his first, a wicket in his first. Into Das. Das forward in defence. That's a maiden over by George Hill. It's a maiden over, and Essex are 42 for 3.
Sorry? What's the number to dial? We're not on. Definitely.
I believe we're on the live stream, but
We're not on the...
yeah, but we're not the only station that's happened. So only other stations have gone down as well, so it's probably out of our control.
So Jack White will continue at the Graham Gooch end. A successful previous over, having removed Charlie Allison.
Yesterday when this happened, we put it down to the box overheating, but the heat of the day has long since passed. But when we tried again, it did work, so which is what Jonathan's trying now.
Critchley in behind that defends into the covers, no run.
No, we're not getting that, we're just getting a high-pitched whistle. So no, we do have a couple of other numbers that we were given that we could try.
White runs in again to Critchley. And Critchley is behind that defensively, pushes it out to mid-on, no run.
But I think the fact that personally, and I'm not technically minded, it took me weeks to learn how to work a retracting ballpoint pen. But the fact that we're not the only station that has suddenly gone down. Yeah, that one.
Is that a telephone number or an ISDN?
ISDN.
White
Suggests it's higher up the line.
Critchley pushes that just wide of cover, and that's enough for them to run through forward. That moves Critchley off 0. He's off the mark, and Essex moves to 43 for 3.
Yeah, I think we're trying in vain, because I am hearing from quality control that the live stream is okay, but several games is the quote. Several games are not going out on. I don't know quite what the opposite is of live stream. Yeah, you know what I mean, where you don't get a picture just on your other devices. So I think that suggests there's absolutely nothing whatsoever that we can do about it. And it's somewhere higher up the communication channel.
White to Das. And rises on Das, but he's able to negotiate the bounce, and it pops up into the leg side, no run.
Yep, several other games are off. Thanks very much to Quality Control for informing us of that.
For those of you still sticking with us on the live stream, though,
Yeah, well, I've
hopefully
been
you can
assured the
help us.
live stream's
You
okay.
can hear us loud and clear. So Jack White is bowling from the Graham Gooch end. In to Robin Das. And again, Das is behind that defensively. And there is no run there. Essex just trying to take a bit of the pressure out of the game here. And just trying to get to the close of play without another wicket falling.
Yep, it's been confirmed that we're on the live stream but not on the web. And I think that applies to, as I say, several other games from information I've received. And no doubt they're feverishly working on it as we speak. If there's anybody on a Sunday to work on it, I don't know.
And that's a nick behind. No.
Apparently not.
White went up, the slip cordon went up.
But the umpire's finger didn't.
The umpire was not interested in the slightest. Definitely squared Robin Das up a bit, but maybe it was too good to catch the outside edge. And Essex survive another over there. 43 for 3 at the end of that over. Robin Das yet to score. Matt Critchley is on 1. And Yorkshire on top.
Well, it's texted me to say that we're not on air. I'm not on air myself at the moment, the other two are, but I've been trying to dial the 3 different numbers that Stitch has got on his sheet. None of them have picked up at the other end. It's just dialed and dialed and not gone anywhere. Dick's saying that he's hearing that there are several games on.
So Hill moves in again.
Issue or something like that.
Bowls. It's just played totally defensively by Critchley. Critchley can read a situation and very well. I mean, it doesn't take a lot of reading, but yeah, Critchley is probably one of the people you'd want at the. Well, ideally, if you can't get higher up the order, you know, Critchley is a solid man.
Hill draws a defensive stroke there from Critchley, who plays that out into the leg side, no run.
I'll try and find out.
So whilst we try and fix all the audio issues, the game continues though. Essex still 43 for 3. George Hill turns back at his mark in to Critchley. Critchley again forward in defence. There's a silly mid-on in place. There's no run there. Screws under the helmet there.
Hello, we've gone off the live stream. We're on the.
Looks like it's James Wharton in under the helmet.
No, we're on the live stream, but not on the web.
Not quite. I'm going to call it.
We're inclined to understand.
Yes, looks like a silly mid-on to me. Hill in to Critchley, and again he's behind that defensively. That's fielded at mid-off by Dan Moriarty.
So that somebody can try and dial in rather than dial out.
Again, George Hill's had a good spell so far.
No, I mean, sometimes you can get
Took the wicket of Tom Wesley, pinned him plumb front for 18. Bounds into Critchley, and Critchley is forward again in defence, fielded at point, no run.
Yes, the number of the ISG in the commentary box at Chelmsford, just up the road.
Essex still 43 for 3. 45, sorry, for 3.
If you don't mind, yes, please. Okay, thanks so much.
Bit of a delay in play here as the ball finally relays itself to George Hill. Hill into Critchley again, and again Critchley behind that defensively, no run. It's been a kind of holding pattern since the fall of the 3rd wicket, since Charlie Allison went off the bowling of Jack White. 42. Only 3 runs have been added since Allison's dismissal. Hill, and again Critchley forward in defence. That brings an end to the over. And Essex are still 45 for 3. Robin Das is yet to score. Matt Critchley is on 1.
Sorry.
Jack White will continue from the Graham Gooch end. We've got 3 slips, a point.
Jonathan, my colleague, is anxious to talk to you. So
A silly,
put him under his misery. I'll hand you.
silly mid on and mid off, mid on,
Yes, studio.
mid wicket, a deep fine. So White into Das. Das is forward defensively, no run. Very much a sense here that Essex are trying by hook or crook to get themselves to the close of play without the loss of any further wickets. We have 11 overs remaining in the day's play. White turns at his mark. That's yet to score a run, and again won't score a run if that ball either is forward in defence, pushes out into the covers where it is fielded by Don Best. No run. So just shy of an hour left in the day's play. White bounds in to Das. That one nearly turns Das inside out. Just pops out into the offside. Again, no run. Das has now faced 14 deliveries. Yet to score. White turns at the top of his marker, moves in to Robin Das. And that's a nick and gone. Low down at first slip, and the catch is taken by George Hill, and it's another wicket to fall. Das lasted all of 15 balls, did not score a run, and Jack White gets his 3rd, and Essex are 45 for 4. They've lost 3 wickets for 3 runs, and with 11 overs to go in the day's play, could Yorkshire win this tonight?
Was caught by George Hill.
So Jack White, 7.4 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 17. Questions were asked about why Yorkshire came out to bat again after tea, but vindication for the tactics come what may, because Essex have looked somewhat discombobulated since they've come out to bat. No one able to get in on this wicket.
Michael Pepper.
And with 11 overs to go in the day, Michael Pepper walks in. He top scored in Essex's first innings with 30. And right now, if he scored that again, that would also top score in this innings. So Pepper will he will take strike. He will take strike and face up to Jack White. He'll face up to Jack White. Yorkshire prowling around the wicket. 3 slips, point, mid off, mid on. Silly mid on. Mid wicket, deep fine. The previous ball nicked off to George Hill at first slip. Low at first slip. 2 have gone actually into the slip cordon. Both of them really low. Very good catches. One by Bean. One by Hill. And White bounds in and now to Pepper. Pepper is forward and defence, no run.
Well, thanks entirely to the wizardry of and expertise of Jonathan, we think we may be up and alive again, which in itself is good news. But the good news from Essex is, well, there isn't any good news from Essex's point of view, or Essex supporters' point of view, because they're 45 for 4, needing 520 in total to win this match.
And if you are just joining us, yeah, there's been a collapse of sorts. White in to Pepper. Pepper is forward in defence. And that brings an end to yet another wicket maiden in this Essex innings. It's been brilliant bowling from Yorkshire. They just haven't let the pressure up whatsoever. They've bowled as a pack. And Jack White completes his wicket maiden. 8 overs for Jack White, 3 maidens, 3 for 17. Essex 45 for 4. And unfortunately, Dick Davis, this scorecard is very sorry reading at the moment.
It does, yes. Very sorry indeed from the Essex point of view, and wonderful from the Yorkshire point of view. That's just played solidly and defensively by Critchley, just pushing it back towards the bowler. Score 45 for 4. And they were in the first innings. They were 45 for 4 at one stage. So already there's a degree of similarity between the two innings. That's just played off a thick inside half of the bat. Goes out to square leg. No addition to the score as the shadows lengthen. Shadow of one of the floodlight pylons is just cast, well, being cast almost a whole way across the ground. It is now 20 past 6 or 20 past 5 by the sun. As White moves in again. Sorry, not White, Hill, isn't it? Bowls. That's played out into the wideish mid-off region where it's well fielded and well thrown. And just see if we've had any more emails. If you're emailing about you know, the technical problems that we've had, then we thank you again for those. But I think I was going to say we've resolved the problem. We haven't. Jonathan has. And that's just met with solid, stern defence. Trickles out on the other side. No further addition to the score. Essex stream, says David. Confirm the live stream is okay, but radio only. But radio only signal is fine. Would you try to lose the pictures as well? This batting is painful to watch as an Essex supporter. Sound, yeah, stream. Everybody seems to, I think these emails may be a little bit out of date from my point of view. I mean, the fact that I haven't read them out. That's just played solidly into the offside. No addition to the score. Michael says, "What? Welcome back. What happened?" Well, goodness knows, you probably need a PhD in advanced electronics to explain them, with all due respect. Would the whole of our audience understand? Well, I for one wouldn't. As Hill moves in and bowls, met with firm, stern, solid defence, and it trickles back towards the bowler. So Michael Pepper has yet to open his account. Matt Critchley has one to his name, and yeah, it's a long, long, hard battle ahead. There's, well, still a good half hour or more of today, and then all day tomorrow. Well, yeah, theoretically.
Yeah, Yorkshire have just bowled disciplined lines.
They have.
I'm trying to think of how many freebies they've given up.
Very, very few. Very few freebies. They've bowled well, they've batted well. And I better still say if, rather than when, but if Yorkshire win this game, then they'll thoroughly have deserved it.
Indeed they would, and Jack White, he's got 3 wickets to his name in this second innings. He continues from the Graham Gooch end into Pepper, who is forward. Play down to the leg side, there's no run. Johnny Bairstow runs up to Dom Best to have a lengthy conversation undoubtedly about tactics, of which I'm sure Best will relay that to Jack White. So White at the top of his mark, ready to try and prize out another one into Michael Pepper. That one down the leg side, and the ball's thrown up in the air, as wicket keepers are wont to do, to suggest something, but even Johnny Bairstow knows that that was nothing in that, and we'll go again. We thought that somebody like a Dom Bess may need to play a role in this game, but it looks like the Pacers are doing all the heavy lifting.
Yes, they are. So far.
So far, yes.
Well, there's no immediate reason to think that will change.
White to Pepper. Pepper drives, but will not beat. I think it's Ben Cold at mid-on. No run. So there are, after this over, 8 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, so it will be about 7 o'clock-ish by the time we knock off for the day. Well, we don't. We knock off the commentary for the day, but then we have interviews and things to do, which, from my point of view, won't be easy.
White bounds in again to Pepper. Pepper advances a few steps down the wicket, and is able to smother that one. There's no run again. Do you know, it's been a long hot day, but actually now it's cool. I don't think Yorkshire will mind fielding in this weather. I've even got my sunglasses off.
Yes.
Hard toil for Essex. Can't stress enough how warm it was in the first 2 sessions. And Yorkshire, to their credit, kept Essex out there toiling for 2 sessions and even after tea. White to Pepper, catches the inner portion of the bat, skews out into the leg side. There is no run. Just a reminder for those who maybe weren't with us at some point with the feed. At one point, Essex were 42 for 1.
Yes, they were.
Seems like a lifetime ago, but they've added 3 runs. I'm going to look to see how many overs when. Who are we looking at now? When Wesley fell, I need to remind myself what over he fell in, because we've had about 3 runs.
He was out at 5:51.
5:51.
3 overs.
Right. So over 40 minutes ago, Pepper forward, pushes into the covers, no run. So That brings an end to another maiden from Jack White. 9 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 17. And just to relay those facts, so Wesley was out at 5:51, and it was 42 for 2 at that stage. It's now coming up to 6:30, and they're 6 for 45 for 4.
Yeah, Stratford fight even more. Those 3 wickets went off, all off the 4th delivery of an over, off the 11th, 12th and 16th overs. So, yeah, beware the 4th delivery of the over is the moral. In fact, all the wickets have gone off the 4th ball of the over. Wonder what the odds are against that.
I'm back. I'll welcome myself back.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Shall I do this next?
Carry on, Jonathan.
I'll crack on with George from this Sir Alistair Cook end. So 45 for 4. 8 overs to go on day 3 as shadows begin to lengthen, and so the odds on Essex seeing this one out until the end of tomorrow. That one wide of off stump first up and no run, but yeah, as you've just been saying, 3 runs in the last 37 minutes of play. That is being bled dry, isn't it, by the bowling side. 3 wickets during that time. Dom Bess just going through a warm-up routine or 2 at first slip, so we may see a bit of twirl. Short ball. Oh dear me, he didn't catch that one right, did he?
No.
Matt Critchley, not at all. Somewhere very high up on the splice. In fact, too high really for Yorkshire's liking. They probably would have wanted it about a few inches further down. It might have had the carry to reach Johnny Tattersall at square leg. Great to see you, Paul. Great to be back on air with you again. Paul Newton on his way. Had some great fun over the years. Remember that night out in the West End back in Kirkstall a few years ago, as that is punched by Critchley up to Dan Moriarty, who again could have a say. Might not get a chance to have a say here, the way the seamers have been going. 2 shaved ends of a pitch, 4 wickets for Critchley in Yorkshire's first innings, and death by seam in the most part in the contest. Dan Moriarty with 1 wicket first time around, only 1 over bowled by Dom Bess in the Essex first innings. George tries another short one. This time it's much better executed, controlled pull shot by Critchley, who's got it away in front of square leg for 4. You can often tell the fortunes of the hosts at whatever ground it is, not just here, but wherever you are, by the number of people in the ground as the day goes on, and there are very few in now, and of course the vast predominance would be Essex supporters. So I think that's, apart from the fact that it's probably been Sunday roast time for some people.
Yes, indeed.
It's a comment really on how the team has been faring, but there's still a few absolute hardcore loyal supporters in the ground, as George Hill's latest delivery is blocked by Critchley, and there's no run. It's the same at Headingley or wherever you go really. If your team's not doing so well, then the pleasure of sitting there watching it probably fades fairly fast.
You can't really imagine it being a packed house tomorrow.
No, I can't imagine there's going to be that many here.
They needn't get the police horses out to control the crowds.
Here's Hill, punched back to him by Critchley. No run. It's going to be one of those days, isn't it, where the crowd are probably introduced to the players.
Yes.
End of the over, 49 for 4, 171 runs to win for Essex, looking highly improbable. Yorkshire 6 wickets looking the more likely, but still not done.
Yes, so are we going to see spin introduced yet? It looks as if we are, in the form of Dom Bess from the far end, which is the Graham Gooch end, because so-called because it's marginally nearer to the east end of London than the Sir Alistair Cook end is apparently. But the fact that the pitch, as nearly all cricket pitches do, runs north to south, then yeah, there's not going to be very much in it.
Malcolm Palmer's emailed in, says, back from watching my injury hit Real Madrid get beaten by the old enemy Barca. Glad to see we, meaning Yorkshire, declared at last we need a couple of wickets more tonight. That was a little while ago. I think we've probably got those couple of wickets since then.
Yes. So Best from the far end, setting his field with meticulous care, as you would. There's a short forward square leg. There's a, oh dearie me, there's a, it's too deep to be called a leg slip. He's a shortish fine leg. It's now wandering around a little bit more towards backward square. There's a slip, there's a backward point, and that's just Pepper just leans into that and smothers any spin there might be, and there might be quite a bit. Best moves in again. Bowls. Pepper leans into the shot. It trickles out on the offside. Hardly has enough momentum to reach the man fielding there. And Best in again. Again, just leans into the shot, does Pepper. Backward of square on the offside.
Good to hear that Django's just subscribed to the cricket show via the BBC Sounds app. Hopefully more will do the same.
That is discomforted Pepper a little. He kept it out. Best in again from the far end. Right arm over the wicket, just off a nominal 2 or 3 walking paces. Just played quietly out, quietly to the man at forward square leg. Short forward square leg. Bat pad is the term used nowadays, and for several seasons. And that's just pushed back as well. So, somewhat unsurprisingly, the first over from John Best is a maiden. But
yep, he's not gone for a run yet in the match because he bowled 1 over 1 maiden in the first innings. Just to say welcome to listeners from 5 Sports Extra for the closing stages of this third day, which has seen Yorkshire take complete and utter control of the contest. They began the day 114 for 1, leading by 207. Adam Lythe had just got to his ton after an hour or so. James Wharton first to go for 61, the only wicket to fall in the morning session. 3 went in the afternoon. Johnny Tattersall for 31. Adam Lythe eventually for a brilliant 185. George Hill for 4. And by tea, they were 504 runs ahead. We wondered if they'd declare. They decided not to, but ended up batting for just 2.2 further overs before Johnny Bairstow was caught at long on by Simon Harmer off Matt Critchley for 79 and declared at 426 for 6 in their second innings. Matthew Revis unbeaten on 37. 3 for 96 for Noah Thane, 2 for 98 for Matt Critchley and 1 for 50 Simon Harmer. The other 3 bowlers finishing wicketless, and therefore Essex set 520 to win in just shy of 4 sessions. As Moriarty's into the attack for Yorkshire, as he looked like he might have one first ball there. Critchley not too sure. It all happened in a flash whether or not there was an attempt at a catch behind by Bairstow. It looped up, so maybe hit him, or whether there was an appeal for LBW roundabout off stump, something like that. But either way, not interested. Jack Shantry. Moriarty in again with his left arm spin. That's just dropped to Wharton at short leg, no run. And then Essex, well, obviously you expected a pretty stout rearguard action, particularly after being out for 123 in the first innings, but it hasn't worked out that way so far. Moriarty in full. Critchley turns it into the onside and bean fields. Dean Elgar got a rip snorter of a delivery from Jack White. just the 10th ball of the Essex second innings. He did really well actually to get over the top of it, but there was a bit of glove involved. He took his glove off and checked his fingers on his way off. Finlay Bean took a really good catch low at third slip to see the back of Elgar for 4 when the score was on 8. As Critchley works Moriarty out into the deep on the leg side, Johnny Tattersall round sweeping will keep them to 2. There was then a 45-minute period where Wesley and opener Charlie Allison held things together. They took the score to 42 before Wesley was then LBW, and one of those where you're just glad it's not you, because it nearly hit his bootlaces. Full credit to George Hill, who's been excellent with the ball in this match for bowling it straight, and he got his reward with an easy decision for Jack Chantry to make. So Wesley was gone for 18. Just seen another dot there from Critchley. Charlie Allison followed when the score was still on 42 just a few minutes 7 balls later, caught by Don Bess at mid-off of Jack White for 20, and under the circumstances you'd have to say a bit of a head scratcher of a shot. Just floated it up there really, as Critchley just manages to get a ball through the onside for 4 wide of mid-on to finish the over. And then the fourth and most recent wicket, that of Robin Das, who hung around for 15 deliveries before he found one with his name on it, off the bowling of White. A pretty thick outside edge that was taken comfortably by George Hill at first slip. So 45 for 4 has now become 55 for 4. There are 5 overs remaining in the day, and Yorkshire pressing on for more wickets.
They certainly are, and if they get a couple more, then they might consider asking for. I'm not quite sure under what circumstances you can ask for an extra half hour, but yeah, certainly not these anyway. The umpires would say, "Good gracious me, no," or words to that effect. Let's just. Don Bess continuing in his spell. Well, he had one previous over. Bowling to Pepper. Pepper still to open his account. He's faced 15 deliveries so far. Bess moves in now. Bowls. And that's played out into the covers, where it's fielded by Jonathan Tattersall. Seagull swoops past us, and Bess swoops into the wicket. And that's 4 runs, slightly over pitched, and Pepper, I daren't say Pepper's the boundary boards, because that must have been said so many times.
Yeah, Don Bess kicked the ground there, Dick, didn't he, in frustration, saw the puff of dust. I think bowling off spin to the right hander and being square driven is probably not the shot that you imagine you're going to be hit for a 4. He's got a man under the helmet at short leg, and I'm sure he'll want to think about his line for this next delivery.
Bess in again to Pepper, and can't see exactly where, but probably on or off leg stump, Midland leg, and just played down quietly on the onside. There's a man there lurking under the helmet, about 1.5 strips in distance away from the batsman, and that's just met with stern, stolid defence, and it trickles out on the offside again. It's that man Tattersall, who, having fielded the ball, now comes into. He's going to retrieve a helmet, so presumably he's going to go in short on the offside, and indeed he is. So much closer than the short leg, and you need to have a lot of confidence in your bowler to field there. And also check that your life insurance is up to date. That's just played quietly and out on the leg side, and the end of the over is reached. Essex 54 for 9, reaching what's now a nominal, well, it was probably always a nominal target of 520, so a further 461 runs off 100 overs at, well, even I can work that out, 4.61, but that, as I say, that is purely nominal.
Life insurance, I can't afford the premiums these days, Dick, at
Yes.
my health and my age.
Your age, of course.
Neil Dutton says, evening Doidgy, pretty good day for the White Rose for myself, just back from the walk-in centre confirming a broken rib, my reward for missing a full toss. You've got a piece of willow in your hand, Neil, come on, use it. He says anyway, the Yorkies are taking away the pain as Critchley turns Moriarty's first delivery of the over into the leg side for Tattersall to field. No run. Back at his mark. Sets those 2 feet. Now he looks down at the ground, Moriarty. He's very precise about that before he walks into bowl, really. And he's got that one wrong. Dragged it down the leg side. And Critchley just helped himself to a couple of runs. Forever Dormo says it's been good following your commentary from when I was staying at Ripon, but now I'm home I hope to follow the rest on my TV. If we're lucky, one day we'll bat like that in the first innings. We should win from here though, he says, ... brackets, surely. Moriarty in again, Critchley this time circumspect in defence. Jim Green throwing in his two-penneth about the technicals recently. You might not be too far off the mark there, Jim. Well, certainly that's happened in the past. Moriarty is in, and that's turned to leg by Critchley, no run. Behind the clouds it's lovely, says George Hill, impresses me more and more with every time I see him bowl. Hate to moan and soz and all, but some of your Essex colleagues, yeah, nice anecdotes. As that is dropped into the leg side by Critchley, and there is no run. Very encouraging to see Yorkshire's bowlers getting something out of this Chelmsford pitch, JD, says Andy Walker. Not as straightforward as it looks, I think. Been really pleased with our bowling performance this season. We've really stepped up. Fingers crossed. Lots of Yorkshire fandom at the moment. Not a lot coming from Essex, as maybe that reflects the team's performance, I'm not sure. Not wishing to be cruel about that. Critchley turns one into the leg side and Moriarty completes his over. 2 overs for 8 from him, 61 for 4, and just 3 overs remaining in the day. And Gary Sheridan says, wonderful day with the father-in-law Archie watching the stream and the Leinster Provincial Football Final, which saw Louth GAA win their first title in 68 years at Croke Park. Interesting. Never thought I'd be saying that on a cricket broadcast. Moving on to T20, do you think the White Rose can end 24 years of hurt with a blast win?
Bess into Pepper, and might look at the replay of that. It didn't go anywhere near to hand, but it might tell us whether it hit bat or pad or glove or combination of any 2 of the 3.
Gary, I'd like to say in response to that, I'm not sure. Definitely not going to say jump up and down and say yes to it. White Rose and T20 wins.
Again, just played down with totally dead bat, drops in front of the batsman.
Well, it's an encouraging squad that they've got together.
Bess in again for his 3rd delivery of the over. Just nudged out on the offside into a big gap, and they amble a single. In fact, Critchley still hasn't got there. Pepper still hasn't got there at the far end, but he has now. So 2.5 overs remain of this day. It's been a long day. It's 7:15 now. Despite the fact that the game is ahead of the rate, but there have been a lot of interruptions for one thing or another. And drinks. It's been
okay.
That sort of day.
You did get your afternoon nap when I was on with Tomo for an hour.
Yes, yeah. Well, good job I did. I can take it. Another close fielder comes in as Finlay Bean fields at conventional leg slip. I'm surprised you're not obliged to wear a helmet there. It's a potentially very dangerous position, especially when you're that close. I don't know the regulations inside out. I don't pretend to. Don't even particularly want to. But yeah, that really does surprise me. Because it, you know, well, that's just met with solid defence and trickles out to Tattersall at Silly-Mid-Off, as it used to be called, and it's the end of the over. So that just leaves 2 of the day. Yep, 2 overs remaining, with Essex still needing another 458 to win.
Yeah, Johnny Bairstow just having a fairly lengthy word with Dan Moriarty, who's going to continue at this Sir Alistair Cook end of the ground, still talking with his helmet under his arm as he walks away from us. So the field set up here, short leg James Wharton, Adam Lyth a sole slip as a man backward of point, a square cover sweeper is, I think, Matthew Revis by the looks of things. Don Bess is slotted in at extra cover. Ben Code's a little bit deeper, maybe a stride or 2 at mid-off than Finlay Bean is at mid-on. Johnny Tattersall at straight mid-wicket, plus George Hill, who appears to have dropped out on the boundary edge just backward of square leg. First ball of the penultimate over, pushed this time by Pepper, who's not seen much of the strike in recent overs from this end. There was a dot there, and then he steps away and plays an expansive Pepper-like shot, which is backward of point. Revis does the fielding, and they get back for a comfortable 2. Essex, well, what's left for them here apart from a brave rearguard effort, and it really would be with just the 6 wickets remaining, and 10 balls today plus all of tomorrow to survive. Oh, good delivery by Moriarty, which has him pushing down the wrong line there. Michael Pepper through to the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. That certainly gripped and turned, and no wonder he's doing a little bit of gardening now. He's been so dry for so long. It's not just this week, it's been weeks, hasn't it now? The heavy roller's been on there. 6mm of grass, I think it was, at the start of the match. If it's ever going to start to break up in May, then it's on this sort of week. That one round about leg stump, he tried to play a paddle, but couldn't quite get the technique sorted. 2 to come in Moriarty's over. And he's just bringing George Hill in 10 yards, 15 maybe from the boundary, backward of square leg. In he comes again, the Yorkshire left armour goes full, attacking those stumps. Blocked by Pepper, who does a bit more gardening. You want to be careful about doing too much gardening, you won't want to loosen it yourself.
No, that's right.
When it's so dry. A good firm bat tap, and Moriarty in again. This time a little bit side arm feel to the delivery, which is another straight one, blocked by Pepper, who might be hoping that's the last he sees of the bowling tonight, because there are just 6 balls remaining on day 3. Yorkshire have 456 runs in hand and need 6 further wickets to win this match. Essex, well, that is looking highly unlikely. You never like to say impossible with cricket, but to win the match looks highly unlikely. To save it, that's a different matter. But they're going to have to play very, very well, having lost all of their top 4, if they're going to do that, Dick.
Well, yes, they are. I'm really after these 2. Well, that's probably it. Noah Thane, beg his pardon for the younger players, but so much of that's just played defensively. So much of batting, it seems to me, is not just technical expertise, but mental nous as to how to go about things, which obviously only comes really with experience. which you can't teach. That's just worked away on the onside. And 4 valid deliveries left. Thank you very much for listening and watching when you could. Sorry about the interruption, which was, what do they say, beyond our control. But well, thanks again to Jonathan for sorting it out somehow. I think he just reversed some wires and it seemed to work.
Reverse the charges, it works in Yorkshire every time.
I mean, we tried the basic, which it usually works with any piece of electronic equipment, turn it off and turn it on again. I expect they even use that in interplanetary spaceships, so we have a problem, Houston, switch it off and switch it on again, it'll be alright. That's just played out in the offside. And 2 deliveries of the day remain. Or only 1 if this takes a wicket. Which it doesn't, it's just played solidly defensively. Wicketkeeper picks it up. And Jonathan would like to have the final say today, which he's warmly welcome to do. And so that's it. Essex going into the final day are 64 for 4, needing a total of 520 for victory. My mini wrapping up will be very, very simple. It's been totally Yorkshire's day, and thoroughly deserve to be in the situation that they're in. It's difficult to see anything other than a Yorkshire win tomorrow, but I was going to say we've all seen stranger things than that. I don't know if I've seen anything that would have been stranger than that. So thank you for listening, thank you for watching, thank you for all your emails, and we only had 1 critical one, but as you learn early in this game, somebody once said you can please all the people some of the time, or some of the people all the time, but you can't please all the people all the time. But even the critical ones, thanks very much for taking the trouble to put fingers to keyboard. So from the Essex commentary point of view, the boss is on tomorrow, Victoria Polly, and she probably, well, I doubt, I'll be surprised, pleasantly surprised, if she has a full day to commentate on.
Thanks, Dick. Yep.
Oh, one last comment. I've said it before. Hopefully, I'll say it again. But thanks very much to my colleagues today, to Miss Al and to Jonathan, with whom it's always a pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks, Dick. Yeah, so 64 for 4, Essex 456 runs behind. Yorkshire needing 6 wickets tomorrow, and Essex an heroic rearguard action if they're to get out of this with draw points. We'll be back from around about 5 to 11 on the final day, and hope you'll be able to join us for some or all of that. For 5 Sports Extra listeners, I'm going to hand you back now to Kevin Howells. And for the rest of you, yeah, hopefully you'll be back tomorrow morning, as I say, around about 10:55, and see how the final day of this one goes. From the 3, the 4, the 5 of us who've been on air here today. Thanks for your company and good night.